So, so, so when we was right, what was right?
What do you mean?
Oh, this was right. This most color, but
A lot of different colors.
it there was different, but that happened a lot.
Yeah.
But just got one more lesson.
I gotta put the wire in it to hang it. Put it down.
That's very impressive. That why you make it? That have this to clean it off
Why do you want to clean it?
because it's dirty.
It's not dirty.
Did I test it?
Buddy, what are you doing?
What was like a little cup? See, what was red? That's time to use different colors. Look at this one. I think these matte and different.
Dog, stop moving the camera.
It's straight. So, it's straight.
We finished this. We got our first stained glass done ever. It doesn't look horrible. You know, I gotta start cleaning up the edges a little bit better to make everything line up, but we'll get another project started soon. Just wanted to sign on and talk about how crazy the world's getting and how crazy people are. I saw on here that the pro-life girl that was doing a street interview and got assaulted, the DA actually ended up dropping the charges, which is ridiculous. I'm sure Decoy Voice is gonna have a video about that. Oh yeah, this dude got indicted.
Other way. My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way.
Oh yeah, when you call for assassination of a voted-in president.
Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But
that's not fear Trump is using, it's justice. The justice system against this idiot.
I'm not afraid. I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it, which it does.
You are brainwashed.
My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial.
Until proven guilty.
And keep the faith.
Would do extra. Yeah, exactly. I'm not afraid bravado after the seashell 8647 post flagged by Trump allies as an assassination nod lands differently now. Career DOJ prosecutors memoed no probable cause for this indictment, yet a hand-picked acting U.S. attorney with serial prosecution experience rammed it through to beat the statute cup. Innocent until proven sure, but rushing to trial and then Russiagate grudges and justice. It's a DOJ hit. No, not really. Let's see what people have to say. And target your crew the same way. Let's have a trial. Still sounds. Group of normal citizens convened and heard the DOJ's evidence. They decided to indict James Comey based on that evidence. You could be upset about it, but you also have to deal with it. No one is above the law. Vegetable, yes. Bebop, bebop. Yeah, I made this slop. It's already targeted them. They started this. Yes. Tell ChatGPT to be more concise. Obvious that it did President Trump. Do you hear yourself? Yeah. Yeah. The strategy has not changed. Gomez. A lot of people saying no one is above the law. So that's an interesting trial I have to follow. What is with this? Wearing Hamas headgear. Oh yeah, Jasmine Crockett, this idiot. I can't even stand listening
as
to
it
her.
relates to qualifications, as it relates to her overall resume, and as it relates to the fact that
No,
she was a lot
she's an
younger.
idiot too.
Everybody said that they wanted to get rid of Joe Biden because he was too old. Then you had a younger.
It wasn't that he was too old, it was that he was incompetent. Joe Biden was severely incompetent. You know, got Trump being king again, saying Trump thinks he's a king. He's not a king. He is the president, and he has the responsibility to work with us to avoid a Trump shutdown. Chuck is an idiot. Always has been. A smart idiot, to say the least. He only goes for what he wants. So let's see what the libs say. No, I'm not playing video games today. I don't know how I feel. Had to get some testing done for my legs. They're not doing too well. Feet are swollen up like 3 times the size of my feet. Oh, Ramaswamy, I haven't
This is a
seen
message
from
for
him
the
for a while.
leadership of YouTube. Frankly, I probably could have called you privately, but I think it's better to just talk about this in the open on this particular issue. My understanding is in the last 24 hours, you locked the accounts and shut down the accounts of 2 guys, Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones. They have big followings on the American right. I think it's better if you just unlock those accounts and let the guys be heard. And
Oh boy, he's just being in trouble tonight.
And I say this not because I'm some particular fan or vice versa. At least one of them, Nick, is probably not a particularly big fan of mine. No more than Jimmy Kimmel is, by the way, for very different reasons. That's beside the point. It doesn't matter. The reason I'm asking you to do it is that censorship isn't good for America.
No.
It's antithetical to our culture. And we're the country on God's green earth where we're able to talk to each other in the open. And I want to credit YouTube and
They
Google,
realized they did
the parent
Alex
company,
Jones.
and so much of your competitors in Silicon Valley for creating
I
the
mean,
first
even though I'm not a
instance
fan of Fuentes,
the
he
free
has
and
the
open
right to be
internet
on
with
this
search
platform.
engines. It's a beautiful thing for democratizing speech. But I think we take a step in the wrong direction when we choke those same technologies that allow us to access open debate and open ideas. It breeds discontent. It breeds frustration. It actually breeds mistrust. If you tell people they can't speak, that's when they scream. And if you tell people they can't scream, that's when they tear things down. So I think free speech is a precondition for peace. It's a precondition for the scientific method. It's a precondition for our shared unity, our shared national identity as Americans. Now, I can understand why you might think that certain types of speech or certain things that are said that are hurtful to other people or that may spread misinformation or may they count as violent or dangerous threats shouldn't be allowed on your platform. I personally take a broad view of what type of speech is an expression of an opinion that's protected, but that's a separate discussion about whether somebody says a particular thing that you think doesn't belong on your platform. That's one category of speech moderation. There's a different category of saying that you may demonetize certain people. You're not going to pay them, that even if they're able to speak on your platform, it's not necessarily their right to be paid for doing so or putting advertisers next to their name. That's a separate discussion. Personally, I don't like any of those forms of speech suppression as a general matter, but at least those are discussions that reasonable minds can have. There's a whole separate third category of censorship, though, that I think is particularly harmful, which is the idea that just because of who you are, your name and who you are, you don't get to express any idea, whether it's misinformation, hateful speech, whether it's dangerous or whatever you deem it to be. Irrespective of that, you're not making that judgment. Just based on who you are, you don't get to speak. I think that breeds mistrust. I don't think that's good for our country. There's legal arguments to be had. I've made legal arguments elsewhere in my books, in Wall Street Journal pieces, and there are legal arguments that you could construct that say that if a tech company is protected by Section 230, a government-created shield of immunity, that if a tech company is responding, even indirectly, to the threats of government officials, maybe that is actually even a legal First Amendment violation. That's not even what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about is not a legal point, it's just a cultural point. It's the question of whether this is good or bad for America. And I think we live in a moment right now where when we tell people, whether it's the government or even a powerful company, when you tell people that because of who you are, you deserve not to be heard, I think that actually divides us. Even if it's done with the best of intentions of thinking it brings most of the rest of the country together, in the long run, it actually throws kerosene on the very flame you were trying to quash. And so that's my ask to you. I'm not trying to do this in some type of faux indignation, angry way that escalates some political fight. That's not the goal. I actually think that it's often possible to get to the right answer through just reasonable, open dialogue. That's what I hope this is. I hope you're able to reconsider a decision that you made that may have been a wrong decision. And I think we need more space as a country when people do make a wrong decision to be able to be given an off-ramp, to be able to say that, you know what, after thinking about it, yeah, we agree, we're persuaded that all else equal, even though we intended well, we ought to let people speak and be heard. That's what I hope happens here. And so my ask is, and again, speaking as a guy who, from Jimmy Kimmel to Nick Fuentes, probably don't like me very much. I don't care. That doesn't matter. It's not what this is about. It's not even about the content. It's about the principle. I'd ask you to restore the accounts of those guys, and believe me, it will be a down payment on beginning to reunite this country, a project on which we have yet a very long way to go. Thanks a lot for considering.
Yeah, I didn't know that they got blocked out of their accounts. That's kind of ridiculous. Like I said, I'm not a fan of Fuentes. He's arrested again. Young Bob.
By Prime Minister or inherited from your father. And
He's
no one can remove your
president of
lordship,
the
right? So
Turning Point
who speak about
UP
Islam are the
UK
people who know they
chapter.
can't get in trouble for saying anything about it.
I think the solution should be very different. I think there is at this point with travesties, with perversions like this going on, where the native population and the native religions and the native culture are being treated in a hostile way by the government in charge. Whereas a foreign, subversive, violent, barbaric religion is defended and gets special privileges, and its defenders and advocates get special privileges. I mean, think about it. We just talked about Prevent. Just talked about how people are put on a list for simply making simple online posts or saying something offensive and all that. Meanwhile, in the UK, you can literally say, "I believe in establishing an Islamic State and killing apostates," and you will not be put on that list. You will be completely treated as an okay person. Everything is all right. You will not get in any trouble. We know the examples. We know that they don't get in any trouble. So
yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, this is what the United Kingdom has
if you don't
become.
accept everything they say, then you're an Islamophobe.
Next elections which are very far away, might bring a
They need to
swing
force
into a
elections
corrective
in the
right-wing
UK here
direction.
shortly.
But I think that one of the next reasonable goals that the United Kingdom, or that the patriotic people of the United Kingdom should pursue, is to deport, I don't know, massive numbers of Muslims from the
Yeah.
country.
Muhammad Allahu Akbar! There goes your evidence, UK police. Can't prove anything now.
And to also, and to
Try and
also
use that.
shut,
Try and use that. Try and use
shut
that
down,
against young Bub. Watch what happens. Their proof won't
shut
be
down mosques, shut down lots of mosques, crack down
Yeah.
organizations, start
Mosque
arresting
doors
anybody
need to
who
be
makes
closed.
statements in favor of
Towns that are taken
politicization
over by
or
Muslims like
Islamism or
Dearborn
Islamic
need to
politics, and maybe deport
be
half the Muslim population
re-evaluated
or many of
completely.
them. So I think there are some measures that need to be taken in order to protect the people of this country.
I think there's a funny way of banning mosques, actually. You do it in such a way that you just slowly start stripping away what a mosque is. So, like, we ban divides on sex in worship. Okay, that completely just shuts down any prayer within a mosque. And you just, like, slowly start cutting back on...
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Like, yeah, it's a good idea. It's like slowly deconstructing Lego bricks.
I
But then
like
they
that.
can't
pretty good
complain we're
idea.
just having a mosque ban. We're just banning this like very backward form of worship that you guys have implemented.
The thing is that this will also affect, if it's a very general law, this might also affect some Orthodox churches. And also,
No, because we only divide across. It's only really a traditional thing when we have left and right, but we're not like completely dividing our worship. It's all pointing towards the front,
That's
which
true.
is the
That's true.
Eucharist and Christ. And also, there's nothing stopping you hypothetically within the churches that hold to these traditions, you going on the left or the right. I mean, this is why a lot of churches have kind of lost that. The problem with Islam is just that they've so weirdly just wanted to divide the sects in their worship. Because, of course, this is the same religion that brought you an extreme modesty policy because they were fearful that men would lust for women and they wanted to blame the women for that lust.
Yeah,
It's very, very
they can't
dangerous.
control themselves.
Let's go ahead and check out 2 clips from Bob.
Oh yeah, let's
a
hear what the
Polish
communists
underground
be.
symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. Strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came
Here come
across
the receipts.
what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
Okay.
Do you think that all these people are
Like
really
be a bunch of
actually,
beekeepers?
quote unquote, bee farmers, or saying that
called
they
A Beekeeper.
farm
Yeah.
bees?
There's a
what
movie
is
about
this
it.
lingo that I'm not understanding? There is some weird underground. It's like I sense like imminent danger is coming, and for some reason I feel like
They're gonna
there's an
release the
underground that has
bees.
emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees.
Let's talk about bees. So
Okay, Seinfeld.
Spoiler.
apparently, so like I said, lots of come on. So like I said, lots of conspiracy theories. And I listen. I want to be fair to people who don't always trust. I get it. I understand that. That's fine. Nobody is saying that you should just take the word of everybody out there, for this. But we need some evidence to be released. We need some other stuff to kind of put some of these theories to rest. For example, and listen, immediately when we saw the footage, immediately in conversations we were having, it said it looked like it hit his shirt first because of the movement. At least a number of us did. Nobody made definitive claims or anything like that, but we look like it kind of looked like the shirt moved. Then you see kind of a wound, and then we all tried to turn away because the footage that came out after that was incredibly graphic, but the initial footage wasn't because it was a little bit further away, right?
Further away.
So I
into
understand
the
why people have
farther left side.
questions. I get that, but we really have to be careful running down all of the different
saw the original
conspiracy
video.
theory trails in the midst of having questions. I think this is what happens. You end up with, maybe there's a situation where there is a conspiracy. Let's just hypothetically say there's one, not related to Charlie Kirk, but something else. But in the interim between the event happening and police and investigators releasing information about what happened, there are so many conspiracies that you have no idea which one is the truth. You basically do yourself a disservice by running down so many lanes, trying to throw theories out that really have no evidence, right? Enter Candace Owens. She is
coming out with another theory, because I thought at first she was hinting, if not overtly
many
saying
conspiracy
potentially that the
theories.
Jews had something to do with this because they were pressuring Charlie Kirk and didn't like the stance that he was taking and that there was money involved. And then why is Netanyahu saying this stuff about Charlie Kirk? He didn't know them. They weren't friends. But now she started with this legitimate concern about public schools and then quickly went off the rails.
There at first was a elementary school shooting that happened at a Catholic school, and I
No,
was
we're
just
reacting to Candace and her
concerned in a
bee
way
conspiracy theory.
that I had never felt so
She
impacted.
has a
and
bee
I was going,
conspiracy.
something isn't right. Something is just not right. And I felt that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening.
Yes, it was a school
And
shooting.
I did just a cursory online search, and some messages I found, which were not written by a teacher at the school, but someone who was adjacent to some teachers at the school.
Where are they?
Gave me cause for concern. In
Yeah,
fact, explicitly what
somebody.
it was
Bus
We
driver.
don't have
was
names.
a Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. And I
She
just
gonna
was
show
like,
us?
okay, that's weird.
Yeah, that's what I
kept
was
looking
asking.
online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came
Here
across
come the receipts.
what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
Okay.
All these people
maybe
are really
it's a
actually,
beekeeper group.
quote unquote, bee farmers, or saying
called
that
a
they
beekeeper.
farm
Yeah.
bees.
There's a
what
movie
is
about
this
it.
lingo that I'm not understanding? Why do I feel like it's related to students? I didn't feel good about it at all. There is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming. For some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees.
Yeah,
That's what I
called
said.
Antifa.
And I messaged multiple people about this, my sister. Here are a couple of more text messages to other people.
What other people? no answers whatsoever.
No. By the way,
Great
she doesn't.
receipts.
She doesn't typically post text messages, guys. So this is abnormal behavior.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can look
Candace.
at the time frame here. This
Sure.
is 8:30, August 30th. I am not
Proof.
someone who normally publicizes text messages. I just said, there's imminent danger coming. Okay.
9
It
days
is
prior.
relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Totally sensible thing to say to your husband.
Yeah, totally sensible thing to say to your husband. Yeah, if you're crazy, marry Todd Lincoln.
Want to go see a play? Listen, I understand that. I don't know how to understand this. I'm sorry.
So
I
it
was
was
trying to say
a
Yeah, I'm
Polish
confused.
underground
Poli-
symbol.
oh,
that
no,
we-
it was a school shooting, and somebody adjacent to someone at the school. I don't know what that means, by the way. Was it a
Yeah.
crossing guard, or is
It's
it
a
somebody
bus
that lived
driver.
within 5 miles, and that's as far as a bee can fly in 5
Parent.
minutes?
It's a lunch
I don't-
lady. She ran out of honey.
Yes, yes. I don't understand where she's going with all of this. This is precisely what I am talking about. Case closed. There it is. That's the kind of stuff that makes you go, how did you get from obviously a tragedy in a school shooting? They were talking about bees. Somebody adjacent was saying something about this. And then the Polish underground symbol that you don't show anybody. And then receipts that aren't receipts, that are just your text messages to somebody else. You could have like ravings in the middle of the night texting people, and people respond back like, hey, lay off the Zoloft or something like that. And you just remove that. And this is receipts. It doesn't make any sense. But she went a step further and tried to connect
Zoloft.
the
She needs to
bees,
lay
the
off, like,
Mormons
the
come into the
shrooms.
picture, and the state of
That's
Utah to Charlie's murder.
Charlie lost his
She's
life.
been hanging
a
out
few
with the
days
A too
later,
much.
I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved.
A
in this. I
hive?
just knew it would happen. I just went, oh my
That's-
goodness.
What?
And my gut is telling
She's
me
dressed like a bee.
that this was the thing that
Oh my
I sensed was gonna happen in school. And I had no
She's
idea.
the
I am not a
bee.
flag person at all.
Who's a
And then
flag
someone told
person?
me, and I was astonished that
Sam.
Utah recently,
Fair.
extraordinarily, did modernize their bee flag. I
Which
had
was
no
always a bee
idea
flag.
That the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive, right?
Huh.
And unbeknownst to me, that
It's a
it has
pentagram.
always been the
Beknownst.
Beehive State. So in 2024, they modernized their flag, but they've always been known as the Beehive State.
The
And to be
bees,
clear,
summoning
it's not
more
because they make
bees.
honey. It's not because they have a high presence
Okay.
of bees. In fact,
All
in
right.
terms of making honey
crazy.
or bee-related products, they rank number 24.
Oh,
It's actually the Beehive
24.
State. It relates to the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints.
What?
Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive
Okay.
working toward a common good. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees, yes, that's where it's from.
It's not. It's
This
not
sort
from
of
there.
doom that I had
No.
about an underground
It's from bees.
happening, I was just like totally freaked out.
Time out.
What is happening?
Josh?
Yeah, I'm starting to believe this bee thing. I think maybe I should take some precautions. Hey, I'm pro bee.
What are you
Look at
dipping
me,
the
my
honeycomb in? Is that honey?
Honey.
Yeah.
Do you have a honeycomb over there, Josh?
Dipping
How
honeycomb
did-
in honey.
It is the bees.
I always keep that thing on me, dude.
Well, listen, it is safe to say that Candace flipped out when she figured out the bee connection. I didn't know bees could be Mormon. Who knew? Do they have special bee? Listen, Mormons, chill out, okay? You think this is funny too. Go ahead, Link.
I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the signs. She's dressed like a bee.
She is.
She says Utah's 24th in honey production.
Right.
24 is one more than 23. Who wore number 23? Michael Jordan. Who starred in the movie Sinners? Michael B. Jordan.
Oh my goodness.
I think Michael B. Jordan shot the ice facility yesterday.
Well, no, that's the wrong conspiracy.
That's not how these work, Gerald.
That's not how that's working.
Yeah, they can work however I want them
Oh,
to.
and the army is bee all you can be?
Oh my.
No, I can't.
You're freaking me out, man.
All right, I'm back. I got over it.
This is real life, guys. How many views does that have? Somebody tell me. I mean, I think it's
like
in
2 million.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's in the millions of people.
No, it's not enough views for us to pay attention to.
Well, listen,
It's not.
University BYU?
Oh, wow.
Listen, there are people. I hope that you guys are out there eating your popcorn, watching this, going, "Can you believe what she's saying?" Like, I hope
Yeah,
that's what it is,
she's
and not like, "See,
nuts.
I
Utterly
told you,
nuts.
honey, I told you it was the bees."
You said honey.
No. Now I'm part of the conspiracy.
You know she had that conversation with her prince husband. She was like, "Don't you ever call me honey."
Yes, I am Queen Bee.
Yeah, Beyonce
Different.
is part of
Beyonce
it.
must be a part of this. All right, so listen, let's just maybe come back to reality just a little bit here.
Seeing is believing.
Oh gosh. Can we just be cool, guys? All right.
Oh.
Okay. Listen. So the whole Utah thing, Utah's original and new flag feature the beehive. They just gave it a little bit of a facelift. Do you see the beehive there from 1847? They look a little, that's a nicer, more modern version. I can't believe they updated their flag and it's the beehive. It's like it was the
Oh,
beehive.
they went minimalist. How
It was the
original.
beehive the
It
entire
is super
time.
gay.
But they removed the eagle, which means they removed the freedom.
It's almost global
Oh
homo.
my gosh.
It is.
Every
is
single
global homo.
It kind of is, and you hate that, and so do
Yeah,
I.
I hate
So
global
most people
homo.
do.
So gay.
But Brigham Young chose the name Deseret for modern day Utah, but that means honeybee in the Book of Mormon. So this had nothing to do with the stuff that she's talking about with the whole communism thing, because the beehive represents cooperative work needed to make desert life sustainable. And if you've seen any documentaries or anything about what they were doing there, they were trying to tame very difficult land, and they had to work together to be able to do it.
And that's
the
one of the
imagery is
oldest-
not exclusive to communism symbols. It's not at all.
One of the oldest metaphors
Yes.
in history.
And it doesn't mean like
Bees work together.
Communist. Bees work together. No, we have like a somewhat cooperative society anyway. And listen, the Catholic Church actually revered for their industrious qualities and chastity. I didn't know bees were revered for chastity, but whatever. Victorian England adopted by Manchester as a city symbol in 1842 and represented the busy bees of a capitalist society. How do you try to contrive, literally taking from one of the most recent movies of the bee theory?
The bee movie?
No.
Jerry Seinfeld?
No, I'm just...
Beekeeper with Jason Statham.
I'm pissed off.
I want to have a poster behind me that says "I want to believe, but Candace," and just have a picture of her, and that's like the only reason that I can't believe now. I don't know.
I do like the idea of capitalist bees, though. Like that's a fun concept.
Yeah.
Like
They're
there's
working hard.
Like there's a bee complaining that the queen won't give out enough of her honey wealth because he can't pollinate enough.
There's a pill for that pollination thing. It happens to a lot of bees.
Yeah, there's another guy that comes. Hey man, get more nectar, get more honey, dude. BD.
It's up to you. Listen, if you like this, and I'm not sure why you would, download the Rumble app and follow Steven Crowder for this show. We trust me, we'll get through more of the Candace stuff here, and I meant the Candace stuff, not us. Of course, you like us. Please like us. Thank you for downloading it. So here, let me just
beg for it.
Please. So, just to make sure that we're not, like waiting on a response from the Mormon Church because they've never heard of communism before.
We have
what?
Oh no update.
Not yet. Okay, no update. No, we do actually. We do. Actually, we do have a quote from them. I think this is breaking. As of 1936, since communism established would destroy our American constitutional government, to support communists is treasonable to our free institutions, and no patriotic American citizen may become either a communist or a supporter of communism. To our church members, we say, in case the previous wasn't clear, communism is not the United Order and bears only the most superficial resemblance thereto. Communism is based upon intolerance and force, the United Order upon love and freedom of conscience and action. Communism involves forceful despoliation and confiscation, the United Order, voluntary consecration and sacrifice.
You can have your problems with the Mormons and their swig orders, but you cannot say that the Mormons were fully supportive of communism.
Or really in any way.
Correct.
That's exactly what a communist would
he's back.
That's exactly what
I think Lenin was actually Mormon.
Just eat your honeycombs.
John?
Okay.
John, Vladimir.
Any of them. Does anybody else see how this is a
It's a dark chair.
problem? Right? Can we do better? Can we make sure we do better than some of these conspiracy theory crazy things that are going on out there? And listen, look, Candace may be in a place, she's hurting because somebody that was a friend.
Don't say she's in a dark place.
I don't know.
That's
I'm not
racist.
saying she's going to say.
No, technically her husband's in a dark place.
Well, listen, I'm not going there. These guys said that. I don't disavow anything. It was hilarious. But I understand. There's grace, but this is a pattern. This is a pattern of behavior to say some of the most salacious, crazy things, try to tie a few things that seem like facts or seem like connections, and so people don't really give it the scrutiny that it deserves. Hey, Candace, if this is true, show your sources, show your facts, show everything. Show everything. I'm not talking show your crazy ramblings to somebody on a text message. Show the responses that you get from people. Show evidence, not some contrived story that you're throwing together. And if all you're doing is putting out, like, I'm just asking questions, then say that.
Great
Do
impression.
that. Okay?
I'm just waiting for the.
Huh? Oh, yeah. No, thank you. You'd have to be just as crazy as she is.
You just got kicked off of YouTube.
I did.
For Candace's 100% pure honey.
Come on.
whatever her merch
That's
shop
right.
is.
We're not going to give up the bees. That's a natural symbol of Christianity, and it's been there. Christ is king, right?
Christ is Queen Bee. That's
Christ
gonna
is
be-
queen. Well, that can't possibly be. That'd be the Virgin Mother.
Well,
Are you filling up your Standish with iced tea? Get some of Candace's pure honey.
Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube?
I don't know. My legs hurt all over, so I'm trying to just have different positions. Yeah, this is war news.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has ordered hundreds of senior military officers to Virginia for an urgent meeting. The Pentagon has provided very little detail about this meeting, but CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata tells us it's a rare event, if not unprecedented move.
CBS News has learned that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed numerous generals and admirals, as well as some of their staff from around the world, to come to the Marine base in Quantico, Virginia next week. I can tell you that a meeting of that size on such short notice is extremely rare, if not unprecedented. So there are roughly 800 generals and admirals across the armed services. It's not clear how many have been summoned to come to this meeting or even why. But there are many that are currently stationed in active war zone regions in places like the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. There are also questions as to why the secretary is having this in person rather than a secured video conference, as was usually done in the past. Aside from the obvious security risks of having all that top brass in one place at one time, it's going to cost a lot of money to fly them in from all over the world. Hegseth has already ordered a 20% reduction in four-star officers. He's ordered it. It hasn't happened. He's already fired more than a dozen high-ranking military leaders. One retired general told CBS News he may use the meeting to announce further cuts. Back to you.
Charlie, thank you for that.
I doubt it. I think it has to deal with Russia.
Jillian Michaels, welcome to the show. You know we got to talk about what happened.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I
Because
told
that's
you,
what the
you cover this
marketplace
shit,
is
I'm
talking
gonna
about.
rip you apart.
Little did we know behind the scenes,
I don't
there
know
was a
how
lot
every
of pressure
show
toward
ends up
Netanyahu.
being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love
I
you
know.
guys.
I'm sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel.
I brought Anna Kasparian onto the show. I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile and in some cases a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that involve Israel.
I'm not trying to bash Anna because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people, they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. You know, a lot of people say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it.
I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. Obviously, under the pretense you guys don't want that, I think it could be inadvertent. I think it's irresponsible. I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded, and it's like, no, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says, I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this? I have the text messages, by the way. Should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true, I have all of the messages. I have the receipts.
All right, Jillian Michaels, welcome to the show. You know we got to talk about what happened. I think it was yesterday. That
2 days ago, actually.
Was it 2 days ago?
It was 2 days ago, yes. But by the way, thank you for having me. I've been watching you for about 5 years. I'm really excited to be with you. Yeah, I think you're great.
Thank you so much. I admire what you do. I've seen you more recently, and I was like, I have to interview this woman. She is amazing. She's a firestorm. And then yesterday, and it's funny because we had you come to the show before, but then we saw what happened a couple of days ago yesterday, and I was like, this is perfect timing because I want you to explain the backstory of all of that, because some people are cutting clips and they see you walk off the stage and they go, Jillian, Rage quits on the show. And I could see at the beginning of the show, you said, I told you guys I didn't want to talk about this. So can you kind of explain how it started and what made you so frustrated that you said, look, I can't sit here and do this with you guys?
Okay, there's a lot of lead up to it. So bear with me and I'll try to be concise. I brought Anna Kasparian onto the show. I made the case for her with PBD. I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile and in some cases a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that involve Israel. I appreciate a healthy criticism of both sides. I have engaged in dialogue with experts on both sides. I've spoken to everyone from having her on my show, Dave Smith on my show, Dr. Gad Saad, Batya Ungar Sargon. I mean, both sides. And it is an interview. It is not a debate. I think the vast majority of us are not really qualified to be experts on this subject matter. So as I become increasingly uncomfortable with regard to her level of hostility on the subject matter, I wanted to tone down the rhetoric on our show. This is our show. And PBD basically said to me, you're the point guard, you're the tip of the spear, you're in charge, right? Everybody has their own platform. Sure, freedom of speech, 100%. It doesn't mean I have to participate in it. And it doesn't mean you don't respect and appreciate my boundaries. And it doesn't mean you mislead me, in particular with regard to which direction you're planning on going here. And what I mean by that is I had begun to say, I would like to back off the Israel topics for a while. Every single show, for the most part, was like, let's talk about how awful Israel is. Let's talk about how awful Israel is. I'm not an expert. There's no one there to push back. You weren't there to push back. Batya wasn't there to push back. Coleman Hughes wasn't there to push back. There's nobody on the other side presenting a fair case. And I said, you know what, guys, let's taper off this. We didn't taper off of it. The night before, I see the segment about Tyler Robinson that was meant to discuss some of the conspiracy theories, in particular, dismantling and his gun in a certain amount of time, this man in the crowd that I believe had been seen in 9/11, how bizarre his texts were between himself and his lover. And I was like, okay, sure. Yep, you guys want to go for it. As I go into the main document to write out the skeleton for the show, I see that Israel has been included. And I say, guys, this was covered a week ago. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. It's the first night of Rosh Hashanah. I mean, we just buried this man. This is kind of a gross narrative. And I think it's dangerous. I think it is completely unfounded. If anything, his business partner, his best friend, just came out and said, like, no evidence of this. Dave Smith, for goodness sake, was like, if anybody's going to say there's no evidence of it, there's no evidence of this. Bill Ackman came out with receipts. It's been, in my opinion, relatively debunked. There's far more evidence to suggest it is a farce, right? And no evidence to suggest that there's merit. And I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. And I think that they stoke anti-Semitism.
Easily. Especially to the uneducated.
Don't want that.
And those that are willing to educate themselves or unwilling to educate themselves.
I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded and it's like, no. People are talking about this, but by all means, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says, I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this? If there's no evidence and you don't believe it. Lindy had yet to weigh in on that chain. I have the text messages, by the way. Should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true, I have all of the messages. I have the receipts. So they're like, well, because everyone's talking about it. So you could just say there's no evidence. I'm thinking, all right, we're all at least, thank God, on the same page. So I guess we're going into this to try to dispel this. Amy then begins her segment and she's presenting evidence for it and zero evidence against it. So now I'm like, wait a second, hold on, what is happening here? And I start to say, you've neglected to mention this, you neglected to mention that. And her and Lindy Lee began fighting again for the case that Israel is responsible. And now I'm saying, what evidence do you have of this? You haven't presented evidence that at Blumenthal, I believe his name was, that the journalist who claimed Israel offered Charlie $150 million, that this guy's linked to or has been arguably compromised or taken payments from Iran and Qatar to write for those types of like Al Jazeera, so on and so forth. You didn't present that part. You haven't presented any credible evidence. Lindy tries to make the case that this guy Blumenthal is the real deal, and now my head's blowing off. I'm like with shock. I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing right now? What are you doing? And she's the one that had been sending me different posts that Anna had been making that she was becoming increasingly concerned about. And she's like, Jill, this is concerning. One in particular is where Anna says, you think you're the chosen people, but you behave like demons. So we're all a little bit like, okay, this is concerning. How do we just, how do we dial down that rhetoric on our show? So I'm thinking Lindy, I was shocked when she tried to start making the case that Israel was behind it. Amy then turns around and I'm like, what is your source of credible evidence? Candace Owens. Listen, okay. I like Candace. I've had conversations with her, but that's not a source. That is not a credible source. Cite proof. Give me proof.
It's crazy.
Candace's opinion. If Candace is saying that, what's her source then? Go to her
And
source.
she doesn't have a source.
At that point, I'm completely confounded because it's like I got railroaded into the segment that I thought was disrespectful and irresponsible and quite honestly dangerous. You want to criticize the government of Israel. You want to criticize Netanyahu. As mentioned, I've sat through many of those conversations. I'm not qualified to engage in those conversations. You want to do that? Go ahead. This is an unfounded conspiracy theory that we've all agreed on is a week old and unfounded. So now you're trying to present evidence that it's true. And I'm
Talk
really
about it
upset
more,
because I'm responsible for this. This is not
just so
someone
there's
else's
more like
platform.
evidence
I'm
for it,
responsible for
and
this
there
platform,
really isn't.
which means that I co-sign this segment.
So people can go in a loop
Anna
saying
then
this is true, this is true, this is true.
Yeah, there's no evidence for this. And I'm thinking, well, thank God, dude. What took you so long? We've been fighting about this, And then she goes, but Netanyahu is a scumbag and he did this and he responded this way. And immediately we found a way to go from burying Charlie Kirk to bashing Israel. And at that point, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't. You guys can do whatever you want, say whatever you want by all means, but it doesn't mean I have to participate. I'm not participating.
Was PBD upset with you about that segment? Because I'm pretty sure it went a little viral.
PBD said to me, he's like, why didn't you come to me sooner? And I said, boss, I was talking to the showrunner. I had kind of run it up the food chain of command. And they all agreed with me. Yep, we're going to tone this down. Yep, let's move away from Israel. Yep. But yet nobody was actually reining her in. And when I tried to rein her in, I would get railroaded and then assured, like, don't worry, though, we're not going to present it this way. And so his argument was, this is your fault. You should have come to me and I would have resolved this in 24 hours. I said, I apologize. I should have come to you. But nevertheless, I still don't have to participate.
Right.
Say what you want. I do not have to participate. I'm not going to have that on my conscience. I'm not. I think it's irresponsible and I think it's dangerous.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that I don't know, for whatever reason, people have this hatred towards Israel that's rooted in almost their subconscious mind. Because although a person says, we know people have been talking about it, is no facts, then that means you shouldn't talk about it. It's pointless to bring up something that has been debunked or that there's no evidence of. Because to be honest, and I'm not trying to bash Anna because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people, they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. A lot of people say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it. Because her bringing up Netanyahu, which was when Charlie got killed. This was weeks ago.
I know. That's what I said.
And the problem is, when it comes to some of these things, in my opinion, is that I think people don't act in a good faith. I don't personally know Benjamin Netanyahu. I interviewed him one time. I don't know this guy. But to think that it's nefarious at face without putting any other objective reasoning behind it, I think it's malicious. Because when I watched,
they listen to Al Jazeera and all that.
I didn't think it had anything to do with politics. He
and that gets mainstreamed.
Had a conversation on the phone with Charlie. Whichever way that conversation went, he's on a phone with Charlie. So that means he know him well enough to communicate with him on the phone. Charlie sent him an email. He's been to Israel multiple times. Like, it's only fitting that a Jewish person whom Charlie loved, at least he loved the country and what they stood for, to give condolences to Charlie. And that's what he did. He said, it's a great man. He's honorable. And people turn that into something crazy is bizarre to me.
And honestly, if you want to do that, by all means do it. But it was never discussed. And I don't want to do it on a platform that I'm participating on. We had just done a segment 2 weeks prior, I believe, where Anna tried to make a connection between 9/11 and Israel. And the guest was a bit thrown off. I was really thrown off. And I had said again, like, we gotta, like this, okay, let's.
Are you going to be responsible for, are you technically still responsible for who comes on the show and who's not? Is she a permanent part of the show, or she's just kind of a contributing guest?
I actually got her the job. I got her the job. PBD was like, you wanted me to hire Anna. I hired Anna. And the thing is, I think Anna is a great journalist. I think she's intelligent. I think, in my opinion, she has gone down a very dark rabbit hole when it comes to Israel. And I feel like right now, that's somehow all she can see. It's like all roads lead back to Israel. Every topic, Israel.
It's like Candace.
Israel, 9/11, Israel, Charlie Kirk's death. Somehow I find a way to go back to, I hate Netanyahu. I'm like, this is for you on your platform. I am not comfortable with this at this point because it's no longer being presented reasonably. It's no longer being presented with both sides for people to make the right decisions. There's no one there to push back on her. No one is qualified. They really aren't. You've studied this. Leland Vittert studied this. Batya Ungar-Sargon studied this. Dr. Gad Saad, Ben Shapiro. None of those people are there to push back on her. And for me, this is now you want to cover this. I get it. I've sat through all of it numerous times. But when you start focusing on unfounded conspiracy theories, just cause, why would you do that? And that's what I said. I'm like, why would you guys?
This was happening a lot.
Why are you doing?
It was getting mainstream.
Yeah, I think it troubles the mind. I think it's spiritual. Some people may want to say it's not. I do honestly think when people go down this path of finding themselves hating Israel so much, I think, this is my personal opinion, that God opens them up to what we call a reprobate mind, which they become consumed and they can't think of anything else but this rabbit hole about Israel. And then they begin to develop hatred. And then the hatred overtakes every other aspect of their lives. Because I've seen Anna on when she was on the Young Turks, and I despise the Young Turks, but at least I like the fact that she had an opinion and forceful opinion with conviction. I always respect people that do, even if I don't agree with them. I think Cenk was a little more emotional.
Yeah, unless you want to see Cenk,
but at least she would come out and say,
getting red in the face. You're gonna have a heart attack. I'm screaming so much.
But it seems that when people go down that rabbit hole of hating Jews, they
has like-minded people on that show
for the variety of topics that they would express, and they start just falling into this. I know people, and I don't want to say nobody's name, but I have seen people that I know and trust that used to have a real diverse perspective. And literally every single show that this person has produced has been about Israel. I literally would watch the show because I love this person and I think the person has an awesome show. And I would watch the show and it'll be about a train crash or something and some news. And I'm like, oh, that is crazy. That's a crazy train crash. And then it'll go into Israel. And
that's
then
exactly
Israel,
what happened.
It's like you could be talking about a pregnancy center. And then eventually Netanyahu did something, and it's like it's very troubling. But to go back to your show and some of the things that you like to talk about, obviously outside of Israel, I think I can get.
I don't even like to talk about Israel because I am not an expert on it. I will interview people about it. I think that's different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so
I'm not
what's your
talking
connection?
speaking alerts.
What's your connection ethnically to Israel? Are you connected at all to Israel, or
I'm,
not Israel, but like are you
yeah.
connected to the Jewish state, people? Or, I saw some letters on your arm here. Is that Arabic?
They're Arabic. Yeah, I'm actually both. I'm half Arab on my father's side, and I'm a Russian Jew on my mother's side. When I tell you it's a complex topic that goes back thousands of years, it is a complex topic that goes back thousands of years. Atrocities have occurred unilaterally. And when you're only hearing one side of the conversation, that's alarming. Like, where is your outrage? Where is the segment about the Israeli hostage who's completely emaciated digging his own grave? I want to hear the horror, or what happens when the Coptic people are being killed, the Christians are being killed, the Druze are being killed. Where's the outrage there? So when I start to feel like, okay, this is no
The only
longer
outrage
losing
for these
an
people
element
that are
of
actually
neutrality with regard to
encroaching on
facts. I
Israel
appreciate
territory.
opinion, but you have to present all of the facts.
They don't.
I know enough to know that's not happening in many of these segments, in particular, the one that I had begun to unwillingly participate in. And that is why I was like, I am not doing this today.
No, and I don't blame you. There's a couple other things I want to talk to you about. And one is being the conspiracies, because I know you guys didn't have a chance to address those conspiracies. But what are your thoughts of the conspiracies? And then I also want to talk about other things that's going on in the country. You know, the leftist mania that's going on. They had a shooting of a guy who sniped at the ICE facility. And he ended up killing detainees. He didn't kill anybody in ICE. He just killed detainees, which is, I guess, the opposite of what he was trying to accomplish. But what are your thoughts on the conspiracies around Charlie's death? Because I've seen a lot out there. Did the shooter do it? It's a lot of misinformation because people think, what I was told is, and I didn't see the press conference, but what people were saying is that the FBI came back and corrected the record and saying they don't believe he broke down the gun and rebuilt it back together. They came and clarified and said he never did that. And so what is your thoughts on some of these conspiracy theories that bother you the most?
To be honest, Brandon, I don't really deal in conspiracy theories unless I think they're not a conspiracy theory. And what I mean by that is if there's something related to COVID and there's a trail, let's say back to Bill Gates, right? The Virality Project that he funded and utilized to shut down people's social media and silence vaccine dissenters, which I'm actually not an anti-vaxxer, another nuanced conversation, but it starts as a conspiracy theory. Fauci's behind this, that, the other. When I start to see evidence that, wait a minute, did he sign that grant for EcoHealth Alliance, who then gave the money to Wuhan, when there's dots connecting, now you've got my attention because maybe it's not a conspiracy theory. I generally wait and sit back and see where these things go. And when there's credible evidence, now you've got my attention and I want to understand it. What are we covering up? What are we hiding? Epstein, release the files, right? You give me something that has a foundation, you'll catch me there. It starts as a conspiracy. When you've got some real facts behind it, now you've got my interest. To be honest with you, this could make perfect sense on its face. You got a kid that is clearly Antifa, who his parents say was radicalized by the left. He has a trans lover who had a deeply disturbed background that's also a furry. I mean, it does, I've just said, kind of adds up. The kid turned himself in. Not like we grabbed the wrong guy. He turned himself in. I killed Charlie Kirk. Okay? So until you give me something else, and I appreciate, it doesn't sound like they would say the word vehicle. It doesn't sound like he would say my love. I'm like, well, he's insane. So, just give me, I believe the FBI should get to the bottom of it.
I want to be Romeo and Juliet.
Powerful conservative influencers
Well, Romeo and Romeo, I
that you
guess you
could
would
take
say.
out for nefarious and covert reasons.
The shooter
If
that
Israel
killed Charlie
wanted to
Kirk and
take
his
somebody
boyfriend.
out, I would think it would be Candace Tucker, like, which is I'm going to be very clear. If there
No,
were
yeah, I know.
evil intentions, right? I think you would go to the people that are the most
Eh,
vocal and the most.
She believes the FBI is on trial and
advocated on your behalf on college
that
campuses
there's
for I
proof
don't know
that he
how
was a
many years. It just
leftist, and
doesn't. It's nonsensical.
she's kind of just she just
what
reports and interviews.
on if
And just
there
asks a bunch of
multiple
questions
actors.
usually.
I trust the people in charge, like the FBI,
Mhm.
to get to the bottom of it in this particular instance, because I don't see a reason for them to
Yep.
cover it up. Now, could I be naive?
I would say she's more center lined.
You know, and I think that because you seem like a very rational person. Like I think rational people
Mhm.
would put two and two
No.
together and say to
Jillian
pull off
Michaels.
a cover up to this degree is very, very difficult.
My mom used to work outdoor
You
all the
have
time.
a sheriff deputy next door to the father of the killer. He turned himself into his father. The deputy made a phone call to the sheriff to negotiate the way he would be turned in. So you would have to have the deputy involved, the deputy chief involved, his dad involved. You have to have the trans person involved that he lives with. Somebody has to, I guess, to have the gun. Somebody had to get him a gun. That's involved. You got all these people that got video footage of Charlie's death, unfortunately. So you can see on the footage that there's no entry exit. It's just an entry wound. It's like all of those things you would have to manipulate, and that will take months. And then you would have to argue that Donald Trump, whom he loves Charlie, and Charlie actually helped him get elected, or Charlie volunteered with his campaign in 2016 before Charlie was even known. And then Charlie is the only reason, in my opinion, not the only reason, he's one of the major reasons he got elected this time. And he had popularity in 2020. And then we need to win again in 2028. Why would you take out that guy? And then Kesh Patel has always been on our side. Dan Bongino has been on our side. Pam Bondi is all of our people in place. So the biggest Christian conservative martyr of our lifetime loses his life. And somehow we think that our favorite people are going to cover it up. And this is the thing that bothers me about it, is that if the FBI wanted to cover it up, they just can not put out the letter. You know, they wouldn't decide without any necessity to do so, put out a confession letter to a lover, because they don't need that. They had already arrested him. They can say he said whatever and never show us evidence until the court date.
He confessed to it. You don't need more than his own confession, which is, I couldn't agree with you more. Now, could more come to light? Sure. But based on everything you're saying, I'm reluctant to take the bait on it.
But I want to hear your thoughts on Epstein, because I think of Epstein very similarly. I think Donald Trump is an anomaly, because I feel like he like the grandpa that's not really in the know, because he's the same thing with COVID. Like, I don't think he read the room. He was in his own world, and he didn't know that everybody else didn't think that was a good idea. Vaccines was a good idea. And so this one is, I feel like he's focusing on the left, and he don't really understand what's going on online when it comes to the conspiracies and also the real anger behind what Epstein did. And it's my personal opinion. But then also, I think it's very possible, because I'm open to both. This guy could be a Mossad, all I know. I have no idea. But I think it is kind of possible that this guy was doing all the things that he was accused of. He went to jail, and somebody ordered a hit from jail, which is how they control the cameras and the guards and everything. And they just killed him. And then that's how they was able to cover it up at the jail. And it don't have anything to do with Mossad or the CIA or them covering up something. There may not be. I think the conservatives overplayed their hand. And we've done that in the election, where we go, we got a smoking gun. We got evidence that Trump is going to be, we got people smuggling kids underground, and we, the whole thing that they had.
Yes, I remember
find
that.
It was nothing. And then I think the conservatives were really playing this Epstein thing up, and it may not be as much as people think. Now, that's just my opinion. I'm open to anything because I have no idea what the real truth is. But what are your thoughts on that?
Have you ever talked to Benny Johnson about this?
I haven't.
Can I recommend you have him on? Because he will lay out a trail of breadcrumbs that is exceptionally convincing and all checks out. I'm going to butcher this, so bear with me. I'll do my best job to recall all of the things that he told me. Because I kind of thought the way that you did. And so, oh my God, Brandon, I'm going to mess up the names.
Well,
So,
go ahead.
well, long story is he ends up creating this trail or illustrating this trail with Epstein to a gentleman who had worked for OSS, which was the predecessor of the CIA. This gentleman, I can't remember his name, Barr. I think it's Bill Barr,
Yeah.
his father.
Yeah, William Barr's father. Yeah, Bill Barr's father.
Gets him the job at that private school. He has no teaching credentials. He has no education in the topic that he was teaching, which I think was economics. One of the powerful, and by the way, the children of the most powerful people in the world attend this school. He cozies up to some of them. One of them gets him a job in finance. Again, no credentials, no college degree, no background in any of this. Where is the source of his money? Nobody knows. We've never seen where this guy's money comes from. So now the guy who was in the OSS, which was the precursor to the CIA, gets him a job around the most influential people in the world with zero credentials, and then somehow introduces him to Ghislaine Maxwell. And her father had bizarre connections to intelligence. And the way he kind of draws it all out, like, where was the guy's money from? How did he get these jobs? These are bizarre connections. I do think maybe there is an intelligence connection. I'm not suggesting, I've seen everything from CIA, Mossad, KGB, MI6, or British intelligence. I do think maybe there's something there. And in addition, if you look at what happened, I believe, with his first court case, they let him off.
Yeah, they gave him a slap on the wrist. And this was like Trump, some people that Trump had in his administration. So kind of like people on our side and that we elevated, kind of let him off with a slap of hand. But I think we're on the same page with this, because all of that stuff is weird, awkward connections. But the question is, what exactly is the cover up? Because you have Trump and you're like, well, is Trump covering some up? But he's not in the files. So he's not.
Here's my answer. Okay, here would be my answer to that one. And now we're going to go down the rabbit hole, but this would be my answer. What are we covering up? I mean, we're covering up the fact that intelligence agencies, possibly our own, are leveraging minors to blackmail people of power to pull certain levels of power. That is the conspiracy. There's definitely something there to suggest there's potential truths. If that was the case, I don't think you and I are ever going to find out about this. If the case is our tax dollars have funded this kind of insanity, I don't think we're ever finding out about this.
Yeah, probably not.
The one thing that, and I agree with you 100%, that could very well be the case. But the thing that gets me the most is the questions that I always ask, and it goes back to the Charlie Kirk conspiracies and all this other stuff. It's like, if they were really trying to pull off this thing, they could have made it to where he never got caught, which means that they'd kill him before he ever went to jail to kill himself, or somebody to kill him in jail. Like, I just find it very interesting, because maybe, just maybe, they're not as smart as they think they are, and they always leave a hole. It's perfect for investigatory documentaries or movies and stuff like that. But you would think, if somebody said this person is working for Mossad, which is probably one of the most dangerous and covert organizations next to our CIA, that they would probably say he can't go to jail, because if he go to jail, he got to stand trial. And if he goes to jail, we're going to have to kill him in jail. So you would think that we would just kill the guy before he ever go to jail.
You make a great point. I mean, you make a tremendous point.
But we never know.
I don't know. It's very bizarre. You make a tremendous point. Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that hang me up. I'm like, oh yeah, all this is true. He's definitely involved in all this stuff. I mean, it's no way nobody know where he got his money at. He was super wealthy. I mean, he flying private. He's not a looker either. It's not like he was a suave, swaggy guy. He had like weird teeth, and he was little and kind of awkward, and Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was creepy. And of course he had to coerce women, because it didn't look like he had enough game to really get women to want to sleep with him. So he was kind of like an oddball. But you would think that if they were so sneaky and creepy to put together money and trails that you couldn't trace, so he blackmailed the most important people in the world, they would have a contingency plan where they say, if he ever got caught, because they actually have intelligence in the government, if they're ever on to him, we're gonna have an off ramp by
We're gonna
killing
take
the
him
guy.
out.
And it's the same thing with Charlie's stuff. It's like, if they're smart enough to create a whole conspiracy around killing Charlie Kirk, they would be smart enough to say, can you have somebody write a script to their lover that makes a lot more sense than this? Or let's not release it at all. Let's not even show the weapon. They don't have to show the weapon that he used. They don't have to show that they don't have to show anything. They can just hide it from us and just say, trust us. We have the evidence. Trust us. He communicated and confessed to his lover. Trust us. They can avoid any evidence of impropriety. So
You
when
make a very good point. You make a great point. I just think there's so much on the other side of Epstein. Like again, I wish you could talk to Benny because he'll tell you what they found in Epstein's house. Tapes that were marked evidence, a photo, a painting of Bill Clinton in the Monica Lewinsky blue dress, which kind of implies like, I've got your number. All of this different stuff, very bizarre stuff. Pam Bondi saying there's 10,000 hours of tape being caught, on some sort of camera.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, it was all just him. I totally, completely hear you. You're right. Why didn't they just take him out? But it's so much creepy, weird stuff on the other side that it's the one where I might kind of a little bit entertain it, if you will. Entertain it.
Oh, you said it's one that you would? Yeah, I wish we could, it's just a couple more things I want to talk about. I'm sorry I took a lot of your time with
No, I love
the whole thing. But I got a heart out here. I got to get to another thing that I'm doing. But I really appreciate you coming on and taking your time and being, I would call it being vulnerable, because, you're sharing your thoughts about the show, and people they're going to either love you for it or get mad at you. So I appreciate you coming on my show and sharing it. Where can people find you on social media? How can they follow your show and the things that you're doing?
The show's called Keeping It Real, and you can find me at JillianMichaels.com. All social handles are Jillian Michaels. I got to get you on my show because I have so much I want to ask you about. So you gotta come on my show.
Well, anytime. So thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate you. Have a great day.
She's always very nice. Spending up. I wanted to watch this real quick.
But Enforcer, what say you? I would also like to give you all a brief note really quickly, considering that we have been dealing with some technical issues at the start of the stream. I went and checked the down detector, and it actually appeared that Twitter was having a significant server outage during the period when we started the stream, which is incredibly unfortunate. It was working on Matthew's end, for some reason not on mine, but it does appear that it is finally working because it is loading up the statements and information that we need to cover the news, which is incredibly helpful, considering that we have to show you all a large amount of picture and video evidence that was compiled from Twitter over the course of the day. Nevertheless, I would have to state that I would be with the 42%. Russia is about to strike NATO. I do not really think that there's much of a question at this point whether or not that's going to happen. It is more so a question of when it's going to start happening. The Russian Federation is continuing to posture itself in an incredibly dangerous and provocative way against those NATO nations in the eastern parts of Europe, and now directly along the major shipping channels heading out of the Baltic Sea and into the greater Atlantic through the North Sea. This is clearly showing us that the Russian Federation is going out of its way to create some form of an armed provocation against NATO, and they are looking for some sort of an excuse or some sort of a reason for a war to kick the entire thing off, or as some people would call it, a casus belli, which is Latin for a cause of war. Nevertheless, I would have to say that it does appear quite obvious that the Russian Federation is about to strike NATO, and NATO isn't really making a great defense in its own sense to stop a Russian attack against the alliance. Let's look at this really quickly from a more pragmatic perspective.
Might as well start shooting down their planes now.
When we've seen the drone violations in Poland, in Romania, and in the Baltic states, the MiG-31s that flew through the Estonian airspace, and also the endless amounts of drone incursions that are now happening in the Kingdom of Denmark and the Kingdom of Norway, there is very little of a NATO response or a NATO ability to detect these drones in the first place. This pretty much means that if these are Russian
Denmark and
drones,
Norway are
which they
still
most certainly
kingdom
are at
here.
this point, that these Russian drones will be able to make it to their targets and hit them before anyone even knows that they're there. They can cause a crippling blow and a great deal of damage to most countries inside of Eastern Europe and within key areas that the Russian Federation would like to target, because as Denmark is showing, they don't even know that the drones are flying into the country or that they are there until they are flying over a place like an airfield or an airport or a military airbase that the Danish Air Force is operating out of. And they can't even scramble their Air Force to respond to a drone attack if the Russians wanted to conduct one, because by the time that the drones are spotted, they're literally flying right over the airfield that those Danish aircraft would be scrambled from. That is an incredibly dangerous sort of a situation, and it's one that puts Russia at such an advantageous position, it would really beg the question on their end, why wouldn't they go ahead and conduct a provocative action such as an armed attack against NATO? It is quite clear that they have no way to respond to drone forces, and drone forces, at least in their unconventional form that we've been seeing for the past several years in Ukraine, could cause tenfold more damage than any sort of cruise or ballistic missile fire from the Russian Federation, because we have practically no defenses at this moment against such an attack anywhere inside of Europe. And before some people like to say that we do have electronic warfare interference systems and drone jamming technology, at this moment, every single one of those systems is in a prototype phase or in a prototype stage. That means that they are not fielded in incredibly large numbers. As a matter of fact, they aren't fielded at all. Those are what we would call experiments. A prototype exists as one or two systems that are in testing and are not in mass production and are not used by a military on the field. For a nation in Europe or in North America to say that we have adequate electronic warfare drone defense systems, we would have to have a system that is already mass produced and fielded amongst the entirety of our armed forces throughout the entirety of our alliances and multiple nations that make up the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to be able to say that we are Loctite defended against a Russian drone attack. That is some sort of an ability that we do not possess at this moment, and we are still years away from being able to possess on a major industrial scale. That is why we need to see that these NATO countries, in the little time that we have left, takes pages out of the Ukrainian war book and begins to implement the technical-based machine gun, well, the trunk-mounted machine gun-based air defense systems that the state of Ukraine has been using to extremely great effect throughout the entirety of the war. The Ukrainian drone interception rates are about as high as they can get. The Russians can fire about 600 drones over the course of the night, and Ukraine will be able to shoot down about 570 of those with the types of air defense systems that they have, which once again are machine guns mounted in the back of pickup trucks. That is an incredibly effective, cheap, and easy to implement air defense system for the entirety of our alliance, the entirety of the nations in our Western sphere, and one that could be rolled out tomorrow and is not years away from being able to be introduced. That is something that we need to
honestly,
see.
They do need a stopgap measure, something in the short term. They really do need to get on that. But really, if you zoom out for a second, I was just thinking about this. Y'all might remember a couple of months back, we were discussing what might happen if Russia wanted to expand the war. Let's say they get desperate inside of Ukraine, which currently they're extremely desperate right now. The front line is completely stalemated. And also, Russia is suffering economically in their own country very bad with a gas crisis and now a banking crisis that is currently in the works. So we were discussing months ago, what would Russia do to expand it? And we said, and I personally said, Russia will probably end up lobbing a missile or a drone into the Baltics, and that might trigger a NATO response. Well, it turns out they lobbed some drones into, I believe it was Lithuania, if I have it correctly. I can't keep them straight between Latvia and Lithuania. They lobbed a drone in there, and actually lobbed several in there. And then they also lobbed at least 19 plus drones into Poland as well, which I was not expecting. That even went more over the top than I expected. And so far, the NATO response has been Article 4, which is a consultation, but nothing more than that. It's been Article 4. And so far, as a result of Article 4 consultations, NATO has really not agreed to take any definitive action against the Russians. They still can't get on the same page about shooting down Russian fighter jets over NATO airspace. So far, countries like Germany are waffling on that. They won't get on the same page. And even though the U.S. has given their blessing to shoot down Russian jets, they're still not on the same page. So it's kind of interesting that we've gotten this far down the road in the chain of escalation, and so far NATO has not taken a strong stance as of yet, which
NATO's
is kind of fascinating.
weak.
I was expecting a stronger stance than this, but I'm not sure how much farther
NATO's
Russia can
always
push it
been
without
weak.
maybe Article 5 being invoked.
Especially
I'm not really sure
because
what that red line
they
is
don't
at this
invest in an
point. But
army. They
Enforcer, what do you
expect the
think of
United
this?
States to
I would
protect
have to
them.
say I really do not know at this moment. It is a very tough sort of a situation
Poland's
to call.
the only
NATO
army they
alliance
got.
continuously sees that its boundaries are pushed farther and farther by the Russian Federation, and we're really eroding away our ability of an lack to respond. We have to eventually respond because the Russians are starting to conduct more and more provocative actions, pretty much forcing us into a response. And so I would have to say that I think a red line may actually be another manned air incursion into a NATO country's borders. I think that it may actually be a red line to where we would shoot down a Russian aircraft and pretty much start to take warlike actions directly against the Russian Federation. But even that's a bit of a stretch because if any sort of an air incursion like that happens, it's going to most likely be happening over the Baltics. And none of the Baltic states have an actual operational air force, at least with fixed-winged aircraft, or for that matter, any large air defense batteries, such as a Patriot air defense system, that would be able to defend their skies and a larger firing arc. Most air defense systems inside the Baltic states are that of SHORADs, which are short-range air defense systems. And those do not have the kind of range to be able to engage and shoot down Russian aircraft that violate their airspace either at high altitudes or, for that matter, outside of their actual land borders and at sea. Both of those things would be out of the reach of a SHORAD air defense system, meaning that if NATO wanted to shoot down a Russian aircraft that was violating the airspace of the republics of Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, they would have to deploy aircraft from a neighboring country, like Sweden, for example, with their Gripens, or Italy's F-35s, or, for example, the Dutch F-35s that we saw there previously, that would fly into the area and engage those Russian aircraft that are manned, like the MiG-31s, and shoot them down. I think that's a sort of situation that we can see, but even then, that's stretching it a little bit because I don't know if those leaders inside of those countries that would pretty much be loaning their aircraft out into the Baltics as air defense would give the orders to shoot down an aircraft that isn't even flying over their own sovereign borders. It's flying over the sovereign borders and airspace of an entirely different country, although it's in the same alliance.
Yeah, honestly, I'm having a hard time believing that NATO is actually going to take the step of shooting down a Russian fighter jet because so far, Denmark has been invaded. I can't even count how many times they've been invaded at this point by drones in their airspace. They just had another incursion, folks, like less than an hour or two ago. That's how recent the incursions are still happening. They're happening nonstop ever since yesterday morning, actually. So, and that's just these recent ones. There was ones before that, too. So Denmark is being constantly invaded by these drones, and nobody's really concrete sure who it is right now, but I think, in my opinion, I would still say it's probably Russia. I would say that's the high odds of it right now, is it's probably Putin's forces launching these drones. But so far, Denmark has not shot down a single drone over their airspace. So if they can't bring themselves to shoot a drone down, then how are they going to bring themselves to shoot a fighter jet down with a Russian pilot on board? That seems like something to me that it would be a little bit of a far-fetched thing for them to do if they can't even take a drone down.
That's a good question, really, and honestly, that's a good point. And speaking of such provocations that the Russians keep conducting, we have been able to see that in Denmark, once again today, another drone incursion has been conducted across the whole of the country. The Aalborg Lufthaven was once again closed as a result of drones flying over the airspace. We also heard later that the airport was reopened after about an hour and a half closure over the skies of the airfield because of the drone incursions, but further information once again revealed that it was nearly a nationwide blanketing of drones that flew over the area. Denmark did announce over the course of just a few hours ago that the Aalborg Air Base of the Danish Air Force and the Aalborg Airport had both been closed due to drone intrusions by an unknown force. It is quite obvious at this point, folks. I don't really think it's that much of a question that this would have to be the Russians. What other hostile country exists in the area that would be able to launch drones into a country like Denmark that would do it? There's literally no others but the Russians. So if it is a foreign actor that is conducting drone incursions into Danish skies, and this actor would have to be somewhere inside of Europe to at least have the locality, or at least the distance between them, to be able to launch these drones in their airspace, either drone launched or ship launched. And clearly Denmark hasn't pissed off the Islamic Republic of Iran enough for the Iranians to go out of their way to sail a boat all the way up into the North Sea or the Baltic to start launching these drones. So who could it be? be? I mean, who could it be? There's only one candidate that is within the area. It's not a NATO member, it's the Russian Federation, quite clearly and obviously. And there really is no other question that it could be them at this point. It's quite clear that it is. It just appears that Danish authorities are incredibly hesitant in making that sort of a claim. They are stating, however, that according to the Prime Minister Frederiksen, that a hybrid war is unfolding on Danish soil. And according to Frederiksen, he also stated that I think we are at the beginning of a hybrid war against Europe. I think that we've been in a hybrid war, at least up till now, and this is almost getting into a full-blown war. The Danish have also stated, at least according to the National Police Chief, Thorkild Fode, that why no foreign ships have been boarded despite suspicions of involvement in the investigation, he stated, we don't have the necessary grounds to board foreign ships in Danish waters. There must be suspicion, he stated. And at the moment, we do not know what vessel has been launching these drones into Denmark, whether it's a vessel at all. These drones may actually be launched from a place like Kaliningrad and fly several hundred miles into Denmark and then back out through the Baltics. But one thing happened today that's making me believe that it's not a ghost ship that's launching these drones, nor is it the fact that it's the Russian Federation's forces in the Kaliningrad Oblast under the command, if I'm not mistaken, of the 11th Army Corps. It actually appears to be something a little bit more obvious that's literally sitting off the coast of Denmark right now. Today, spotted along the Danish coast, was a Rapucha-class landing ship. That one right there. That was actually a picture of it taken today by the Danish as it was literally hanging out just south of the Finn Island, east of Denmark, right there. So let me ask you all this something. So over the past few days, we have seen drone incursions at the Copenhagen airport and also on the Swedish side in Malmö, just a few miles to the east. We have seen 2 incursions over the course of yesterday and today that have literally blanketed the entirety of Jutland and the mainland of Denmark itself. And oddly enough, sandwiched amidst all of those drone incursions is a Rapucha-class landing ship that is sitting right there. And it was only found today. So I'm wondering, folks, you know, it's not obvious. It's something that we have to put together and something that we have to think about. But considering that the Russian Federation stated today that they consider themselves to be in a state of war with NATO, and that they're also stating that they are conducting actions in accordance with the mindset that they are in a state of war with NATO, and that there are several drone incursions that have been conducted in Denmark over the course of the past 72 hours, and also the fact that there is a single Russian landing ship directly right there, I mean literally right there, in the middle of all of these attacks. Pretty much every single attack has been conducted in almost a perfect spherical range from this Rapucha-class landing ship. It is incredibly clear at this point that it's not a ghost ship, it's not Kaliningrad that's launching these drones. It is highly likely that Rapucha-class landing ship's sitting right there. I mean, there's no other answer to that. And on top of that, that answers another question. Where in the world did the Russian drones come from that U.S. and German authorities have been talking about that it made it as far in as Frankfurt am Main and Nuremberg? That even answers that question. It most likely was a Rapucha-class landing ship in this exact area, because once again, if you measure out from that area on the map, let me do that really quickly for y'all. If you measure out from that area, which is about right where this marker is, and you measure down to Frankfurt am Main, that's about 331 miles. Now let me ask you this. How far is it from that area to Oslo? It's about the same distance. How far is that to Aalborg? That's only about 180 miles. How far is it over to the areas of the Vohins airfield? About 77. How far is it to Copenhagen? About 105. The Russians have been parking a Rapucha-class landing ship in that very spot for who knows how long, and they just ship it in and ship it out whenever they'd like, launch drones off the deck, and clearly, if they're using any form of a longer-range reconnaissance drone, which would certainly have about a full-scale distance range of about 750 miles, that is exactly where they've been launching them from this entire time. They're flying about 350 miles max, and then they fly back to where they came from, at least from what we're understanding right now. That is smack dab where that ship is, both heading to the Ramstein airfield and also the Oslo International Airport, at the max distances that we've seen these drones so far. So it's quite...
I wonder how long that ship has been there, though, because like we see it now, we've heard about it today, but surely it didn't just arrive. Like surely it's been there for a minute or so, and I wonder how long is a minute? Are we talking about days or are we talking about weeks? Because obviously if you have a Russian Navy ship right on your coast, that would be the first prime suspect that Denmark should be looking at to see if maybe they're launching drones. So the fact they're bringing that up today makes me wonder, is that indeed the vessel that's launching them? Because obviously if it's a military ship, that would be the prime suspect. So I wonder why they took so long to tell us about that.
I'm thinking that they took so long to tell us about it because nobody saw that it was there. That's what I'm actually thinking. I'm thinking that that thing just happened to slip by. Because one thing that I would have to say, folks, is that Germany and Denmark aren't on an extremely high level of alert. They're at a heightened state of readiness, as generally everyone in Europe is at the moment, but they are not at a level of high alert where maritime
they're not
patrols
looking
are
to be
being
attacked.
conducted endlessly these days. That's something that we generally know is the case. And so this ship could have just set sail from a place like the Baltese Flotilla, or hell, even taken a venture all the way from Kronstadt Island or Kronstadt Harbor here in St. Petersburg, all the way through the Baltic, considering that it was traveling through international waters, and right to here. And you know what, folks? This actually begs the bigger question. Let us go and look at the international waters of the Baltics. Let's go and look at that really quickly, because maybe this thing is sitting in some sort of a little enclave of international waters that exists in that area. So let's go and look at the international waters of the Baltic Sea, and let's see what we get. So,
also, Enforcer, before you show that real quick, I do want to share with the audience a piece of breaking news right now. For a very rare instance, I actually have an eyewitness report from a viewer here on the channel who lives in Denmark. And once again, this is an eyewitness report coming from one of our viewers, so take it for what you will. Right now, we're being told that apparently near Egtved, Denmark, if I'm saying that properly, our viewer says that he just saw a big drone apparently fly over his house 2 minutes ago. And apparently, this is near another airport. So, Enforcer, can you find that location on the map of where this place is? It's spelled E-G-T-V-E-D, and that's a city in Denmark.
E-G-T-V-E-D. E-G-T Egvid, I believe is how that'd be pronounced, and it's about right here.
Interesting. So I'm trying to look here real quick at this statement from the viewer real quick. I'm not going to share his name just for his privacy's sake, but he said here, airport if it comes back, and also he's going to try to take a video of it as well. So yeah, if you can take a video of that, and by the way, he knows who I'm talking to, by the way, but if you can take a video of that, we could show it here on the channel if you'd be okay with that, because we would like to see those up close. So far, we've only had a couple of different videos of these drones flying over Denmark, and they've been mainly from other folks taking them from the ground from airports. So if we could get a really clear video of that, now obviously do it safely. If we don't know if these drones are armed or anything like that, so be safe trying to do that. But if we could get a video, that would be tremendous.
That would also be a great help, and that would actually give us one of the first clips that we would be able to source directly of the drone incursions that are apparently happening once again around the central area of the mainland of the Danish peninsula, which we can see right here. This is the area that we're hearing that there is a drone currently present right now, and we're going to be waiting to see if we can get any video or picture evidence of that, at least for now. But in the meantime, however, this situation is one that is quite large, and a lot of people are wondering, why in the world have the Danish authorities not shot down any of these drones yet? And the drone incursions that are happening right now, and the drone incursions that have been happening over the past several days, Danish authorities have stated that they will take a chance to shoot down one of these drones, but have not taken that chance at least just yet. And Matthew, why are people thinking that they are not taking that sort of an action, and what are you thinking as well?
So it looks like 34% of the audience said the Danish that is, are frozen in fear of Russia, while 25% said there wasn't a safe opportunity to shoot the drones down, and 25% also said they questioned NATO support and Denmark scared to go out on a branch and basically shoot the drones down. So I would say, honestly, I'm not trying to bash Denmark, by the way. We have a lot of viewers from Denmark, and I respect all of our Danish viewers. But I think the Danish government is kind of frozen in fear right now because they're really not sure if they're going to be the front line of a Russian attack if they shoot these drones down. And right now, Russia's lobbing around a lot of threats about people shooting down Russian aircraft, and that could start World War III. So my hunch is that Denmark is scared to shoot them down because they're not sure what Russia is going to do in response. And they don't want to be the guinea pig to find out what happens if they do that. So I think I'm with the 33%. I think they're currently very fearful of what the Russian response could look like. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with the 33% as well. I do believe that the Danish authorities may be in fear of actually conducting a response against these drones. But I would have to say that they need to conduct a response against these drones. And right now, tonight, and I would take this as the official explanation by the Danish government. We don't know whose drones these are. If they're Russian, That's just unfortunate. But they're over our skies. They don't have permission to be, and so we assumed it was just some sort of a civilian or some sort of a company that was flying their drones without permission, causing a great deal of hazard and safety to commercial flights and civilian aviation, and for that reason, we shot the drones down. That's the kind of answer that I would give. It pretty much is a blank statement. It doesn't allow the Russians to say they took direct actions against us, at least on an official level, and also on an unofficial level, it sends them the message, we're going to start shooting these things down, and there's nothing that you're going to do about it. We're just going to do it and then pretend like they're not yours. And that also forces the Russians into a corner. Either their drones get shot down and they say nothing, or their drones get shot down and then they admit that they were their drones and that they were completely violating the airspace of Denmark and also threatening the national security and the armed forces of Denmark with great injury or harm, which is a fairly significant sort of an action to be caught in the midst of. So either the Russians can admit they're their drones once they're shot down, or they can just pretend like they're not, and we'll go from there. But I generally would have to say that at the moment, the Danish authorities should not be afraid. The United States, at least for now, hopefully permanently, is showing support for NATO and the positions against the Russian Federation that are currently being taken. And on top of that, we have to send a message to the Russians somehow, some way. I know that a lot of people are saying, well, if we do this, it could be the start of war. But let me give you all the alternative. The Russians are going to start this war whether you want it to or not. And I know that a lot of people would like to avoid a war, and I myself would like to see that a war would be avoided. But at this point, the Russians have made it clear they're not going to let us avoid one. If we ignore this escalation right now, they're going to conduct an even more grave escalation later. And they're going to keep pushing the envelope like we've been watching them do this entire year until they end up killing someone here in NATO. Who knows who it would be? They might kill a score of them. They might kill scores of people once they start, but they are going to force us into a war one way or another. So we either respond on our own terms or we let them respond for us. We either try and save as many people as we can at the outset by defending ourselves from these unsolicited provocations that the Russians are conducting, or we let them kill a couple of us at their own behest. Whenever they want to, whenever they wish, they get the call and they get to kill a couple of us. It's one or the other. So we're going to have to come up with something to do in response to this, and I would say that the answer should be that we face them down aggressively and we face them down hard here in the West. They will not fly a single drone or an aircraft through our skies without our permission, and our permission will never be given. Once a Russian MiG flies through Estonian airspace again, that MiG will be shot down. Any drones that fly through Denmark, they will be shot down. Any attempt of the Russians to respond to that, we will threaten, we here in the West will threaten with an inch the outbreak of a full-blown war if they do not respect the NATO alliance, the Western world, or the power of the United States of America in its own right, considering that we are American citizens running the channel. That should be the position taken from this point forward, and not an inch should be given to enemies of the United States of America or our foreign interests, period. But nevertheless, we do have other significant news that has been coming out just recently around the area of the Kaliningrad Oblast, as the United States of America and multiple NATO allies are starting to conduct a massive encirclement of the Kaliningrad Oblast currently, with multiple aircraft, including those of Voyagers and a incredibly rare sighting of a Boeing RC-135V rivet joint, Jake-17, which is currently just to the west of the Kaliningrad Oblast. This aircraft has been conducting orbits right outside of Russian airspace and appears to be conducting some sort of an information gathering operation, while another PA Poseidon is also conducting orbits almost in the exact same airspace, once again just to the northwest of Kaliningrad. We also are seeing at the same time a British A330 Voyager, an in-air fueling tanker, conducting orbits within Poland, once again showing that there is a British Eurofighter Typhoon presence inside of eastern Poland, at least at the moment. It is all clear that right now, NATO forces, and specifically the United States of America, are taking significant actions in terms of surveillance and intelligence gathering operations against the Russian forces inside of Kaliningrad, which is an incredibly large development, considering that we've seen not this many reconnaissance flights ever being conducted at the exact same time. To give you all another view of what's been going on in this area, we also saw that, once again, this Boeing RC-135V rivet joint, once again conducting its orbits near Kaliningrad, along with the PA Poseidon, had also some other form of a UAV, Tegaver, we are not sure what country that is affiliated with, also conducting surveillance flights in international waters throughout the entirety of the Central Baltic. which is all a great deal of surveillance operations that are now being conducted against what we would assume to be Russian movements in international waters, as well as the Russian forces inside of the Kaliningrad Oblasts. And I also want to make this quite clear that the Russian forces in the Kaliningrad Oblast, specifically as a part of the Russian 11th Army Corps, are not that weak. The Kaliningrad Oblast has been designed, at least since the 2017 military reforms in the Russian Federation, to generally operate as a form of a castle or a fortress. The Kaliningrad forces are never supposed to go on the offensive, at least by their design and practice that was publicly stated by the Russian Federation when the reforms were conducted in 2017. Instead, they were supposed to operate entirely on a defensive level. Because Kaliningrad is in an incredibly difficult position, and it would be next to impossible, at least at the opening phase of any sort of a conflict with NATO, for the Russian Federation to conduct any resupplies or reinforcement efforts for the 11th Army Corps in Kaliningrad, the 11th Army Corps is designed to hold Kaliningrad for as long as possible until it can be relieved. And it has a large amount of forces at its disposal that would help it, at least in the conventional sense, conduct this sort of an action. For one, stopping any NATO forces from directly conducting a near-shore or littoral blockade of the port of Kaliningrad is the 25th Coastal Rocket Brigade. If NATO ever attempts an amphibious landing on the Kaliningrad Oblast, the 336 Guards Naval Infantry Brigade of the Naval Infantry is there to respond to any sort of an attempted naval invasion, which would also be quite difficult due to the challenging geography of the swamps and also small islands that exist on the very eastern side of Kaliningrad, leaving quite a small area for NATO forces to attempt to invade and capture. Inside of Kaliningrad, they have two entire anti-aircraft missile regiments, armed with the S-400 and S-300 air defense systems. We believe that these are some of the few anti-aircraft missile regiments that have survived intact through the war, considering that neither one of these regiments, neither the 183rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment or the 1545th Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment, have ever been documented to leave the Kaliningrad Oblast and head into the Ukrainian front lines to sustain any sorts of casualties or losses. Not only that, but to support any operations against NATO command or logistical structures is the 152nd Guards Missile Brigade. While these would not be able to deal deadly blows in support of Russian counteroffensives, they would be able to deal deadly blows to NATO offensive operations and possibly disorient them or discombobulate them due to the sort of damage that would be caused by these missile impacts on key sites such as logistics and communications facilities, or maybe even command centers as well. For the Russians' ground defenses, they also have the 75th Motor Rifle Regiment, the 280th Motor Rifle Regiment, the 275th Motor Rifle Regiment, the 79th Guards Motor Rifle Regiment, and the 11th Separate Tank Regiment, along with several other motorized rifle regiments, including the 7th Separate Guards Motor Rifle Regiment directly within Kaliningrad, to also count on support or defense or the creation of a front line to be able to consolidate their efforts and to be able to try and hold a defensive line inside of Kaliningrad. On top of that, they also have the 22nd Guards Air Defense Regiment, which is a shorter range air defense system, the Tor M1 and M2s, to be able to try and defend against closer range attacks, either conducted by American rotary aviation wings or any other sorts of forces that would exist inside of Eastern Europe, along with the 244th Artillery Brigade, which would provide rocket artillery support for the larger part and anti-tank guided missile support to any forces such as the motor rifle regiments that are generally found around the city of Guevo, or I believe it's actually Gusev, within the eastern area of Kaliningrad. This is a fairly locked down sort of a region, and while we definitely could start to push the Russians back towards Kaliningrad, we still would have to tie up a decent amount of forces, at least within this area from what we know right now, to besiege the Russian forces at Kaliningrad and eventually defeat them, which, based off of the Battle of the Azovstal inside of Mariupol, that could possibly take, at the longest projections, 3 months for the siege to wrap up in a success for NATO forces, meaning that however many forces we would have to dedicate to that siege would be tied up in Kaliningrad until about 3 months later, and we don't know what the war would look like at that point. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about what the NATO aircraft, such as the E-8 and E-3s and the RC-135Vs, are currently doing around Kaliningrad right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so now that we're seeing NATO surveillance aircraft basically encircle Kaliningrad, which is the Russian enclave between Lithuania and Poland, it looks like NATO is very interested in that enclave very suddenly and with large numbers of aircraft. So 57% of the audience said NATO is trying to monitor Russian deployments that are taking place, while 33% said NATO is preparing a possible invasion of Kaliningrad, and 6% said it seems pretty routine to me. And I'll be honest with y'all, this is going to sound a little bit wild, but I think NATO is plotting a possible invasion of Kaliningrad. And the reason why I say that is not to make people think, oh, you know, NATO's going to go on the offensive or something. NATO would do that only if they knew that Russia was about to do something to the NATO alliance, making that a defensive action if we did invade Kaliningrad. So you have to go in and do the surveillance. You have to map out the deployments that Russia's made in Kaliningrad before you can actually come up with a proper war plan for NATO to go in and take that territory. So I believe I'm with a 33%. I think NATO is preparing for that possibility, and I would still say it's very unlikely that NATO will invade Kaliningrad, but they at least want to get the plans put together so that way they're not caught off guard in case it needs to take place in the very near future. So I know that's the minority of people saying that, but I'm actually within that minority. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would believe that we are most likely trying to gather some sort of intelligence to monitor Russian deployments within the Oblast and to see if the Russian Federation is attempting to start an armed offensive against NATO at any point in the near future. While Kaliningrad is designed to be a fortress, it is incredibly important to understand the force disposition and the force readiness of these units under the 11th Army Corps that are in Kaliningrad to be able to understand if they are actually getting ready or prepared for any war against NATO. These forces would have to hold out for a while, so if these aircraft are able to gather any sort of intelligence or information to suggest that perhaps there is a larger buildup of munitions and munition stockpiles in Kaliningrad, it would make it quite clear at that moment that they are preparing to go to war. We generally will expect that there won't be a large force buildup inside of Kaliningrad, such as the introduction of new motor rifle regiments or any other supporting regiments or brigades, even if they are getting ready for war. But one thing that clearly would show a preparation for war in Kaliningrad would be the stockpiling of munitions to try and give those forces the longest leeway of time to try and hold Kaliningrad before they run out of ammunition. Also, you know, something else that just hit me, folks, this is something that might be a little bit important to remember, is that there was about 1,500 tons of Russian ammunition that was entering Belarus while the Russian regiments that were involved in the Zapad were leaving Belarus. And it just hit me, folks. That probably is all going to Kaliningrad, because from what we saw from the cameras at the Belarusian train stations, which its cameras were hacked for us to be able to see what kind of Russian munitions were heading out, it was mostly S-300 and S-400 missile cells that would be used on an S-300 or an S-400 air defense system. Considering that Lithuania has not rescinded the treaty for Russian trains to travel from Belarus to Kaliningrad for quote-unquote humanitarian or civil economic purposes, that train could possibly be disguised as a civilian or an economic sort of a train, and all of those S-300 and S-400 missiles, about 1,500 tons worth, could be brought directly into Kaliningrad to support those air defense units and to try and give a greater amount of time in terms of air cover to the 183rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment and the 1,545th to be able to try and hold Kaliningrad for longer and also stave away NATO air forces from completely bombarding and obliterating the ground forces in Kaliningrad before NATO even engaged them. That could be a possibility, and I would have to be entirely honest with y'all. That's making me wonder, and I wish we could get a little bit more in depth with that right now. What trains have crossed from Belarus through Lithuania to Kaliningrad, and do any of them match the description of the Russian train that passed into Belarus from Russia that was visibly seen to be carrying air defense missiles into the country, which had absolutely no purpose or reason for being transported in that scale and number into Belarus, considering that all Russian forces that were inside of that country had left the country by the time that train appeared. So I'll be entirely honest with you.
It can't be too far-fetched. It can't be too far-fetched because we do know that Lukashenko confirmed today that he was getting a large shipment of Oreshnik IRBM missiles, which Russia has used on Ukraine before without a warhead. And we've gotten confirmation today from Lukashenko, the leader of Belarus, that he is receiving more of those. And also, like you mentioned, we did see that ammunition going into Belarus. So Belarus is tied up very deeply in the Russian web. They're obviously a puppet state, and Putin controls the whole place. And Lukashenko is simply the puppet face of the whole operation. So I would say, honestly, it's not too far-fetched to say that, and it could be a real possibility that Belarus is sending that stuff over to Kaliningrad. So I would say it's possible.
I would have to say that that is actually incredibly possible, and that's actually quite concerning to think about. And of course, that's all speculation. We don't have hardcore proof to show that that train did pass through Lithuania into Kaliningrad, but that seems like a reasonable deduction from the information that we have and what we might be able to fill in at this point. So that might have been an air defense missile move, supply-wise, into Kaliningrad for those air defense regiments. But nevertheless, we are going to be moving on out of that news. We still have a lot more to go, including the news that came out of Latvia today, as we did confirm that MiG-31s skimmed, almost in a sense, the airspace of Latvia, and we were able to hear that Hungarian fighters, the JAS-39 Gripens, were scrambled to respond, and these were actually the pictures that those Gripens took of the MiG-31s that were in flight, and unfortunately we do not know the direction in which they were flying, whether they were flying towards Kaliningrad or away from Kaliningrad and back towards the Russian Federation at St. Petersburg. We're not entirely sure, but we did get an additional picture here showing the MiGs from another angle from one of those Hungarian JAS-39 Gripens. So we can actually see those right there as well. These do not appear, at least from what we can see here briefly, to be carrying a combat loadout. But let's check these MiG-31s again to see if they are carrying any sort of ordnance. And it doesn't appear that, from what I can tell, well, actually, this one MiG-31 is actually carrying a singular R-73. Which doesn't really count for much at all, really. So these things appear to be lightly armed, very lightly armed at that, but it does appear to be another ferrying flight of these MiG-31s or another attempt to provoke Baltic states in this area, and also the air defense forces that are within the area. I also see some people asking, wait a minute, Hungary has Gripens? Yes, they actually do. Let me go pull up the Hungarian Air Force for y'all and show y'all those really quickly, because those are a part of the air defense force that currently are in the area right now. And let me see if I can show y'all the aircraft that they have in their possession. So, here we are. So they have 12 JAS-39 Gripens from Sweden. They also have 2 Airbus A319s as transport aircraft. We call those Gucci transports because that doesn't really fit the military description of a transport aircraft, but it does the job. They also have 2 Dassault Falcon 7Xs, which is an executive jet, so quite an interesting transport as well. And they also have a Embraer C390, which really is the only true military version of a transport jet that the Hungarian Air Force has. Still quite interesting. They also have several helicopters under their control as well, including 8 Mi-24s, 5 Mi-8s, all Soviet era. They also have 19 Airbus H-145Ms. Those are called the Lakota in U.S. Army service. We're actually using those at the moment. And they also have some Airbus H-225Ms, which have also been called the Puma or the Super Puma inside of French service. And then they have several training aircraft as well, including 2 versions of the JAS-39 Gripen trainers, which have been leased from the Swedes on a little bit of a longer-term contract. That's actually what Hungarian Gripens look like, just in case you're all wondering, and that is the Hungarian Air Force flash on the back of the vertical stabilizer. So just to let you all know, the Hungarians do actually have Gripens, and a decent Air Force. It's not the biggest one we've seen in Europe. It is a somewhat smaller one, at least in terms of combat capabilities, only 12 Gripens, but still not bad. Anyways, moving on from that, a lot of people have been wondering, or generally speaking for this matter, about the situation, at least ongoing, with the developments inside of Belarus. Now, I was trying to quickly see what that poll was because it popped up and disappeared, like, practically immediately. And I was like, what in the world's going on with that?
You see, what happened with the poll was this. It started off with, I worded the poll wrong and said that Poland warns citizens to leave Poland immediately. So that got messed up, and then I put it up the correct way, and then YouTube's poll broke. Their whole system wasn't working at that point. So the third attempt is coming, folks. So this time, hopefully it'll work.
And hopefully it will. We also were able to hear a statement today, at least from Polish authorities, that they are once again stating that Polish citizens need to depart Belarus immediately by all means necessary, citing the risk of unforeseen circumstances. We did get an order from Poland a while ago stating that Polish citizens should leave Belarus as quickly as they can. We are now hearing that they must depart Belarus immediately without further delay due to these unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, Lukashenko stated, the Oreshnik is on its way. I gotta be honest with y'all, I absolutely loathe this guy. I cannot stand him. But beyond that, he did say that the Oreshnik is on their way to Belarus, which is a hypersonic missile that the Russian Federation uses. It's a modification of the RS-26 Rubesh, and it is a hypersonic intermediate-range ballistic missile. So a little bit of an interesting sort of a system with that. And also something that I find a little bit odd about calling it a hypersonic intermediate range ballistic missile is that all ICBMs and intermediate range ballistic missiles pretty much operate in a hypersonic form already. So I don't know what they did. I guess they gave it a little bit of extra juice, but I have no clue what they would have done beyond that to make it a hypersonic IRBM. It's just weird. But beyond that, a lot of people are talking about that current development, about the Oreshniks being sent into Belarus, and at the same time, the Polish are now saying that the citizenry of Poland inside of Belarus must leave the country by all means necessary immediately. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it sounds like a pretty ominous warning here by Poland telling their citizens to leave Belarus by any means necessary. That's obviously pretty direct. So what is happening with that? And it looks like 54% said Russia is about to attack NATO, while 27% said Belarus plans to harass the Poles inside of Belarus, and 13% said it seems like a diplomatic backlash. And I would say it sounds to me pretty ominous. Why would Poland tell their citizens to get out of Belarus by any means they possibly can, unless something was happening very, very serious? But the problem is, though, I really have no clue what this could be. I would like to say that it sounds like Russia's about to attack NATO, but I don't know. Like that's a far reach to make based on that one piece of information right there. So I'm actually with the 6%. I'm actually undecided. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that it's a little bit of a hard one to say. That what's going to be happening here in the future. I would also have to be undecided. These sorts of warnings can mean that just about anything's going to happen, but also to say this at the same time, most of the time whenever any country has ever made a statement like that for their citizens to leave a country immediately, usually that means that that country is about to get bombed. So that's going off of the Middle East examples that we've seen in the past. So going off of that, it's likely this could be some sort of a preparation for Russia to attack NATO and our counter response, but I'd also have to say that I'm fairly unsure because it could be for any reason, also just including the continuing deteriorating diplomatic situation that exists between the Republic of Poland and also the dictatorship of Belarus, so that may also be the case as well. But before we move on from this, folks, and on into the rest of our news for the night, which we still have quite a large amount of, actually, I do want to say that it's been a crazy night again tonight. We currently have about 25,000 viewers live, and over the course of about an hour and 5 minutes, 108,000 people have watched this stream. I've got to say that that's really crazy to see these sorts of numbers, and it's even crazier to see that this Enforcer channel has come such a long way in the years that since it started, about 4 years ago. It's been running continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, really 6 days a week, at least for live streams, but 7 days a week, at least behind the scenes on what we're doing. And as of today, we not only have 25,000 people here who are live and 108,000 people have viewed this stream in about an hour, we also have hit 500,000 subscribers, 500,000 as of today, which is an absolutely amazing and phenomenal sort of a thing. Years ago, when this channel started, it was just me, and I uploaded a video on the American withdrawal of Afghanistan and got about 400 views, not 400,000, that's way up in the modern day of what we're getting, but it got about 400 views, and I had about 11 subscribers at the end of the first day of running this channel. 4 years later, Enforcer Matt is now a part of the channel and has been for 3.5 years. And this channel has grown to now be at 502,000 subscribers, and it now easily sits in the top 30 in the nation on YouTube every single day for its live streams, which is an absolutely crazy thing to think that we are now competing with the White House itself for the viewership that it gets on YouTube whenever it goes live. So we have about the same voice as the entire executive branch of the government on YouTube here on this platform. And I have to say that we, both Enforcer Matt and me, have been entirely honored and grateful for all of y'all being here with us from pretty much the first days of us covering this news 3.5 years ago and all the way up until today. It's really been a crazy and amazing sort of a thing to see. And we have to thank you all so greatly for being here with us and subscribing today, to the thousands who did, that got us over 500,000 subscribers. Hopefully, y'all will be able to join us as we make our way on up to 1 million subscribers, which at this point, with how fast we're getting subscribers these days, might not be that far away. It might not really be a feigning reality of a sort. It may actually be what is going to happen here within the next few years, or maybe even the next year or a year and a half from here. But I still have to say huge thanks to all of y'all once again. And as a brief little moment to take to talk about this, or generally just to speak to all of y'all for a brief moment before we get into the rest of our news, we are going to take a couple of questions. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
And also, by the way, I want to say a huge shout out to everybody as well for making this all possible. We've been working on this channel for years and years and years, and many of y'all have been here since that very beginning time when we both started working on this channel.
love their
So
stuff.
a tremendous amount of work's gone into it, and most of y'all have gotten to see it over the times, and hopefully we've improved hopefully a lot over those many years we've been doing this. So huge shout out to everybody that's been here since the very beginning, because we do know pretty much every single person that's been here in the chat since the very beginning, and also we gained a lot of new Ellison members along the way. So a huge shout out to you all for making that possible. We're currently sitting at about 502,000 subscribers, and we're about to cross over 503,000, and that's almost about a 4,000 subscriber gain or close to it in just a single day, which is insane. We've gained that just today. Yeah, unbelievable, honestly. That video today was a real hit when it comes to gaining new subs. So
This
we're
is
glad
the
to have
woman that was
everybody on the
attacked.
channel,
This is
and
the
a huge
video.
shout out to y'all once again for making that possible. But jumping
punched in
into
the
our
head
first super
by
chat
that
here,
lady.
this one goes to Hal Rose, and Hal puts in a massive $333 support, and thank you very much, Hal, for that massive support indeed, and we do appreciate that. He said, Enforcer Matt, congratulations on blowing right past 500,000 subscribers, and what does a
Ugly
five-year
lady.
growth rate look like? LSA, love Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the massive support and congratulations for 500,000 subscribers, Hal Rose. And I gotta thank you for being here with us tonight. You've been here with us for years. As a matter of fact, a lot of people who are here with us tonight have been here with us for years. And it's really crazy to see that so many people are still around and still enjoying this channel to this day. We actually heard that we got a shout out from another YouTuber today who stated, quote unquote, we are locked in. And that's great to hear. We love to hear that people really do enjoy our news and find it to be of high quality and well researched, especially on the topics of foreign policy and world news. And as far as our subscriber growth has been going these days, it is, suffice it to say, crazy. This is what it looked like over the past 28 days. You can actually see the explosion that happened today. Enforcer Matt made an insanely good video, and it's been exploding. I think it's over 400,000 views at this point, and it's really the reason why we've gotten this many subscribers today. And if you look at the lifetime of the channel, this is actually what it looks like from the beginning, about approximately 4 years ago, on the 5th of September of 2021. Which on that day it got up to 9 subscribers, and most of those people were people I knew, including Matthew. Like, so it wasn't really like organic growth, it was more so just people who I knew that subscribed to the channel. And now it's gotten all the way up to 502,990 subscribers. We're about to hit 503,000 here on air, which actually is happening right now on air. Y'all actually
It's happening right now.
Yeah,
That's crazy. Look at that.
Yeah, it actually happened on air, so now y'all get to see us hit 503. But this is what it's looked like over the years, and it's really crazy because way back about, let's see here, this was the 23rd of February, right there. That's when the war in Ukraine started. And Matthew joined about a month later, just about, somewhere around there. So he joined
continues to
when
show
the
zero
channel
remorse
was at
and make
about
jokes about
something
her
around
act of
30 to
violence toward
40,000
me
subs,
and
somewhere
other
within that
pro-lifers.
range.
I
And
do not
together,
want
we've
clicks,
grown the channel from
fame,
about
or
30 to
sympathy
40,000
for what happened
subscribers
to me.
to
I
more
want
than 10
justice
times
for
the
the
size
countless
over the next
pro-life
3.5
and
years
conservative
to
activists
500
that
to
go out
3,000
and
subscribers
peacefully
as of
stand
right
up
now.
for what they
And it
believe
started
in.
to grow
And
double
justice for the
over every
thousands
single
of
year. It went
preborn
from,
children
at the end of
who will be
2023,
aborted
it was
today,
110. At the end of
tomorrow, and the
2024, it was
next.
156. At the end of
Either side of the aisle
2024, it was
should experience
328,
physical
and
violence
now it's
for
already at
using their First
503.
Amendment right.
So it's a really
Shame
crazy
on
sort
you,
of a thing
Alvin
to see
Bragg.
that we are blowing up like this day over day, week over week, month over month. And a lot of people continue to find this channel to be one of the primary sources of news that they now use from a day-to-day basis here around the world, really, for the large part. And I got to say that it's really
Well, you
crazy.
can still do it yourself.
And it's really even crazier to know that folks like you, Hal Rose, have been with us for such a long time. We have always said here on the
It's a little
channel
dark,
that
isn't
we
it?
know that while we see numbers in our dashboard, which right now it's showing 22,819 people are here and 114,000 people have watched the stream so far, we know that behind every single one of those numbers is a person. And I have sometimes the great and distinct fortune of getting to meet y'all in person. And we also get the great and distinct fortune of running into y'all all over the place, whether it be on the internet, which usually a lot of y'all run into Enforcer Matt on Twitter. He's the one who pretty much runs the Twitter entirely. I repost on there, but Matthew's the one who actually runs that thing entirely. Some of y'all run into me in person. Some others run into me on video games. And a lot of y'all run into us every single night here in the live chat. And I got to say that it's a wonderful thing to know that y'all have been here with us for years and continuing to be with us as we cover this news day over day, week over week, year over year. And we hope that y'all are here with us for many more years, because we expect and hope to continue to cover this news the same way we have for all these years,
during the
many more into
Israel
the future, at the same kind of quality and consistency that people have come to know and respect the channel for. So a humongous and incredible thanks to you so much once
when I
again.
found out
Melrose.
about him during the
That does
Israel
address your
conflict.
super chat incredibly well, and thank you so much once again for the massive support, because it is folks like you who have helped this channel to keep on running for those years, and hopefully will help us to keep this thing running for many more. So massive thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I got to give a shout out to all of our longtime LSA members, because everybody will know if you've been here from the beginning, this channel has raised somewhere in the ballpark of over $1.7 million for charity over the course of this channel, which is a tremendous amount of money going to help those in Ukraine and those around the world when we fundraise for different topics. I think we fundraised for the California wildfires at one point. We've definitely done a ton of fundraising for Ukrainian-based charities. And also, we've done some fundraising for, I believe, a charity involving refugees in the Middle East as well. So between all those different ones and the 1.7 million in total, a huge shout to the LSA for also making that possible, because that is a huge point of pride that we have here on the channel as well. And it's been thanks to y'all that y'all have donated and made that possible. So a huge shout out to all y'all for that as well. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to East Malibu, who's also a channel legend and puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, good sir, as well for that support. They said, thank you, Enforcer Brothers, for sifting through what must be mountains of information on a daily basis to bring us the most complete video evidence of what's happening in this crazy world. And historians will reference you, no doubt. And please take a question, and congrats on 500,000.
And I thank you so much for the kind words and the humongous support. And I gotta say that we have done a lot to get this channel to where it is. It's a really crazy thing
Vody Bachman passed away today, unfortunately.
over the years.
Had a medical emergency.
And me end up being recognized in a lot of places these days. Like, it's always in the weirdest of places. Like, recently I was actually playing a video game, and I talked in the local
It's
chat
sad. He died at 56.
and everybody knew who I was. It was really weird. I was like, that is crazy, because, you know, we don't really deal with a lot of folks on a daily basis. We're busy doing this. So we just deal with each other. And then Enforcer Matt, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Matthew, you were actually recognized on one of your special expeditions out there to Salt Lake, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, so we get
Yes, I was.
we get recognized all over the place. It is the weirdest thing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna ever really get used to that, at least for now, because it's just the weirdest thing. Because, you know, we just do our job, we do what we do, and then people know us out there in the world, and they always have the nicest things to say, and it means a lot to us. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also on top of that, we even got a mention from another channel today, and they were mentioning us in their actual news coverage and a Twitter post that Matthew had made on the Twitter. And he was saying that these guys work on YouTube, they cover the news, and you know, they particularly in Eastern Europe. And then he just stopped, and we were laughing at this so hard, because it was a really great compliment. Like, he stopped this whole monologue, which we know takes a good bit of effort to think about that, but he just went out of his way to say, this guy is locked in. And we were like, man, that is a really high praise. We got to thank him greatly for that. We got to thank everyone for enjoying the channel. And it's just really the craziest thing to think how far this has come and how far it keeps going. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I thank you for the kind words and the support, and thanks to folks like you, we keep this channel running. And so with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, at least for now, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so the last one of this segment goes to Bobby43, also known as LC39A, and thank you very much, good sir, for being a channel legend and also throwing in that $100 support, and very generous of you once again. He said, congrats on that 500,000 subscribership.
Hey, thank you so much for the congrats. We love to see it. It's taken a long time coming, but together we have been able to get this channel on up to 500,000 subscribers. I never believed it would happen, folks. I really didn't. I don't think either of us did, Matthew. Did you?
Honestly, man, I thought I was going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of like 350,000, but 500,000 plus, and now we're starting to barrel past 500,000 too. So I wasn't expecting it to get this high, especially this quick too. It's exploded over the last year or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, really, folks. Like, we used to, I used to tell Matthew years ago, like, me personally, I was like, we will have made it if we hit 250,000 subscribers. If we hit 250,000 subscribers, we have made it on YouTube. And then we hit that pretty easy, like, once it came around to that. And then I was like, oh, well, okay. Well, I guess, you know, if we hit like 300, that'd be really crazy. And then we hit 300, and I think we got up to 350. And we were like, man, we can't get bigger than this. Like, this is about as big as we're going to get because there isn't a huge audience for this sort of a deal on YouTube. At least that's what we were thinking. Now we're at 500,000 and we're like, okay, it's like, apparently the sky's the limit at this point. I guess we're going to 1 million. But still, I got to thank you so much for the support and the kind words.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I've never believed that the channel would get this big, and I got to say that we are just unbelievably honored to know that so many people enjoy this channel and watch it in the millions, the tens of millions sometimes every single month, which is a truly amazing thing. So a huge thanks to all of y'all so much once again on behalf of the entire Enforcer team, which is me and Enforcer Matt, and that's it. There's no one else on the team. So it's really just us. It's just the two of us that are on air. But a big thanks to all of y'all on both of our behalfs, because we are greatly appreciative of all of y'all and y'all's enjoyment of the show. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, it is time for us to get back to business and to get back into the rest of this news coverage for the night. If you have thrown in a super chat, do not fret, folks. We do address every
I gotta show you Trump's troll that he did earlier.
before the end of the show. So we will be getting to all of the super chats we have not addressed before the show is over. For new viewers, considering that we have a lot tonight, just to explain really quickly, we do not run ads or sponsors on the streams.
This is the best troll ever.
Completely non-monetized.
Picture of him, picture of Otto, and a picture of him.
Over here in Enforcer HQ is directly by viewer support, and that's why we
That's hanging up at the White House.
on thinking and recognizing every single person, even if they just throw in $1, because each and every bit of that is responsible for helping this channel to keep on running
Hilarious.
pretty much solely. So I hope that addresses that well, and if you do enjoy the channel, you can support. You don't have to. We've structured this to where it isn't supposed to be a pay-to-play system, and you can sit back and enjoy the show without supporting it. But if you do enjoy it, you can. That's through the super chats. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the
Cheeseburger saying.
for the night, as we were able to hear out in Alaska that an E3 Sentry was scrambled from Elmendorf Air Force Base earlier and was apparently conducting a flight just off to the southeast, or the southwest specifically, sorry, of Alaska, and particularly near to Nome. We are hearing that apparently all of this air activity around Alaska was because of a Russian bomber incursion that was conducted into the Air Defense Identification Zone. And this Russian Ministry of Defense clip actually came from that very air defense incursion that occurred over the course of last night and has led to a significant response up until this morning and right now.
How you doing? My legs hurt so bad. I'm gonna press them on.
And now they fly this piece of junk that looks like it's from the Second World War on out towards Alaska. You can also see right here one Su-27, and they're also being escorted by, what are those, Matthew? What are those?
Kind of hungry still.
Flunkers right there is what they are.
Those are F-16s of the U.S.
Yeah.
Air Force. That's what they are, and they intercepted them successfully.
No, I didn't pot roast.
Yes, those are F-16s. The Russians have no aircraft in their arsenal that I can think of.
Oh, okay. I thought you that one over there to the left over there's not F-16. I was looking at that first one.
Yeah, this first one's an Su-27. These off to the far right, those are F-16s of the United States Air Force out of Elmendorf Air Base, and they intercepted them right out there near to Nome, Alaska last night. Very nice to see, and good to know that the U.S. Air Force is out there and working hard. Well, you see them showing the Su-27 escorts, and also some footage from the Su-27s. And also an in-air refueling of by an IL-76. And also them returning and landing. I gotta tell y'all, this is another armed provocation by the Russians. They did enter the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone and did require a response by the U.S. Air Force. They are continuously trying to provoke us in the area of Alaska and are continuing to test our response times to see what type of force readiness we are able to muster at our best. Moving on out of Alaska and on down towards the area of Eastern Virginia, we were also able to hear of a major event that is apparently being coordinated by the Secretary of War, as we were able to hear that a senior Pentagon correspondent says in 30 years of covering the U.S. military, he's never heard or seen of anything like this. And what he has not heard or seen of is this. the defense secretary has ordered hundreds of U.S. military generals and admirals to gather on short notice at a Marine Corps base in Virginia next week. This highly unusual directive was sent to virtually all of the military's top commanders worldwide, according to more than a dozen people familiar with the matter. This is a very interesting sort of a development, and we do not know what it's exactly supposed to be leading up to. This is something that nobody has really ever seen, and as much as I could find, I couldn't really find a moment where this has ever happened before. As a matter of fact, at least for the past 80 to 100 years, at least from my studies and search today that I tried to make on that situation. This is leading a lot of people to wonder, what in the world is this exactly being done for, and why? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the enforcer is right. This has actually never happened before that we have ever heard of. So all the Pentagon reporters are somewhat shocked by this. I'm shocked by it. I've never heard of it myself. But we have heard
I see it as a heart.
Department of Defense, Department of War, whatever you want to call
That's
it,
cool.
has ordered all the top U.S. military leadership worldwide, that is, all U.S. military leadership worldwide to a rare meeting in Virginia this week. And what are your thoughts? 66% said it's preparations for war with Russia, etc., while 18% said it's probably politically related, and 8% said it seems like a restructuring and they want them there in person to figure out who's going to stay and who's going to go. So, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure like entirely what the restructuring would look like, but I do believe personally I'm with the 66%. It is preparations for war with Russia, or maybe even larger than that. That's my guess. I doubt they would recall all the top military leadership for the first time that we've ever heard about simply to restructure them. It seems like they wanted to fire somebody. They could simply do that remotely and simply relieve them and put them off the post. So I'm not sure why they need to gather them together for that, unless they just want to make a big statement or a point out of it. But I would say the odds of that are kind of low in my opinion. I think it is probably a preparation for war, and they're trying to get all the top military leadership in one physical location, so that way they don't broadcast their war plans over wires or over networks that can be intercepted by China and then given to the Russian Federation. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 66%. I would believe that it's some sort of a preparation for war, although it's really weird to just gather them up for any reason, no matter what answer it is. This is a pretty significant sort of a security concern, just to be entirely honest with y'all. Having all of these commanders in the same place at the same time very rarely, if ever, has happened. We've never seen it happen, as a matter of fact, at least for people who've been covering this for about 30 years. And really, I haven't found any records of this ever happening before at any other period. I don't really know why this would be conducted, because, once again, to put this out there to all of y'all, the United Nations is a huge security concern because so many world leaders are in a singular building, or around a singular building. If someone sets something off in that area, they could end up wounding and killing a lot of world leaders at a single time. That's why the security of the United Nations is so high. That's also why you don't want to do something like this at short notice in a place like Eastern Virginia. Who's to say that something like that doesn't happen as an unexpected result of that sort of a situation? It's putting American security interest or national security interest at risk, because a lot of our top leadership
Place and time was not
rehabilitated in an attack, and then we have to immediately promote commanders across the entirety of the world to take response or the reins of the commands that those people were holding. So a little bit interesting with that. I don't know if this is a good idea, to be entirely honest with y'all, just for the security side of things, but maybe they have a reason for it. Maybe it's important for them to all be in that area. We'll just have to wait and see when that meeting happens next week. What exactly is going to be coming out of it, because I have no clue. But moving on into Washington, we also heard of a couple of other significant developments. The United States has approved the sale of $1.2 billion of missiles to the Federal Republic of Germany, and the President of the United States stated today that Russia is losing ground. And I'll actually just let y'all hear it from him, because this is directly from the White House, which is copyright free. So here's the clip.
Is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week.
So,
well, thankfully the U.S. isn't invading Ukraine. That's a good thing. But isn't that a switch of narrative right there? I mean, before, the U.S. president was saying something to the effect of, you don't pick fights with big countries if you don't want to get defeated. And that's what what he said to Ukraine, something to that effect. Not the exact wording there, but he said something like that on Ukraine's behalf. Now he's saying that Ukraine can regain their land and that Russia is failing, and they're failing in their economy and the military. So that's kind of crazy. That's a good change in narrative, though. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, also, have you noticed, Matthew, that crazily enough, it's been, I think, 48 hours, and it hasn't done a 180. This is actually shocking.
Yeah. Give it 2 weeks.
2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. But at least for 48 hours, it hasn't changed. So this looks like it might actually be dead set that this is what we're going with now as a foreign policy stance. Which, I'll be honest with y'all, this is a lot better than what we've seen before. I mean, before, there was literally a switch of the position every day, nearly. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was almost every day. And it was driving us crazy to the point that we couldn't really assess or analyze anything that was going on in foreign policy anymore because we couldn't tell. And now it seems that it's largely dead set that we are supporting the state of Ukraine and taking a pro-Ukrainian position. So that is quite interesting to see. Quite good to see, as a matter of fact. So hopefully that will keep up, and hopefully we will be able to
I think
see
we've always had a pro-Ukrainian position. It was details really need to be hashed out for how we were going to get brigade.
Interest of the NATO alliance in Europe and also the state of Ukraine as well. We also were able to hear, and this is something that we already knew about, but the United States conducted a 7,500-mile thermonuclear weapon test. That was actually conducted by a ballistic missile submarine down in the area of the, down near the Bahamas. We'll just call it that because I was trying to think of what in the world to call this area. It's technically the Bermuda Triangle, but I didn't want to make it sound like it was conspiracy theory related because that's a real conspiracy theory sort of a thing. But down in the area of the Bermuda Triangle, since everyone will know what that is, a ballistic missile submarine fired a Trident II that was visible all the way from Puerto Rico 1,000 miles away. And that missile splashed down within the South Atlantic near to the Gulf of Guinea, ending in success and showing that the U.S. Trident IIs are still operational and capable of conducting an attack. And an attack on who? That's really the question, folks. Why in the world would we be preparing that and making sure that our nuclear forces are ready in that sort of an instance from our ballistic missile submarines? I wonder.
I wonder. That's a good question.
I have no clue who that could be against. But beyond that, I also have to say a big shout out to Dennis Davidoff, who's here with us tonight. I just saw him in the chat there.
Hey, we got the YouTube crew in here tonight. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. A big thanks to you, Dennis Davidoff, for the support. And also, thank you for the congrats on 500K. It's really crazy to see that we've made it that far. It's a crazy thing. I got to thank you for being here tonight. Dennis Davidoff is a friend of the Enforcer channel, if y'all didn't know. And so I got to say, a great thing to see you here tonight. And big thanks to you for the support and giving a big congrats and a hello. And so with that, before you know it, folks, we're going to have the entire YouTube crew in here. Honestly, folks, I'm wondering if we're going to get visits from other YouTubers throughout the course of the night in the live chat. That'll be actually kind of crazy to see. But we, of course, would welcome it, and we would, of course, be happy to have them here and hear their thanks and congratulations, because we respect a good amount of their work. But moving on from that...
Unless it's Hot Dog Man, though. I don't want any thanks from a Hot Dog Man. I'm good. I'll pass.
Honestly... I think we would pass on that. Less hot dogs, and less relish. But anyways, moving on from that and on down to Venezuela, we also got to hear of something quite convenient today. An earthquake.
An earthquake happened.
6.5, actually. It was a little bit of a sizable one, and it actually happened near to Lake Arecibo, which was quite interesting. We also got to see that it did damage sidewalks in the area. It did disrupt the soil enough that actually not a sidewalk, that's a street. An entire street and a sidewalk, you can see a little sliver of it over there, cracked from the seismic activity within this area. So it actually was somewhat powerful.
That was a really powerful one right there. Honestly, it's kind of weird that all of our adversaries have such bad earthquakes. I know people say, oh, they're sitting on fault lines. Yeah, I mean, they are sitting on fault lines. That's true. But the timing, you got to admit, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy all the time. But you got to admit, though, the timing's a little bit weird that you have these mega quakes breaking out, multiple of them in Venezuela, multiple of them in Kamchatka, Russia. And it just happens to coincide with major escalations by these powers against the United States. Seems a little bit odd. I would say it looks like Mother Nature is on NATO's side, it looks like. So I'm glad for that.
I gotta say, it is good to see. It's just so weird, folks. It's so weird how these natural disasters and calamities keep hitting our enemies and adversaries of the United States and of the Republic. It's a very interesting and bizarre sort of an occurrence, but I just have to say, folks, I think we just chalk it up here to Providence is on America's side. Wouldn't y'all agree? It's just that things line up like that. We just have a little bit of luck with that sort of thing, you know, just earthquakes hitting Russia, Kamchatka Peninsula, and in Venezuela near Lake Arecibo, where the oil drilling's being conducted by the Chinese. You know, it's just a little bit crazy with that. I see some people talking about harps. And, you know, harps are actually a really interesting sort of an instrument. They're actually from the Irish Isles, if y'all do not know that. Take a look at these. Take a look at these. Aren't they cool? Look at that. That is such a cool little thing right there. I think that these are really cool, but some people are saying harp in the chat. I don't know what that would have to do with an earthquake. I don't know. I have no clue.
Well, rumor has it, when you go up and you strum the low frequencies of this harp right here, that sometimes it aggravates fault lines a little bit. That's why you got to be careful where you play your harp, because even though you may be a licensed harp operator, you need to make sure that you're always very mindful about where you point that thing. Because I tell you, those harps are dangerous.
I gotta be honest with y'all, harps are fairly dangerous. They say that their melodic tunes can cause a great deal of issues, but I just be honest with y'all. I have absolutely no clue what y'all are talking about with this harp that has another A in it, and why in the world that would have to do with any major seismic events or geological disturbances inside of countries that are enemies of the Republic. I have absolutely no idea why y'all would say that, or even think that for that matter. It's a very weird thing. I really just think, folks, that it's just that America gets kind of lucky that our adversaries are hit with these sorts of earthquakes, and they have to deal with them in the middle of the devolving geopolitical situation. I just really think that that's the truth. And we're just going to leave it at that. So moving on out of the area and on up to the UK, we also did get to see some U-2 Dragon ladies coming in to land at the RAF Fairford Air Force Base, which is up near to the area of the Welsh-English border. Those U-2s have landed at this point and will be assisting in reconnaissance operations against the Russian Federation in the NATO alliance. Moving on down into France, we also were able to hear that the French have given a little statement of their own today, as France has stated that they are ready to contribute to the security of Danish airspace after yesterday's drone incursion, meaning the Rafale is coming to Denmark. And, of course, with it comes a great deal of French bravado, which is well-deserved. The Rafales are really cool, and the French Air Force is actually very competent. We also were able to hear that the French have dealt with their own drone incursion near to the area of Mourmelon-le-Grand. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, but an unidentified drone was spotted over the weekend near to the military installations in that area. And to try and find all these military installations really quickly, here they are. This is actually, holy moly, this is the 501st Regiment of the French Army. That's actually a little interesting, because the 501st Regiment, if y'all do not know, is actually renowned across the whole of the French Republic. It's actually one of their best fighting units, at least in the French Army. So it's a little bit interesting here that they dealt with the drone.
So they don't surrender in the first minute.
Which also includes a training ground for the 501st Regiment. So a little bit interesting with that. And I wonder what was up with that. It's the Russians.
Canada's job now.
I have to say, I think that there's really no doubt in my mind about that anymore. But moving on from that and out of France, we are going to be moving on our way over into Russia. And to cover all of the news that we got from the state of Ukraine and the front lines in that area today, we were able to hear that the Russians are running out of gas, or as they call it, benzene. We were able to see that around the
benzene fluoride.
About 360 gas stations in Russia have closed due to the fuel shortage. The situation is felt most strongly in the south of Russia, where the number of gas stations has decreased by 14%, and in temporarily occupied Crimea and Sevastopol by 50%. 1 in every 2 gas stations in Crimea has shuttered up due to a complete lack of gas. Supply disruptions affected Moscow, Leningrad, Ryazan, Nizhny Novgorod, and other regions. And as of today, the fuel shortage in Moscow is getting worse. A larger amount of the Moscow region is starting to be affected by the loss of 95-octane gasoline, and we're also seeing that 92 is soon to run out, at least from what we're hearing right now. So it doesn't really seem that they are gassed up anymore. You know, I always heard that the Russians were gassed up for war. I don't really think that's true anymore, at least literally. I mean, they don't even have enough gas to put in their cars anymore. You know, if you think about that, how in the world can they be
No, they're hogging the reserve for the military, probably.
I mean, it's just a paradoxical sort of a situation. It makes no sense. I mean, maybe the only gas they've got is their crappy propaganda. But beyond that, there really isn't much more going on for them in Russia, you know? It's the unfortunate sort of a thing. And I'd also have to say that they need to get off that benzene stuff. I don't know what the hell benzene is. It sounds medicinal to me. And I think that they ought to start getting onto that good gasoline or something along those lines, like petrol, which is what they call it in Britain. But actually, funnily enough, folks, most of the world actually calls gas benzene. But if you're French, you call it something else, Matthew. What do you think the French call gasoline?
Gasoline.
Gas.
Essence.
They call
I have heard that.
Call it
Essence.
essence.
Essence. Like,
Yeah.
Like essence of gas.
Yeah, like a vapor, you know, essence. Like it's like, what the hell is essence? I'm like, honestly,
They sell essence in Montmelon Le Grand.
Man, you go to France and you go to the gas station, you sound like you're dealing with some high-end shit, some essence. It's like, what the hell is essence? Like, if I pull this up for
I
you,
want some
the
ether.
name of gas, actually, names for gasoline around the world. Let me show you all this map, just as a side note. So here's all the different names for what we call in America gasoline around the world. Most of the Americas calls it gasoline, but Argentina and Uruguay and also let's see, apparently actually Paraguay, they all call it naphtha. I don't know what that is. That's on up there. But the Spanish and Portugal are the only other countries in Europe that call it gasoline. Britain calls it petrol, and you can also tell where the British once held a colonial empire, because every single one of their former colonies calls it petrol as well.
Yeah.
Then there's also the French with essence, which I just don't get. Like,
honestly, man, I feel like the only time you'd want to use like essence in America is if you're like going broke or something like that, and you can't really afford like a full tank of gas. You just kind of run your car on some essence. Like I got some essence of gas in the tank. Like I'm just going to run it on that. Like I'm running on essence at this point. You know how they said like running on fumes, but you're running on essence in France.
Dude, when French fighter pilots tell you that they're running on essence, they don't mean that they're out of fuel. They're fueled up. Like it's the opposite. Like I guess when they say that they're running on gas, then that's when they're out of fuel, instead of the other way around. But pretty much the rest of the world, crazily enough, calls it benzene, which is something that I actually did not know until recently, folks. This is actually a new discovery to me. But I was finding that quite interesting that most everyone in the world calls it benzene. And apparently China has no name for gasoline. That's a secret of the state, and if you know it, you're subject to like execution or something. And also North Korea just has an unidentified answer because they just don't have any. So
They don't have any gasoline.
Taliban apparently has no name for gasoline as well. It's just left blank. It's not even an other. It's just nothing. But anyways, moving on out of this, just to let y'all know what the French call gas, they call it l'essence. We're going to be moving on because the Russians are going to be left with just about that. It's going to be the essence of gas. They're not really going to have any benzene or anything else left. But moving on out of that and on into the rest of the news that we got throughout the whole of Russia, we also were able to hear that down in Bryansk, they took a little hit today, a couple of them actually, around Belaya Boroyska, or Boroska.
Ooh.
You know, that sounds like some pretty heavy hits, probably several of them.
Yep, well, a lot of them.
Bruh, your average afternoon near
Holy cow.
Man, I'll tell you, it really does sound like that, though. It sounds like a gang shootout down the street or something. It sounds similar.
Man, honestly. Afterwards, the property value started to decrease in this area. So moving on out of that area and on down into Rostov Oblast, we also were able to hear of some explosions down here. This Ukrainian drone did unfortunately get shot down.
Yeah, but it set off every car alarm in that parking lot. Holy cow.
And we also saw this clip. Good God! Oh my God! Oh my
Man,
God!
that is like
Where was that?
That was like 2 or 3 major explosions. That was like bass boosted galore on that.
Oh my God!
Holy cow.
Hear that again. Let's hear that again. That last part.
Why did it sound like the whole world was ripping apart in this video? Let's listen to it again.
Boom. Triple.
I don't know what that was. That part right there, that last one right there, whatever the hell blew up in that last part right there was serious. Like, that was bigger than the drone itself, whatever blew up the third time.
I'm not gonna lie, folks. I think Rostov is gone. Like, from what this clip sounds
Sheesh.
like, I think the whole Oblast got
That's a
obliterated,
crazy
like, blasted by
explosion.
whatever this thing was. Look, it even shake the camera. Like, look at this right here.
Probably mounted to the door too, on top of it all.
Registered on the Richter scale, that last one.
Dude, I think that's why the earthquakes are happening in Russia is this. Dude, that Ukrainian drone was carrying, like, the holy hand grenade inside of that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but that thing was crazy. Beyond that, those were the clips we got out of the Rostov region today of the explosions there. We also saw that the Afipsky refinery just outside of Krasnodar was also hit as well today and did catch on fire, which you can see in this clip. No base boosted explosions in this one, but still, it's quite
Just
nice to see
big
the roaring
fire.
flame.
Big.
Also, by the way, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all, I've got a hell of a like Russian failed video coming up that's gonna be on this channel in a few days, like in our intro, most likely. It's coming up. I gotta find some new music for it, but I think you're gonna like it. It's pretty funny.
Man, I wish we could play it with the music we had. Like, honestly, it was like
Yeah, I
the
wish we
best.
could.
It was really good. Matthew was working on that all day today. It was supposed to be in our intro tonight, but we couldn't confirm whether the music was copyrighted or not, and we were kind of like on the fence about that. So then we decided not to run it, and also we were running really late on it too. So for all that stuff, it was scratched. But we are going to try and get it out to y'all because it was really funny. But moving on from that and on into the regions of Ukraine, and actually, really quickly, I do have to cover the Moldova news. I was trying to think, is that part of the Ukraine news or not? It's kind of a separate thing. Apparently, it's believed, at least at the moment. I want to share this with y'all just in case if it does turn into something. According to the Institute for the Study of War, the Kremlin is setting conditions to generate possibly violent protests to remove Moldovan President Maya Sandu from power following the September 28th Moldovan parliamentary elections. We are not exactly sure what that would turn into if it does happen, but it is quite a concerning situation and one that we will have to keep an eye on here in the coming days and weeks, especially considering this election is coming up in a few days. And the Institute for the Study of War does a great deal of research. We also have to give them a shout out. We respect their work greatly, and they also follow us on Twitter. So if they're saying that this looks like it's going to become a dangerous scenario, we generally would have good reason to believe that they have credible information to say such a claim. So we'll be waiting to see what's going on in that area in the coming days. Moving on from that, and on into the Ukraine news, we have to give you all a little bit of a comedic break. I know the whole explosion in Rostov was funny because it was so damn loud. But I also have something that we haven't had for a minute. The Rudniks section. And we have one contestant in the Rudniks
You're
section
disgusting.
today, and that is this.
Oh my god, what the hell? Okay, what is the chassis? Like, for serious for just a second, what is the chassis of this thing? Do you know?
It looks like an older Gaz.
I'll try to figure out what the hell this is. First of all, the shocks are blown. Like, the shocks are gone in the back. That thing is sitting on rim or sitting on rubber or something. That thing is low. I don't know if that's the...
Yeah, so like, y'all, it looks so much blood when they went over there. So I was like, will there be a lot of blood? And then he said, like, no, it's not gonna be a lot of blood. But then there was a lot of blood, so that was pretty funny. But anyway, yeah, so there's a lot of blood, and then I got like on my gown, so I changed my gown. And also got like on the padding and stuff on the bed, so we got that replaced too. But anyway, yeah, there was a lot of blood. But anyway, it was so cool to see it. It looks like very swollen and stuff, and like.
Oh god.
Stop even. I'm trying to figure this out.
It's supposed
Gag.
to tickle the drones when they hit the car. Like when the drone hits the hood, those little things go tickle, 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 and then the drone blows up and sends the thing to happen.
They call this one the Diddy Mobile right here. I tell you what,
No Diddy.
wilding out with this one. No Diddy with this one. But honestly, though, this is an abomination. This is probably like a level 8 out of 10 on the Bliat scale.
So why the hell is this guy smiling? He's acting like this is great.
I mean, it could be great for him. I mean, this could be top tier.
You know, Matthew, I actually heard
All that they can
filled this
muscle
car
together.
with essence, in the hopes that they won't end up becoming essence from a Ukrainian drone attack by the time they're done with this thing. But we'll have to see if we see this thing out there at any point. But
They're trying anything, huh?
this is one of the worst that we've actually seen recently. Oh, it's one of the few that we've seen recently, but it is bad. Like, this thing is incredibly bad. It gets worse when we go down the front today. But we also got the Russian casualty report as well, which was quite interesting.
I got one plane. And two more.
2 Bobcats too. That's very nice to see that. Look at that. You got 2 more.
2 Bobcats yesterday.
See that, but tell us more.
2 Bobcat skid steers. And that is a wonderful day today. And Ms. Disa, keeper of the record, stated the 415 drone shot down is the 4th highest daily loss of the war. The highest MLRS and AA since March of 2025, which is also great to hear. And Ukraine reported no planes, and the correct total is 426. So, let's break down the numbers. 940 Russian soldiers
Killed most of the Russian tanks, huh? 11,000 tanks. Sheesh.
38 artillery pieces, 415 drones, 5 MLRSs, 4 anti-aircraft systems, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. And that is an amazing and incredible source
One
of things
plane.
to see. And it's a wonderful thing to know that the Ukrainians are really doing quite well, actually, I'd have to say.
Yeah, they're holding the line.
Kupiansk area, y'all want some proof that the Ukrainians are doing well, and we're about to give you all that proof from the 14th Mechanized Brigade,
These are so
which was
cool.
teaching some Russians lessons up in the Kupiansk area. And these weren't piano lessons.
Boom.
That thing be cooking.
I'm gonna take out
I'm
that
not gonna
drone.
lie, Smokey the Bear had a stroke watching this war because there are so many fires that break out in the woods. But we can see also them hitting this drone. And we can also see them going for a Russian.
They're getting out and running. Run.
That thing is a Rodnik section in its own. It's an MLRS built on a Buhanka.
Ooh, that guy's
I don't
dead.
know what the hell that was. We hardly got a look at it, but they did blow it up. And the 14th Brigade did some work. Put in those hours. Put them in the hours. But moving down the line and past the area of the Severonsky forces, we didn't get a lot of news out of that front. And past the Seversk front and the Konstantinivka front, we are now going to be moving down to the Pokrovsk front. Because we also saw that the 25th Airborne Brigade was hitting Russian soldiers within this direction, which was quite nice to see. And we can see one right there.
Also, by the way, for the people asking, Russia did lose an Su fighter jet that was on the loss report as well. I think wasn't it Su-34 that they lost, I believe?
Yes. Earth is sky. Skin is skin. Earth is sky, skin is skin. All that stuff.
Yeah, fighter bomber and his like wonderful poetry that he comes up with. The guy is terrible at poetry, honestly.
Sometimes psychological operations are outsourced to foreign countries, so we believe that he's
That's a
Russian,
bunker?
You know, we think.
You know all those Polish accounts that you thought were Polish? Well, it turns out that some of them were Indian accounts, actually. We found that out the other day.
I wouldn't mind, like,
Shocking, really.
learning how to fly a drone. I don't think I'd be too bad at that. Play video games. I don't know if I'd be able to look through a headset. I'd have to look on a computer monitor.
A Polish guy who lives in Poland, in Krakow, with his location is India. I'm like, that doesn't seem to add up.
Did they mean
I lifted the roof off of that
Poland
house.
is in Poland, or did they mean Poland is in India? It's a great mystery.
They meant the city of India in Poland.
You know what, Matthew? You got a point. Like it makes sense. We also saw all of these destroyed vehicles that the Russians were having to drive by to get to the front. It's an endless line of them. By the way, the reason why they're all lined up like this on the road is that they were all destroyed on the road, and then the Russians just come through and push them off the road to keep the roadway clear. So this is all of the vehicles that have been destroyed in this road in just about the past several months.
Sheesh. Look at that destruction. FPV drone coming
Why does it
in.
sound like a train going over riveted tracks?
Flat tire.
It's got tough suspension, man. I'll tell you what, they're not known for their suspension.
Man, it's going click clunk, click clunk. I'm like, what in the world? Listen. This is insane. Oh my god.
Is this a Russian?
Yes. Duh.
Humbug.
Well, anyways, moving on from there, we also did hear about that Su-34, just to skip forward to that, getting shot down today. Apparently, both of the pilots, from what I understand, were lost, at least from what I've heard today. But this is what was put out by Fighter Bomber today. And when you were suddenly left without skin because they killed him, not you. That's deep. That's really
that's deep right there. I didn't even try to pick this apart earlier, but let's take a look at this for a second. Let's pretend like this is like a literature class. And when you were suddenly left without skin, interesting. Is that metaphor or is that literal? Because they killed him. I was like, who's him? And they said, not you. Okay. Honestly, if I had to take a stab at it, I think Fighter Bomber is more concerned about the aircraft getting destroyed than the pilot's safety, based on what I'm reading here, because it doesn't seem like he's really mentioning the pilot. He's kind of mentioning the plane.
Man, this is like that guy, like in the cartoons, like when someone would crash a plane and they'd fall out of it, like an ambulance would show up, they'd whip out the stretcher, they put the plane on the stretcher, get in the ambulance and drive off and just leave the guy there. I feel like that's a similar thing.
Yeah, I think it could be something like that right there. Also, I like that this Fighter Bomber guy, apparently has these like funeral-esque fighter like jet pictures like queued up in his like system or something like that. This looks like a perfect like Fighter Bomber picture right here for an Su-34 to show it at its like a little procession or something like that. A perfect jet.
Yeah, I gotta say, honestly, folks, I think I would be pretty unhappy if I was left without my skin. I feel like that'd be a really uncomfortable sort of an experience. So I'd like to keep my skin. I also don't, like, if you take this literally, and when you were suddenly left without skin, because they killed him, not you. So if they killed him, why did I have to lose my skin? Why am I degloved? Why am I degloved out of this whole thing? The other guy ended up getting killed, at least in this quote. I'm completely fine. Why did I lose my skin? Why is it gone? Where did it go? Who is in the world holding it right now? Do I get it back? Is there like a refund process? Do I just get new skin? What about the old skin? Like, is the old skin worthless now? Is it contaminated? Where did they put it? Did he get dirt on it? Like, I have a lot of questions about this, really, and none of this is making any sense to me, but they did lose an Su-34, and that is something that we can be pretty happy about. Moving on from that...
You gotta remember that if you don't have your skin or something like that, it sounds like it might be time to take a Tylenol. Might need the pain relief.
Now, before anyone takes a Tylenol, let's not get too hasty. Let's not get too hasty.
What can good can bad? What can bad can good?
Why say lot word when few word do trick?
Exactly.
Vote for me. Wait, hang on. Let me do it right. Vote me. Anyways, moving on. We did get to hear of a new Russian offensive being declared just south of Pokrovsk today, and it does appear that the Russians are making a little bit of ground. Just a little bit. It's not a lot. You would think it's a lot, but it's actually not. This front line's been looking like this for about a week. We're going to wait and see what this Russian offensive does turn into, but I'm not really knowing how far this is going to go. They could hit a brick wall. It did just start today, and we don't really know how far they've made it within a day, so we're going to have to watch this offensive and see what it turns into. Generally, most of them don't turn into anything, and if this one even makes several kilometers of ground, it would be shocking. We also got to hear that this is what the Russian assault today was made up of. Uh-oh. I think this guy's had a little drink.
Maybe?
I think all of them have.
He seems to be leaning back. He's slurring his words. His head's canted over to the side. Sir, walk in a straight line.
Honestly, I think he's completely sober. I think this is the crazy part.
Yo! Gramps
How
is in
old
the
is
motorbike
he?
assault team? Like, what the hell? Bro,
Holy
look at this guy.
cow.
I'm not gonna lie, that actually looks like my very distant Uncle Sonny, actually, right there. He looks just like him, actually. And that guy was like 100.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. This guy seems like he's about to sit here and say something like, Russell, we gotta go to Paradise Falls. Like, it's like, bro, you don't need to be out here. You need to go be finding that.
You get that retirement home.
You're not supposed to be out here. Oh, he's old.
Man, the teeth are barely working. Oh, look, this guy too. Look at him. He's barely working with the teeth.
And then this guy, he just kind of looks normal. So. Yo, it's another. We're gonna get him. We're gonna beat him.
This guy right here sounded like that ghoul off that horror movie I heard. I can't remember the name of the horror movie. He literally sounded just like the ghoul. Could you back that up? Let's hear him again. Like, run that one back.
Would you like some chocolate? Chocolate? I remember when I used to have chocolate.
Why are their helmets so big? Like, all of them are
I don't
wearing...
know, man. These are these, you know what? There wasn't that group in America called the Rough Riders or something like that. I can't remember what president was related with the Rough Riders. Can you tell me real quick?
I don't know, but that's what their helmets are looking like. Like, that's what I know, at least. Man,
these boys in Russia, they're really the Rough Riders. I'll tell you what, these are some rough people riding a bike. This is rough.
I'm not gonna lie, man. And on top of that, folks, this is what your average Russian assault bike squad member looks like with how big their damn helmets are. I've never seen helmets this big in my life. It's like they built them for giants. I mean, look at that. Like, it does, like, it's not even on his head. It's just kind of like hanging on the top of it. Like if a piece of shrapnel hits that thing like spins a little bit to hit the side of his head, and then it just rolls off. Like, it's not even gonna hang on.
Yeesh, grandpas.
Hardly. It's like almost off of him.
Oh my God. Honestly though, like, being serious, this is sad. Like, these guys right here are clearly not fit to be fighting in this whole situation right here. I mean, this guy right here, like, I'm not even sure if he really is like fully aware of where he's at. Like, just by the way he's acting, like he looks like he's just happy to be here. And I'm not even sure if he knows what he's about to even go do. He just thinks he's out here for like a dirt bike ride, and it turns out it's about to be a lot dirtier than he thought.
Man, like, honestly, it's really sad. It is actually sad. I'll show you the whole clip, though, because this is the condition of the Russian army currently. This is nothing shocking. This is actually somewhat normal for the Russian army nowadays.
And they're gonna get their women in and start fighting with them.
Uh-oh.
Настоящий патриот России. Амурка наш.
Why they put the old guys at the front?
Is that Korean?
Guys back here, they might be more.
They got a Korean.
The guys at the front they got going first are the ones that are in the worst shape.
Yeah, honestly, this doesn't really seem like it makes much sense. Why are they all wearing their helmet like that? Like, what in the world's making them all do this?
Ill-fitting, just lazy purchasing.
Oh, there's another old guy there. Whoa, hey, buddy, chill. Whoa. Wait, we almost got a guy here remembering what he's saying is the good days. Calm down, buddy. This is not that time, and that stuff isn't really accepted anymore at all. And I don't. Anyways.
Uh-oh, got another one. Got another one.
This is the elderly brigade.
You know, actually, Matthew, I just remember that other guy wasn't doing what we thought he was doing. He was just waving to the crowd. He was just waving.
Oh yeah, he was just waving.
Yeah, he's just waving. You know, clearly, you know, like it's not like he was doing anything else. He just waved.
Did you say Salam Alaikum?
That guy looks familiar. He looks like somebody I've seen before. I can't remember their name off the top of my head.
I can't remember this guy's name off the top of my head either, but he looks familiar. I'd have to agree.
Он тоже живой еще. Да, плюс. Все, мужики. Красавчики. Победа будет за нами.
That's a part of the offensive that's going on down there right now. So y'all tell me, do y'all think they're going to make any ground, or do you think they're going to pretty much get stopped?
They're going to get stopped dead.
That's up to the question. You know, it's a really, really deep question we're asking here. Also, we got to hear of the drones flying over Mariupol. We believe these are the ones that made it into Rostov earlier, well, in the stream, and were the ones that shattered the Earth's core, like we saw on the security camera. Well, that's that. It was just a noise of the drum, but we did get to see it because we heard it. Moving on down into Crimea, we also were able to hear that the Crimeans are looking for gas. There's not much of it, and the queues are going on forever. We'll have to mute that because I don't know if YouTube's that particular, but people are waiting forever for some gas. Look at this line over there on the left. It goes on and on
Holy cow.
It doesn't
I don't
stop.
think you're going to get. I think it's going to be out.
You know, I think, Matthew, by the time they get up there's only going to be some vapors left, or as they say, essence left.
In France.
We will save the essence of gas for a ruble piece.
You know, if someone told me that they were selling me essence, and then they told me later that that's gasoline, I feel like they're scamming me. Like, I would feel like they're scamming me. Because that sounds like vapors, and I wouldn't want to buy no vapors of gas. I want to buy that gas. But we also got to see some fuel tankers on the move through Crimea, which might be trying to relieve the fuel crisis, but I don't really think this is going to be doing much.
And they got a bullet hole in the window.
Идут с Керчи на Симферополь. Ожидайте.
Man, I don't think that's going to help. I think there's just so much of a demand for gas and such a little supply of it that they're even bringing in. It's not going to change much of anything. And so the Russian economy will continue to deteriorate. And a lot of people are
Russia's not
at this
like
very
too
moment
well.
right now that if a Russian fighter jet was shot down by NATO, would World War III ensue? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so jumping off to a different topic real quick on this poll question, the Russians today said that if any of their fighter jets get shot down by NATO, then World War III will ensue pretty much immediately after that. So do you believe it? Because the Russians are known to exaggerate from time to time. That's putting it lightly. So what do you think? 36% said yes, Russia would go to war over their fighter jet getting shot down, regardless of if it was justified or not, while 35% said no, Russia would not do anything, and 23% said it seems like a 50-50 chance. And I'll be honest with you, folks, I think Russia is trying to provoke something. So if NATO shoots down their fighter jet, they might decide to go to war. Actually, with the 36%, they probably would. But here's my thing, though. What are we going to do? Just because Russia is threatening to go to war, we're going to let fighter jets invade our NATO airspace?
No,
and do
you
nothing
can't.
about it? That's obviously not an option, in my opinion. So why the hell are we going to let the fighter jets fly over to avoid a war when they're literally causing a war by coming into our airspace? If Russia wants their fighter jets in peace, or in one piece, that is, if they want it in pieces, they can fly straight over NATO airspace, and we can chop it up for them a little bit and give it back to them in a dumpster if they want it back that way. But if they want to keep their fighter jets nice and whole and in one intact piece, they can simply keep it over Russian airspace, and they'll solve all their problems. But I'm not sure if NATO's going to follow through with it, to be straight up honest. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew, are you trying to say that Russian planes are chopped?
They're going to get it. They're going to chop the Russian plane up, the Russian fighter jet, and give it back to them in the little dumpster. They're going to give it back to them, a scrap.
Man, they're going to give it back to him chopped. Like, man, but beyond that, I'd have to say that I would be, personally, with the 35%. I don't think they're going to do much of anything. Because, you know, Turkey shot down an Su-24 in 2015, and they really didn't do anything in response to that. And I have a feeling that if we shot down a Russian plane now, they probably wouldn't do that much. And if they did, oh well. What were we supposed to do? Keep letting the Russians violate our airspace and our sovereignty of our country and continue to put our citizens under threat? No. Obviously, we're going to shoot it down anyway. So if they go to war with us, they're going to war, and they're pretty much generally signing their own death warrant at that point. They're not going to make it to the end. If they decide to do nothing, well, that's good, and they ought to not do that again because it'll happen again. That's generally how I would look at it, because that's really the only option we have at this point. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also, folks, speaking of opinions, which everyone has, I know that many people have a lot of questions, which is generally something that everyone has. Everyone has plenty of questions.
I gotta get into
Considering that
the
we have actually covered the very last
donos and whatnot. Let's see if we can see anything else going on. Well, the new Mandalorian trailer dropped.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Returning to Mr. Comey. Mr. Comey, you testified earlier today that you have concerns whenever the FBI doesn't operate in a, quote, competent and honest way. In your judgment, was the way that the FBI handled the Russia investigation, the surveillance of the Trump campaign, the Carter Page FISA application, the Michael Flynn investigation, was that handled in a competent and honest way?
First, Senator Cruz, there was no, to my knowledge, surveillance of the Trump campaign. I think the overall investigation of the Russian interference and whether Americans were associated with it was conducted in an honest, competent, independent way.
Okay. So, Mr. Comey, you're saying it's competent and honest. I assume you've read the Horowitz Inspector General report, which found 17 significant errors or omissions in the Carter Page FISA application. So, in your view, 17 mistakes lying to the court is competent and honest?
Well, I've read the report. I don't believe he concluded there were lies to the court, but there are significant and important failings in the way in which the Carter Page FISA was prepared and renewed.
All right, Mr. Comey, let's go directly to lies. The Inspector General report concluded that Mr. Klein Smith, an attorney who worked for you in the FBI, deliberately altered an email. He had emailed the CIA to ask if Carter Page was a source. The CIA came back and said, yes, he was a source. And Mr. Klein Smith, your lawyer, altered that email to add the words, not a source, to make the email say precisely the opposite of what the CIA said, and that fraudulent document was then used as a basis for a fraudulent submission to the FISA court. You believe that is honest and competent, Mr. Comey?
I don't believe you've offered an accurate summary of the Horowitz's findings.
Mr. Comey, I have the report right in front of me. Page 254 describes how the lawyer, specifically the words, and not a source, had been inserted in the response, directly reversing what the CIA says. Was it practice in your FBI to fraudulently alter evidence that you submit to federal courts?
It was not the practice in the FBI to fraudulently alter anything as presented to federal courts.
Well, it is difficult to say that an investigation that featured fraudulent evidence is competent and honest. But let's move on to something else. The predicate of much of this investigation was the Steele dossier, which has now been totally discredited as garbage. When did you learn that the Steele dossier was being funded by the Democratic National Committee and the Hillary Clinton campaign?
Again, I believe your predicate is inaccurate, but I first learned of the Steele dossier in late September of 2016 and understood that it was funded by political
He just seems like a snake.
Trump. Or candidate Trump. I didn't know the specifics of which part of the opposition, but I knew that it was political opposition research funded.
When? When did you learn that?
I think about the time I was briefed on it, so about the same time, probably third week of September.
So you were personally aware that the political opposition, whether the DNC or Hillary Clinton or whatever campaign bucket it was coming from, it was the opposing party that was funding it. You were specifically aware of it in September. Why didn't you tell the FISA court? Why did you omit that over and over and over again on applications you submitted? Didn't the court deserve to know that?
My recollection is the FISA court was alerted to the possibility that it was a politically biased reporting.
Your recollection is false. The FISA court was not told that it was funded by the DNC. That's one of the omissions that your FBI did repeatedly to the federal court. All right. Another. Go ahead.
That's not what I just said. So.
What did you just say?
I said my recollection is the court was alerted that there was potential political bias in this reporting.
Political bias is different from saying it was funded by the Hillary Clinton campaign. You just testified to this committee. You were specifically aware of that, and yet you repeatedly did not inform the court of it when you were getting an order to essentially weaponize the Democratic opposition research. All right, next question. When did you learn that the primary subsource, so the basis for this garbage Steele dossier, was a suspected Russian asset?
I don't remember ever being informed of any prior investigation of any of Steele's sources, including the primary subsource.
So you're not aware of it today?
I'm aware of it today because I've read it in the public sphere, and I've read a summary memo that the Department of Justice sent to the Judiciary Committee.
I would note the primary subsource was subject to FBI investigation, a counterintelligence investigation from 2009 to 2011, and I will read some of what the investigation was. The primary subsource approached two individuals who were about to enter the Obama administration and indicated that if, quote, the two individuals at the table did get a job in the government and had access to classified information and wanted to make a little extra money, the primary subsource knew some people to whom they could speak, is trying to recruit spies against the U.S. government. You have a Russian agent that is the basis for an FBI investigation, and the FBI is the one who had investigated them. Your testimony is you didn't know. Did it occur to you to ask? Did you ask any questions or do any due diligence on this at all?
I don't remember anything about the facts that have been revealed recently about the
Don't
subsource.
remember. I don't remember.
And as I said earlier, I think that cuts both ways, but I don't know how the people running the investigation thought about it.
Well, you didn't tell the FISA court that either, and I suspect the FISA court would have had a very different assessment if you had told them that the basis for your application was what you were being told from a suspected Russian asset. All right, let's shift to another topic. On May 3rd, 2017, in this committee, Chairman Grassley asked you point blank, quote, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation? You responded under oath, quote, never. He then asked you, quote, have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton administration? You responded again under oath, no. Now, as you know, Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it. Now, what Mr. McCabe is saying and what you testified to this committee cannot both be true. One or the other is false. Who's telling the truth?
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak. And Mr. McCabe, if he says contrary, is not telling the truth. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
All right, I'm going to make a final point because my time has expired. This investigation of the president was corrupt. The FBI and the Department of Justice were politicized and weaponized. And in my opinion, there are only two possibilities. That you were deliberately corrupt or woefully incompetent. And I don't believe you were incompetent. This has done severe damage to the professionals and the honorable men and women at the FBI because law enforcement should not be used as a political weapon. And that
it's definitely taking their trust away from them.
Senator Blumenthal.
Tatum does it. Yeah, this is crazy. I can't believe he did the auto pen thing. I saw his response.
And federal agents. As
Oh, this is the
shackled
leftist
run,
heist
then crawl for cover.
killers.
This is new video from inside the Dallas ICE office as Wednesday's shooting unfolded. Obtained by ABC News, it shows the van the FBI says the gunman shot at, and federal agents under fire as they carry a wounded detainee to safety.
I want to thank them for their bravery.
The head of the FBI in Dallas intends to leave no doubt about who 29-year-old suspect Joshua Yan targeted.
Yan specifically intended to kill ICE agents.
He says evidence found in FBI searches of the suspected shooter's house backs this up.
Clearest motivation for this attack are his own words. In his handwritten notes, he says, "I want to cause terror."
Investigators believe the suspect used a ladder to get to the rooftop sniper perch, where officers say they found him dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. His gun, an 8mm bolt-action rifle, the FBI says he legally bought last month.
He wrote that he intended to maximize lethality against ICE personnel and to maximize property damage at the facility.
The top federal prosecutor in North Texas says it appears he did not intend to harm detainees, despite shooting 3 of them.
He also hoped his actions would give ICE agents real terror of being gunned down.
Voting records obtained by WFAA shows he was a registered independent. ABC News says an online profile indicates he was an avid gamer with more than 10,000 hours played. Investigators believe he acted alone.
What he did is the very definition of terrorism.
And now we see that terror caught on camera. In Dallas, I'm Cole Sullivan.
Crazy what people can come up with when they're just offended at everything.
I am not sorry
Vagrant.
for something I didn't do, and I am not sorry for the things I did do.
Wow, what a funk.
All right.
Listen, stop.
All right.
Listen to me.
I'm not
You're not going to raise your voice again.
I'm not going to raise my voice again. I'm not.
I will have you removed from this courtroom. I can sentence you without you being present.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't conduct
I
yourself.
understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Don't be a thug.
I'm sorry for your loss.
19 years I've been at this job. I've seen human beings killed at the hands of others in every way imaginable. You name it, I've seen it. Shootings, stabbings, drownings, suffocatings, blown apart by cars, some DUI manslaughter cases, horrible things. This is the worst case I have ever seen as far as the facts go. When the person from fire department, when he testified, and when he said that he retrieved the body of Ronivia O'Neill from the home, and all he could do was sob. It took every ounce I had not to start sobbing too, because there is no way any person with any feeling could have witnessed or seen the photos of what occurred that night and not be haunted for the rest of your life. I know I will be. For the rest of my life, I'll be haunted by what I saw as far as the evidence and just the abject cruelty of it all. The abject cruelty. And I wasn't was aware there was some evidence, at least, that when you needed to recover from your gunshot wound, that neither your parents nor your Aisha, Miss Robinson, would let you come recover at their home. I don't know if it's true or not. Okay, I'm not going to get into a dispute. I'm just mentioning there was some evidence referencing that in the records. And all I can think about, because I knew that Miss Barron was not with you romantically at the time, and I knew that she just out of the goodness of her heart let you come stay with her. And it is beyond tragic that that critical decision ended in so much horror for her and for her children. It is unspeakably cruel what happened as a result of that one decision. The way that Miss Barron died was horrific, and that 911 call, which captured truly all of it. You heard, and everyone who's heard that 911 call heard a death scream. If anybody ever wants to know what it sounds like before a human being dies, knowing that their death is imminent, that's exactly what it is. That was a death scream.
We're going to see if it's true.
But what happened to little Ranivia and to little Ronnie, but I'm going to focus on Ranivia because she was special. And you could tell Miss Barron had done everything she could to create a beautiful home for her family. I noticed that the Ranivia's bedroom, before you set it on fire, you could tell she tried so hard to make her feel like a princess. Kenyatta did everything she could. And I noticed too in the kitchen, on the refrigerator, she put up magnets that said faith, love, family, hope. And then you know what else happened to that refrigerator during that night? It got splattered with blood all over it due to what happened. Little Ranivia, she couldn't scream, she couldn't run away, and she witnessed what you did to her mother as far as shooting her mother in the arm with the gunshot. She knew. And the horror that that child suffered. And she already had a life where she was born with challenges regarding her physical and her mental disabilities. But the pain and suffering that she suffered that night at your hands, unspeakable, absolutely unspeakable. And at the moment, that first time you struck her with that hatchet, and little Ronnie testified that all he could see was tears coming out of his sister's face. At that moment, that child knew. She knew she was being betrayed in the cruelest, most tragic and sorrowful way that a child could ever be betrayed. She was being betrayed by her parent, the one person that should be there to protect their children and love them and keep them from harm. And that was the last thing that child felt before she passed on from this earth, was your utter, cruel betrayal to her. And I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, I have no idea, but I read somewhere that souls pick their lives, and that they know exactly how difficult their lives are going to be before they enter into this world. And I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, Ranivia O'Neal is one of the bravest souls I have ever come across in my 54 years on this planet. One of the bravest ever, ever, because she suffered so traumatically.
Horrible. Horrible people. You see the evil. The evil on him. Now my timeline's going to be filled with those law cases.
What you're about to see is something the public was never meant to witness until now. On June 18th, 2023, the OceanGate Titan submersible vanished. 5 lives lost, one of them OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush. But now the Coast Guard has quietly released a haunting new video, and it changes everything. In this never-before-seen clip, Stockton's wife, Wendy Rush, is on board the support ship Polar Prince when a mysterious bang echoes through the hull. Her voice breaks the silence. This wasn't just a sound. It was likely the moment that her husband, Stockton Rush, and the rest of the Titan crew were killed along with the implosion beneath nearly 13,000 feet of ocean. Now, this video is U.S. Coast Guard Exhibit 141, so it's the latest bit of evidence that was added to the public docket. So I'm going to show you this video, and I
haven't seen this yet.
Audio just a little bit because it was very quiet. I also added some closed captioning text for you here to easily identify what it is that they were talking about. It's a little over 2 minutes, so I will play it in its entirety with all of the enhancements that I added, and then we'll reanalyze the implosion part.
Transceiver head moves around.
400 meters to go. 8 seconds till the explosion.
Yeah. It should be about 500 meters, 30. What was that bang?
So now Wendy's about to see the text message from the Titan submersible saying that they dropped 2 weights.
Drop 2 weights. Titan dropped 2 weights.
Copy. Titan dropped 2 weights.
What does that mean?
So he meant to go down fairly light. Didn't think that exactly what happened.
No. He exploded.
Go ahead, platform.
We're going to diver 419, please dive equipment checklist. There's a line that says spare sector, more than 5 available.
Say again.
Right here.
Repeat last.
Diver 419, please dive equipment checklist. A line says spare deck bricks, more than 5 available. The platform was light, therefore we need more bricks here, correct?
Negative. Yeah, well, the platform, those weights can be on the platform and just be ready to transfer to the sub.
Roger that. Thank you for confirming.
We've lost tracking. Can you confirm how many bricks are on the platform currently?
Okay, so that was the full length of that video. Now, did you notice that Gary Foss just stated here a few seconds ago, we've lost tracking?
We've lost tracking.
So this is the very first time that we've been able to see, like a fly on the wall there, everything that the crew was going through up on the cockpits when they realized that there's no tracking available. We can't find Titan. We don't know where it is. So my question here is, why was this video kept from us, the public, from the Coast Guard for the last 2 years or so? Why wasn't it shown at the Coast Guard Marine Board investigation, the live streams that they did last September, where they showed
They heard
everything else
that.
in the world?
Boom.
Also, what does all of this reveal about the immediate moments after contact was lost with the Titan submersible and the human cost of deep sea ambition? It's a window into a tragedy that is still unfolding. Titanic is still taking lives over 100 years later. Let's watch the little scene again with the
crazy.
explosion sound, and I'll beef it up so you can hear the thud. So this video is telling us two different things here that we didn't know before this. So it's giving us a great behind the scenes view of exactly what was going on on the Polar Prince, that's the mothership up top there, during the implosion of the OceanGate Titan submersible several hundred meters below them. We also get to be a fly on the wall there and hear exactly the sound that they heard. What we still don't understand here is, did they hear the sound just bubble up through the ocean water and then they heard it when it got to the
Probably.
surface? Or did it make like a ping type of a sound, like an echo off of the bottom of the Polar Prince? Or was there a hydrophone, microphone, or something that they heard on a speaker? So it's not really telling
Good
us
question.
how it was they heard it, like mechanically. What was the way that the path of the sound got to them? But one thing's for sure, they heard that sound. And she looked and she says, "What was that bang?" So to them, it sounded like a bang. Yeah, man. And so, you know, Wendy Rush, at this very moment in time, she has no idea that she just heard her husband die along with 4 other men at this very
Crazy.
instant when she heard that bang. Now, this video also gives us a second
This
clue
video
that
is
we didn't
old,
know
4
about
months
before,
old.
too, is that she had a false sense of
This is
security.
new info to me.
Everything was still okay. But oh, they just got a text message from the Titan submersible that says we dropped 2 weights. Now, if you're not that familiar with what this means, so dropping 2 weights is what Stockton Rush would do when they're inside the OceanGate Titan submersible and it's dropping down and down and getting close to the Titanic. They want to begin to kind of slow that rate of ascent there. So they need to jettison a little bit of weight so that it won't be coming down quite so fast. So in this case here, he had just texted back up to them, we dropped 2 weights. And so this usually happens a few hundred yards away from the Titanic. So they were getting pretty close to the bottom. Okay? Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey, sound is sound. How could Wendy Rush have possibly heard the implosion and then a few seconds later got
Sound
that
waves
text
travel
message from
differently
Titan
from
saying,
water.
"We dropped 2 weights. Hey, everything's fine." No wonder she didn't think that anything was wrong. But why would there be a problem here? So you're probably thinking that wasn't the implosion she heard because they were fine. You saw the text come in.
Drop 2 weights. Titan dropped 2 weights.
Copy. Titan dropped 2 weights.
Not so fast, people, because take a look at this. The speed of sound in seawater is about 1,500 meters per second. And at the depth that Titan was, we can pretty much assume that it took about 2.53 seconds or so for the audio to reach the ship from where the implosion was. The way they text message back and forth to the ship is with an acoustic modem. And let me tell you something, man, this thing is like molasses slow. If any of you remember the old modems from the 1990s, dial-up that made that squealing noise, and it took forever to connect and all that, that's what we're doing here. And these acoustic modems are even slower than those. So yes, without a doubt, the OceanGate Titan imploded first before the message that they just sent that says we're dropping 2 weights was able to reach all the way up to the top of the ship's surface there and be decoded by the computer. So she sees it on the computer and goes, you almost see a sigh of relief on Wendy. But man, I feel so bad for her to go through that thinking everything's okay and then find out later on, just a couple of minutes later, oh, we lost tracking. So unfortunately for Wendy Rush and her fellow employees there, they didn't realize that they had just heard the sound of the implosion that killed her husband and the crew members, and that the sound of that implosion shot up to the surface faster than the text messages that said, hey, we just dropped 2 weights. So that's what led to the lack of understanding there that there was already an implosion. Now, what we need to see videos on is why was there such a delay of several hours before they called the Coast Guard? So hopefully that will come out later in the investigation also. Now, there's some other pictures that the Coast Guard released yesterday along with this video. And so let me show you what these are. Okay, so here's the first new photograph that was released yesterday.
Holy cow.
This is on the deck of the ship that they brought up all of the OceanGate Titan submersible debris on. In fact, this right here is one of the domes that you can see. It's already been strapped down onto the deck. They probably brought up a couple of baskets full of this debris here, and so I wanted to see if I could zoom in. They didn't give us the highest resolution in the world. This is a printed circuit board, so I don't know if that came from a phone or the computer, and here's another one, but certainly if there was any
You got where they
photographs or videos
modules plug in.
phones, you're likely to still be able to recover the chip on there by taking it off. And
Putting it on a new board.
times as an engineer at Motorola, you reflow the board and get the chip off of there, and you reflow it onto another good printed circuit board that has everything fully operational, and then you should be able to retrieve the data or photographs or video. Yeah, so this looks like another one over here. This looks like another board here. So we don't know if this is all related to the computer systems or what. They got part of a plug, so I don't know what this is. So yeah, I'd be looking for cameras and cell phones in here, and maybe even the Rubik's Cube that the 19-year-old kid had with him. Yeah, he wanted to break the world record and solve the Rubik's Cube at the Titanic depth. So it looks like we have possibly more printed circuits over here, but you can see, yeah, some stuff got kind of shredded around, but it wasn't like pulverized and vaporized like everybody thought that it would be. And then over here, you can see more chunks of printed circuit board. And the Coast Guard also released this photograph yesterday. This right here was the original hull from 2019 that got cracked in the Bahamas. And I believe this was sitting in storage at Ocean Gate on their property. And this is kind of eerie here. They collected up at least 2 of the expedition patches. So even these survived. So I'm wondering, okay, where's the clothing? Like, how are the condition of the bodies? You know, if this
Did they ever find the bodies?
certainly maybe the clothing might have. I know the bodies might have been like all obliterated, but the clothing you would think would have survived. Yeah, the Coast Guard also released this picture of some of the carbon fiber pieces. Now, there's no scale on here, so they're not identifying how big this is, so I can't really tell how big these pieces are. But again, this goes against the whole grain of what many people thought was going to be, that the entire thing just vaporized and there wouldn't be anything left to find of it. But so this seemed to be more like just a large underwater buckling than it was a vaporizing implosion. And they also gave us this picture, and this shows us the map of the areas that they were searching. So this is their search patterns here, and many overlapped areas in this area here, and probably because this is likely where it first descended, and that would be my first place to check. The U.S. Coast Guard is expected to have their final report out later this year. Now, if you missed my previous video from a couple of months ago when the Coast Guard released the actual audio file and
Wonder if they're going to release that soon. Not an accident. MH370 search resumed. The Malaysian airline. That was horrible too. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I put on a kettle. I'm gonna have some tea. Knock me out. Get some sleepy time tea into me. What else is going on? Oh, I remember the DC sniper attacks. Crazy. 23-day killing spree. Oh, jeez. Get rid of that sick stuff. Sick people on here, man. X is a cesspool like this. Like, what is this? Girl.
It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden, if that were the case, Joe Biden should not be running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81 years old. The retirement age in the United States at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86, which is 19 years past when he would be eligible for retirement.
Yeah.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem. Everybody that I know who is elderly, who has retired, is dead within 5 years.
Yeah.
If you talk to people who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But put all of that
It's
aside.
usually about
Just on a
5 years
physical
after
level
retirement.
and on a logical level.
Unless you, because they don't keep
When
busy.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old. Today, the average life expectancy in the United States is close to 80.
It's like 85, right?
It's totally insane that you believe that you should be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45
I don't know if
period.
I necessarily agree on this
And
take
then
with
you will receive
Shapiro.
Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk. That is not fiscally sustainable. The notion that if you have to raise the retirement age to 67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired.
Yeah, my
And they should retire. It
mother-in-law's
would be very
not
bad for them
retired.
to retire. By the way, it's disrespectful to people who are 67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940. It's not true at all.
True.
Have you met a 65-year-old lately?
They're pretty young and
65-year-olds
spry.
are not old in the United States. They're not. 68-year-olds are not old in the United States. Again, Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81. I failed to see how a country in which our entire
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with Ben on that one. I saw him, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright laws. You can barely read properly. What did he do here?
Was issuing a death threat against this. He said he laid off you because of the whole Charlie Kirk thing, so there's that at least. Great. Remember when he also said that I falsely claimed that I was issuing a death threat against his wife?
No, you actually claimed.
Destiny, because Destiny took that as an opportunity to literally issue an actual direct death threat against me. And then he openly stated, "Oh, you ruined it. We really had a win here, but you fucking had to open your mouth and ruin it. Now he can play the victim." That's what he said. I think that shows you a lot about the calculations at play here.
How smart you are, Hassan.
Drop
No,
the lawsuits.
you can't tell him to
know
drop the
they're
lawsuits.
frivolous. You know it has nothing to do with copyright or anything like that. You'll win a lot more good favor if you were to do that. I know you think that the people that you're attacking are unfavorable by the new audience that you have cultivated, but it's a good gesture. Laid off you complaining about your op-ed and reposting the same out of context clip about Kamala versus Trump 10 times? I know.
There we go. All right. I'll be back. Kettle's whistling. All right. Hot tea. Hot, yummy tea. A little bit of honey. Yeah, I don't know what Hassan thinks. I don't know what goes through that dude's head. But he is quite dumb sometimes. Also, what's dumb? The word glizzies. Like, I don't understand why people call hot dogs glizzies. Dumbest word ever. Yeah, I agree. It's a Glock. That's a holder. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Calling it anything else is an abomination. I gotta start a timer. I do 4 minutes. Fourth tea bag. Steep. And we'll let it cool down.
Tylenol can cause. The administration quotes the dean of Harvard, okay, saying Tylenol can cause autism.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, what do we have to say about that?
Now it's back. It's great.
Mm.
Okay, fine. Let's put that to the side. The report does not say that. The report found an association
Yeah.
Tylenol and autism. What does that mean? Correlation, not causation. In fact, no, quote, definitive causation. The administration
You're arguing semantics here. Correlation does not mean a causation, correct? But can associate with autism. It's not recommended by Tylenol in the first place.
The report does not say that. The report found an association between Tylenol and autism. What does that mean?
Matt Morris is doing awesome. I hope one day I get to have an outreach like that. That'd be cool. For Presley to be a black woman is to be hyper visible and invisible. What? You can't.
There has been such a targeting. To be a black woman is to just walk in this dichotomy of being hyper visible, where you are surveyed, targeted, criminalized, while also hyper invisible. Because our contributions are ignored and denied, if not relegated to a footnote, and our pain delegitimized. And that's the dichotomy that we're always walking with.
No, it's not. You can't be both.
To say, please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths. Your perversion of his words and his mission, when his children have asked you to stop invoking his name and
You're not his child.
his work when he was a proud and unapologetic black man fighting for equality for black Americans and all marginalized people. So you all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. But I'm not surprised that you would deny American history. A colleague across the aisle invoked the phrase of, we must do everything to stop government-sponsored oppression. Well, I've just enumerated numerous examples, which is exactly why we have legislation and an executive order to reverse.
Her voice is kind of annoying.
And that is why I'm committed to opposing this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
I thank my colleague, and I appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? That's exactly the kind of baked-in oppression. Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now in this committee. Well, thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. You You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Order, Mr. Higgins has the floor.
And we will quote who we please to quote.
A disgrace.
And we will continue to speak freely because now I'm a veteran. That's the country that I serve. That's a constitution I swore an allegiance to. And that oath has no expiration date. I will fight for it with my last life's blood. For my right to speak freely and yours, good lady. You will never hear me saying, how dare you, quote, anybody you...
Quote George Washington.
And that exemplifies, America, precisely the type of institutional oppression that my
Ignorance.
Clouds bill, for which I'm an original co-sponsor, hopes to push back.
I refuse to be lectured about racism by somebody who hates white people. Exactly. Only in America can an ethnic group have Black Awareness Month. Black holiday, black only colleges, black only dating sites, black only bars and clubs, and turn around and call everyone else racist. They're trying to segregate just like it was in the 1950s. Who is this guy? Red jumpsuit apparatus guy?
Remove any of that stuff from the Stay Woke campaign, I guess you guys are calling it, from 2020. Look, man, the thing about being woke is you're awake, and once you're awake, you can never go to sleep. And only has nothing changed, but everything they said was going to happen, the woke people, has happened. You have done nothing but prove them right. So here it is again, in case somehow you missed it. Hi, I'm Ronnie Winter. I sing for the Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, and I actually follow what Jesus says.
No, you don't.
If you're a Christian and you're watching this and you voted for Donald Trump, shame on you.
No
you are
train
not
here.
allowed to come to my shows. I don't want you there. Don't come to my shows. It's awesome that you love Face Down. It's not for you. It's not your song. Okay? It is not your song. If you voted for Donald Trump, do not come to my
One-hit
shows
wonders over here.
ever. Not just like these 4 years. Don't come to my shows because you're going to hear a lot of woke propaganda and you're going to hear like the actual words of Jesus. You're going to see a lot of acceptance from all areas of life and races. And you're just going to see a lot of like harmony. Okay? That's not what you're about. Okay? Don't come. Refunds.
Mr. One-hit wonder's too high on a pedestal. That's what he is. There's the gremlin. They're jamming our radios. We don't know where this is coming from, the sound, but other vessels are experiencing the same thing. Greta Thunberg's flotilla says its radios were hijacked and blasted with ABBA music as it sailed. What is the song, ABBA? I'm sure somebody posted it here. Wheels on a shopping trolley be like... What diva? Locked in the kitchen. She hasn't been this mad since she saw Donald Trump walk into the room. Yeah, Lord Farquaad. What diva? DC resident lost numerous friends following the shooting incident involving Charlie Kirk.
Care to have an opinion when it came to school shootings. They did not care to have an opinion when it came to gay rights, like any sort of thing other than all of a sudden he was killed. And he is a Christian, he's a father, he was a husband, and all of a sudden you have an opinion to make on it. Like that to me is like, so where were you with anything with
That's
Gaza?
no opinion,
Like
it's
any
the mourn.
shootings? Like you had nothing to say about it until then. I call them like my sleuth MAGA. Do I think the man deserved to die? Absolutely not. I think that everyone should be able to the same thing that's going on with Jimmy Kimmel and him being like canceled.
It's
because
not
of
the
everything
same
and, like,
thing.
losing his job.
I think a lot of people in media have a moral obligation to knuckle against what's happening right now. We're going to see a incredible push by people online, Libs of TikTok, Laura Loomer, all these other types. They really want just real nasty stuff in the street. And I think a lot of leaders
Nasty
need to step
stuff.
up.
I don't think anyone's stepping up.
Having no criminals. Then you get back on their hole.
You're out of your mind. Charitably, you're paranoid. And Jews have a right to some degree of paranoia, given what's happened to us. But I don't excuse it. These have been two of the most outspoken pro-Israel voices. They are allowed to differ with the Israeli government. Half of Israel disagrees with the Israeli government. I have watched both of them in their outspoken defenses of Israel, which unfortunately takes some courage today on the right.
Yeah.
There are a lot of voices that are anti-Israel. There were voices on the right that were anti-Semitic in William Buckley's time, and he, to his great courageous credit, publicly rebuked them. It took a lot of courage. Courage is the rarest of the good human traits, as I always point out. There are a lot of good people, but there are very few courageous good people. I would only say to Megan and Charlie, in fact, I had every desire to call Charlie to talk to him about this. You can't say the Jews anything. George Soros is a Jew, and Benjamin Netanyahu is a Jew. Do they have anything?
But they're not the same.
Absolutely nothing. One is on the right and one is on the left, and therefore they have nothing in common. Hitler and the Nazis would say Jews were the inventors of communism, and Stalin would say that the Jews were the inventors of capitalism. So you can't both be right. You can't say the any group, the Americans, the whites, the blacks. It doesn't work.
I know you said you wished you called Charlie to say what you said. I texted with him and I
Sad the condition he's in. I had no idea until yesterday or the day before.
Before my accident, you would have me on, and you were very generous in what you would say about me, and even say about me when I wasn't on. And I would likewise speak highly of you and mention you were one of the few regular podcasts I'd be watching. Since my accident, a major way I've kept up with the news. Are Jews defenders of Judeo-Christian values or the antagonists? The answer is some are one and some are the other. I have nothing in common with left-wing Jews. Nothing. And they have nothing in common with me. So please, for the sake of Western civilization, for the sake of America, for the sake of truth, don't take these comments from these Jewish fools, whoever they are, as indicative of the Jewish people.
Yeah.
They're not.
Sad to see what's happened. I heard he got surgery and it made it even worse and basically left him paralyzed like that. Like lumbar 4 and 5 or something like that. Spinal damage. And luckily, I only had a chip on my spine. Lost most of the feeling in my foot, though. Basically lost my foot, technically.
Literally perverting the old saying, what comes around goes around. You know, today it's a Republican president, but degrading the democracy and ruining, literally perverting the great ethos and tradition of the Department of Justice, where I was in awe when I walked through those halls as a federal prosecutor. I think it's time for Republican colleagues to say enough is enough, and we are going to push them.
No, they're speaking loud. They're just not doing anything.
What comes around goes around. You know, today it's a Republican president, but degrading the democracy.
Look how evil she looks. Look at her evil scowl. Just like that fucker.
Tradition of the Department of Justice, where I was in awe when I walked through those halls as
Defendants are now turning on him, claiming he got the call and became a Zionist shill after saying that Israel is a bigger gross positive to America than Muslims. They are.
But, well, in terms of, I wouldn't.
Which of the two do you think has been a bigger net positive to America?
Oh, well, it has to be Israel, absolutely.
Okay, so a part about that part.
But, well, in terms of, I wouldn't say net positive. I would say in terms of raw, maybe like gross positive. Because they've had a lot of contributions culturally and even, in terms of art, literature, music, also scientifically. But it's difficult to say on that because I also think that there's quite a bit of a detriment. I think that the melting pot comes from the Jewish community.
What do you mean by that?
The idea of the melting pot, that comes from a Jewish playwright. Because Jewish people come to America, and like all immigrants, they say, well, we want America to be more welcoming. So they start to spin up these ideas that, well, America was never this country of white Christians. It's always been a melting pot for all immigrants. They want the country to be more open because that makes it more comfortable for them. It makes it more tolerant for them. But this has also made us more open and tolerant for Muslims, for example. We're bringing, who's been the biggest driver of like the Hart-Celler 65 Immigration Act? It was like the SPLC, which is run by Jewish lawyers. And so
but you can't
they are
conflate
major
all
drivers
Jews
of
as
mass
one
migration.
Jew.
They're also major drivers of the pro-Israel politics, like the Iraq War. It was many Jewish
Iraq
journalists.
War was not a pro-Jewish anything.
The point being is like when you calculate on net, and I agree with you, like I think there are a lot of people that are critical of Israel that are reluctant to acknowledge the good that Jews do. And I think that Jews they're brilliant. Many of them are brilliant.
So when I'm saying net positive, I'm talking jobs, economy. How often you hear about crime, what they do. Like if you have a choice between living in a city in Minnesota, Dearborn, and living in, I don't know what's the biggest city. What's the city?
New York City.
Boca Raton, let's just say, right? If you have a choice between raising your family between Dearborn and Boca Raton, where do you choose?
Boca Raton,
okay,
of course,
so the point is like they go to a place.
And by nobody wants to go to Dearborn.
If that was Muslim,
they've chased everybody out.
I would say Muslims, but
Muslims have taken total
wherever they
control.
live, it's safer.
Dearborn.
Things are nicer. Things get better.
I agree.
And that is one part to measure where they're at. Now, do I see them overly aggressive? Do I see them the type that are going to use politicians and buy them like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people are saying? 100%. Do I see them? They're going to be there in everyone's DM email saying, hey, we'd love to support you. We'd love to bring you to Israel and, doing all that stuff. It's obvious. I'm seeing it myself. Okay. Do I look at that and shame them and say, oh, you shame on? I look at that and say, no, I wish Armenians would do that. I've never gotten an invitation from Prime Minister of Armenia. He should probably send me an invite to go there, right? It's not a bad idea to come and show the country. I'm Armenian. I'm a Syrian. Syrians don't have a country. It's probably a good idea. You don't see that. You wish others would do that. So for me, as much as when I go into that, by the way, I'll give you one other side that, Israel's going to be like, yeah. This other side to me is I actually do believe they leverage Mossad to get intel. I actually do believe they use blackmail. I actually do believe they do that. So, there's nothing going on with Epstein. No. Michael Wolff did a podcast with him 2 months ago. And when he was at Epstein's house, the 100 hours of recording that he has with him, I said, how many times was Ehud Barak there? Am I saying his name correctly? Barak.
Ehud Barak.
He said he was there many times. He saw Bill Gates there many times. Why would the former prime minister visit the guy 30-something times? Just because the conversation's great? That's a little bit suspect, right?
Ex-minister. Oh, Pocahontas says truck calls her. I'll be right back. We're going to check with the dog once. She wants water.
is being canceled. Donald Trump and the Republicans are threatening to shut down government because they rather take health care away from millions of people than keep the
Illegal
government.
immigrants.
Look, at the end of the month, the federal government runs out of money, and that means Congress needs to pass a new budget. But here's the thing. This budget fight is about saving health care for millions of people.
Well, that's what JD Vance said it was about.
Hospitals and clinics are closing. Cancer treatment for children is being canceled. Why? All because Republicans in Congress gutted health care like the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. But rather than address this health care crisis, the Republicans just want to shut government down. It's amazing the lengths these Republicans will go to make sure that a visit to the doctor is even.
The hoe that took millions from Big Pharma to push their agenda and artificially increase the prices of pharmaceuticals purely so Big Pharma can make more profit, as well as shut down potential natural, cheaper cures, forcing us to purchase the overpriced medication. Yep. Yep, that's her. You have to remember that there were caps. So they would create individual contributions at the cap limits for people who never actually contributed more than a few dollars. Money laundering. And then they would claim that it was from worker and not corporations. Jeez.
The issue of health employment will be discussed at length. That's never gotten the attention it deserves. The issue of food systems and how with climate change, a lot of farmers aren't able to grow their crops, which is a tragedy for them. Very, very important meeting.
Well, isn't it your fault that they can't grow their crops? Because you put so many regulations in place?
That's never gotten the attention it deserves. The issue of food systems and how with climate change, a lot of farmers aren't able to grow their crops, which is a tragedy for them.
Probably not climate change, it's all regulations. Yep, a new project. Bill Gates. Right? I don't know. Ooh,
that spanking is sinful.
it's not.
Anytime you physically harm another person, especially a child, it is evil.
Disciplining is not evil.
It is not biblical.
She's not read her Bible at all. Yeah, exactly.
Is a misunderstanding of what shepherds actually do. I'm a farmer. I know that the staff and the rod are used to gently guide sheep, to protect.
The guide. Yeah. You whack them on the hips to get them to move.
You might go to touch an outlet and your mom moves your hand away and says no when you're a toddler.
No, you slap it because some kids don't.
Guide you in the right direction, not to beat you with. And anyone who tells you it's okay.
Let's see what say. 2 out of 3 got one spanking, each the third never got spanked at all, but I despise when false preachers alter the Bible to advance their own agenda. Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of spoiled, disrespectful brats out there. And never got punished in their lives, were just allowed to roam free, never dealt with any consequences. Probably never even got into any fights. And my dad jacked me up by the car once when I was 17. That was a very rebellious time in my life. When he had brought that up recently, and actually, you know what? I respect my dad for doing that a lot more than if he would have just let me go. And I still went and did, but I knew that I was wrong the whole time. From denying Somalia had a president to making up a story President Trump is lying about whom no one should take this embarrassing fool serious. President Trump says he offered the head of Somalia to take Rabil Haromar back. So just maybe he'd like to take her back. He said, I don't want her.
Suggested that maybe, did you know, I met the head of Somalia, did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back. He said, I don't want her. Okay, what else? You want to listen? I met the head of Somalia, did you know that?
Tennessee State. Look at these people.
All right, Mr. White.
All these African Americans wanting to be treated with respect, but acting like animals. Sad. Who's Jenny? Hmm? Oh, Jenny. Yeah, when people can't hold a conversation with you, they just call you a homophobic, a racist, a bigot, all kinds of names because they don't actually know how to defend their points. No, it's hilarious. The Justice, UK is a Christian, he uses Islamophobia and says offended Muslims want the UK to ban Christmas celebration because it's offensive and oppressive towards innocent Muslims. And go back to Pakistan. Week's media coverage is that the soulless schools and the Dem media care more about a left-wing talk show host purposely lied about the Charlie Kirk assassination for political reasons, and Charlie Kirk actually being assassinated. As a matter of cones or discipline. No. This is your opinion and speculation. And incorrect information. Yeah, so where is it? This is a personal opinion which should get noted in the first place. Aided, it doesn't directly where this is key points relevant. Opinion and speculation. This contributor needs to be watched out for. Geez. Just spent the last 10 years canceling anyone that had a different opinion. Exactly.
let me tell you.
Let's see how smart she is.
Also, I have my master's degree in forensic psychology, and I wrote my master's thesis on gun violence in America.
It has nothing to do with
And
forensic
let me tell
psychology.
you, do not be fucking gaslit by these right-wing talking heads and podcasters on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, because they are fucking lying to you. The
Are they?
research goes back to the fucking 60s, and the amount of
Well, if you were more educated, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be swearing as much as you are. It shows you how educated you are in the first place.
political, mass, and domestic terroristic violence that exists it's insane. You
She can't even talk.
Furthermore,
It's insane. You can't even believe it. Presenting
the
nothing.
guy who originally coined the term serial killer, and let me tell you, a lot of serial killing is also politically motivated as well. So
Well, serial killing
be
is usually
smarter,
done
do
because
your
they're mentally
research,
ill.
Don't be gaslit. Love y'all. Hi.
Their first rule of Dunning-Kruger Club is you don't know you're in Dunning-Kruger Club. Master's degree in philosophy, 100K in student debt. Can't find a philosophy job. Thinks people without degrees are stupid. No student debt, makes over 100K a year. About to disconnect Adam's electricity. No real jobs, head full of straw and dust, just hanging around all day. Some wacky professors give them a gender studies degree from Karl Marx U, and they think that makes them smart. Yeah, I know a person like that. I have a chemistry degree. Good for you. Showed a much more restrained, balanced feel on how to hold the left accountable instead of persecuting them. Pay for them to be fully prosecuted. This is something I fully support, but I'm surprised he made such a drastic shift in his rhetoric. Here's why. Following this podcast, as a society, we have two choices. Either we inflict severe and merciless suffering on violent criminals, or we allow severe and merciless suffering to be inflicted on the innocent. One group or the other will endure brutality and violence. Yeah. This statement at the time, because it's vengeful, that was obviously in line with his oft-cited friend-enemy distinction that Conceptual James has actually depicted as anti-American totalitarian. To support what Matt said today and give him credit for shifting away from his recent rage, I wonder why he changed course. Why not argue to ruthlessly hold these leftist bad actors to the same scrutiny they would hold right-wingers if the tables were turned? Consistent with his tones since leftist violence escalated so much this month again. I'm happy for this, but am cautiously optimistic. It's such an obvious departure from where he was even yesterday that I'm skeptical to say the least.
Of political terrorism, and all of those things are intended to lay the groundwork for violence. They should all be loudly condemned, and whatever qualifies as legal incitement, which is a lot of it, should be prosecuted as such.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be clear, I'm not even advocating for Republicans to do everything that Democrats would do if the roles were reversed. Yes, they would haul every Republican directly into a gulag if they had the opportunity.
They absolutely would.
Any threats. If anything like this was happening on the right, anything like it, where you had this epidemic of right-wing political violence coupled with hundreds of thousands of conservatives openly calling for more violence, if anything like that was happening and Democrats had power, it would just be it would just be over. Like, you would not be allowed to be a conservative in this country anymore.
Mm-hmm. It would be Democrat and then extreme
they would
left.
shove the Constitution into a wood chipper.
Yep.
And they would ruthlessly.
They already tried doing
every
that.
single one of us, if conservatives engaged in the kind of systematic campaign of
Why we were
political
quiet
terrorism
for 10
that the
years.
left is currently conducting. But that doesn't mean that we should do the same. I believe in the rule of law. Even though they would mercilessly persecute all of us if this was happening on the right, I don't want to see anybody persecuted.
Mm-hmm.
What I do want, and what we all want, what all decent Americans want is for the Trump administration to do absolutely everything legally in its power to prosecute, not persecute, prosecute and punish every leftist responsible for committing, coordinating, funding, encouraging, inciting this epidemic of political violence. I want them to actually treat Antifa like the terrorist organization that it is.
Yep.
And handle its adherents and affiliates the same way we handle ISIS and Al-Qaeda.
With a
Don't
drone.
shy away from prosecuting terrorists and criminals who are obviously inciting and committing violence. Now is the time.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Russia's acting up and is going to take a lot of attention away from the left. But I thought that was a girl.
Because I haven't had a Nintendo console in a very long time. But unfortunately, I just found out that Nintendo's not going to do anything about this regime using their intellectual property to advertise their Gestapo activity.
Oh, it is a girl.
Yeah, that happened, and Nintendo's just going, we're going to let it slide. So, okay, Nintendo, well, silence is violence, and...
Well, all the way back home. All the way back. No one cares. Why did I watch that stupid video? Let's watch one from Matt Walsh.
Benefit analysis there. Look, I've been making this point for a long time. As a society, we have two choices. Okay, only two. Either we are going to inflict severe, merciless suffering on the criminals, the violent degenerates, the sociopathic predators, the dysfunctional, the barbaric, or we're going to allow severe, merciless suffering to be inflicted on the innocent.
Yeah.
The women sitting on the train after work, the pedestrians walking their dogs in the park, the Uber drivers, the gas station clerks, and so on. One group or the other is going to be made to feel immense suffering. One group or the other is going to be met with brutality and violence. There's no third option, at least not for us. Now, other countries may be able to find a middle path. Japan is one of the safest countries in the world. It's also completely homogenous. 98% of Japanese citizens are ethnically Japanese. They are a small, homogenous country where everybody shares the same culture, same values, same priorities, the same fear of public shame and embarrassment. And yet, even in Japan, the death penalty is mandated in their penal code. They don't use it often, but when they do use it, the accused finds out their execution date on the day of the execution. And then they're taken off to be hanged without any further appeal. So Japan's secret sauce is homogeneity with severe and lethal punishment dispensed on the rare occasion when it's necessary.
Yep.
That is not our situation. We are a very big country. We are, as we're always reminded, very diverse. So we are left with the two options I just outlined. Severe, brutal, ugly punishment of the guilty.
Yep.
Or severe, brutal, ugly punishment of the innocent. Either the former or the latter. To choose neither, to refuse to choose, is to choose the latter.
Agreed. Well, Hakeem Jeffries.
It has, we know that in this great country of ours, whenever progress has been made, it has always triggered a backlash amongst those interested in elevating white supremacy, this ugly underbelly in American society. There was the progress of emancipation and Reconstruction, followed by the backlash of Jim Crow, the KKK, and the lynching epidemic. We know that in this great country of ours, whenever
Give me a 30-second elevator pitch. Why do we got to get rid of capitalism?
Well, I think that we say here that right now there's 62% of Americans under 30 say they have a favorable view of socialism.
You're reading it. Do you feel this way, or are you just out here for them?
I do feel this way, yeah. I think that, just to show it's not just me who feels this way. I think, millions of people across the U.S. are sick of capitalism. They see that it doesn't give them, good perspectives. They can't just, go to college and get a good paying job and expect to raise a family.
I mean, they don't have to go to college to do that.
All right, the elevator closed. 30-second elevator pitch. Why do we got to get rid of capitalism?
Well, what's remarkable about that, Alicia, is that if this lying to Congress charge is what we think it is, it really has nothing to do with the Trump-Russia investigation other than the fact that Comey was testifying at a hearing that was about that. It was about a leak that Andrew McCabe orchestrated to the Wall Street Journal about an investigation of the Clinton Foundation. So the thing that MAGA acolytes really want, which is they want James Comey to be charged and jailed with framing Donald Trump over the Russia investigation, is not going to happen because there was a special counsel named John Durham who looked exhaustively at it. He was appointed by Donald Trump, and if he could have charged anybody, James Comey, John Brennan, or otherwise, he would have, and he only charged very low-level people, and two of his cases exploded in his face. So, and he wrote a report that essentially did not really lay a glove on the propriety of the Trump-Russia investigation. But this is the MAGA mythology. I see it on social media every day. Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, are coming under criticism from their right flank because people are wondering why they haven't dragged FBI agents and prosecutors off in handcuffs who were involved in not only the Trump-Russia investigations, but the Jack Smith investigations. This is the pressure that they're feeling, and this is their effort to deliver on that. And so whatever qualms Pam Bondi had about this case, she is not about to say anything but praise it at this moment because she knows that's what Donald Trump wants her to do. This is a fulfillment of MAGA dreams. And there's a long list of people, of Donald Trump's political enemies, that are on the list.
You can catch him in a lie easily.
Bolton, to John Brennan, to, in fact, perhaps President Obama, to lesser-known figures like Chris Krebs and Miles Taylor. They are also in the crosshairs, and this is a moment we have never before seen in the United States. A president essentially orchestrating and ordering his Justice Department to prosecute individuals. It's like the old Stalinist saying, show me the man and I'll find you the crime. That's what we're experiencing right now.
No, they've
Mary
done the
just
crime.
she said, except maybe Nixon, and it's true. President Richard Nixon, he had an enemies list. And I think the biggest difference between that time and the times we are living through now is that even Richard Nixon attempted to do many things in secret and in silence, except he did in fact keep those tapes, which, one could argue if he had a do-over again, he might not have them.
No,
but
everybody
the
cried
president of the
in that
United
case.
States is currently engaging
The
in
Watergate
this
case,
conduct out in
everybody
open, very
cracked.
brazenly,
Nobody
Christy.
could tell the truth.
And to me,
Everybody was caught lying.
you're a
They couldn't keep their
prosecutor,
lies
you're a lawyer.
straight.
This seems like a little bit more than just score settling here. This seems like the line between the executive and the Justice Department, which is supposed to be the Justice Department of the country, not the president's own personal Justice Department. If it wasn't already,
It is for justice of the country. Half of Americans want this. The other half are listening to you guys like idiots.
Well, Trump has said that he is the chief law enforcement officer of the country, and I think he proved that today. If this is not a vindictive prosecution, then I don't know what a vindictive prosecution actually looks like. Those are
Looks like what you did to Trump.
very difficult to prove. That you come up on a motion to dismiss, a lot of defendants will say, hey, this wasn't vindictive, the government's out to get me. Here, you've got post after post after post. Comey's a bad guy. Comey's a sick person. Comey's a terrible person. And then this timeline where it's
Because he is.
go charge charge him, go do something. And the U.S. attorney won't, so he gets forced out and somebody comes in to replace him. I mean, again, for vindictive prosecution, what you have to show is that there is actual animus from the prosecutor. Well, the prosecutor here is just doing the bidding of this chief law enforcement officer, Trump. So I don't know. I think that defense motion should be successful here. Again, if it's not, I'm not sure what is.
Let's bring in MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin into the conversation. Lisa, welcome.
I want to hear what she's got to say. I don't recommend prosecution because of an intent loophole he created for her. He classified info to the press to undermine Trump, lied about it under oath to Congress. Under oath to Congress about the DOJ's meddling in the Clinton email investigation, signed off on 3 FISA requests to spy on the Trump campaign based on a fake dossier, later denied Trump was being spied on. Yep. Prison time. Entire mainstream media. Yep. Weapons of mass deception. Blatant lies and one-sided stories were they all when Trump was being set up? Yeah, praising it. Eggs. Yeah. So it's MSM works. Who's this lady? Yeah, they went after everybody with Trump's team. Like literally everyone. Even his pastor. You know, they're using this case to go after Hillary. Which is coming. It's coming. Care enough to listen to that.
Was sold out for the gospel of Jesus. Charlie Kirk was martyred for his faith. John MacArthur passed away peacefully. So did Phil Robinson and James Dobson. These were titans in the Christian
Yeah, I remember James Dobson.
sold out for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Men that witnessed to countless people, and it's because of their influence. They were the messengers of a message that is going to continue even though they are no longer here. And I am really saddened to bring to you today that the legendary, if you can even, I know he wouldn't want to be called legendary, but I'm going to call him legendary.
He is legendary.
Because his sermons really changed my life and they've changed countless lives. His name is Vodi Bokam. I was actually preparing some other videos for you guys today, and the news of his passing came across my phone on a notification, and I'm going, you know what? This is more important. I need to make a video and honor this incredible man, his legacy, the legacy that he gave to the gospel of Jesus Christ. That is what his legacy is, my friends. He was one of the best preachers I have ever had the privilege of listening to. His sermons hit you like a ton of bricks, and that is important. This man had a gift, a calling, an anointing by God. He was sold out for Jesus Christ. Very much like these other men that I mentioned a moment ago, Charlie Kirk martyred 2 weeks ago for his faith. John MacArthur, Voddie attended John MacArthur's funeral just a month ago. And now Charlie, Voddie, and John are together in heaven with one another. Voddie, in his last sermon that he preached, actually praised Charlie Kirk. He was talking about how you can kill the messenger, but you cannot kill the message. The message is so important. See, the message will remain, even though the messenger is no longer here to proclaim the message. See, it's our responsibility now to pick up the mantle and say, you know what, Voddie? You know what, Charlie? You know what, John? You know what, Phil? You know what, James? We've got it from here. We will take the message and proclaim it. We will take it all across the globe to as many people as we possibly can share it with. That was Voddie's calling. It was Charlie's calling to influence the next generation to live out his faith. Voddie has the same testimony. Albeit we know that Voddie didn't have the level of notoriety or fame that Charlie certainly had, Voddie was influential. Voddie was a titan.
Absolutely was.
Faith. God added another titan to glory today. I'll share a quick story for you all. I actually had the privilege, or I should say the honor, of getting to interview Voddie. However, so we scheduled the meeting. The meeting was meant to take place. He only had a very select amount of spots. I was one of the few that were chosen, and I couldn't believe it. I had listened to Voddie's messages for quite some time, and I was quite honored to be able to speak with Voddie. However, you know, circumstances arose, and I think I wasn't able to attend the interview. And I regret that to this day. I really do. We tried to organize another time, but that never eventuated. But to be even asked, Jay, would you like to interview Voddie? And to this day, I can't actually remember why I didn't show up. I think it was the interview was meant to take place at 12 a.m. And look, I've interviewed a lot of people, over 1,000 people. And I remember pretty much all of the interviews and the people that I've actually had the pleasure of interviewing. And I was very much looking forward to interviewing Voddie. And I can't recall, for whatever reason, why, to my own shame, I guess, why the interview didn't go ahead. But I'll still remember that. I'll still remember Voddie's influence on my life, his messages, his cause, his purpose for the gospel of Jesus Christ. See, Voddie understood that. He knew that this world was not his home. He knew that he was just passing through. He was a sojourner. As many of us are on this earth, Voddie knew his home is in glory. His home is in heaven. And right now, I guarantee you that Voddie is hearing, well done, my good and faithful servant. Well done. Thank you for being sold out for Christ, Voddie. Thank you for showing us all the right kind of influence, what it means to be a good leader, a good, faithful Christian leader. I'm grateful for you. I really am. Founders Ministry goes, we are saddened to inform friends that our dear brother, Vody Bokam Jr., has left the land of the dying and entered the land of the living earlier today. After suffering an emergency medical incident, he entered into his rest and the immediate presence of the Savior whom he loved, trusted, and served since he was converted as a college student. Please pray for Bridget, her children, and grandchildren. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. And look, Vody may not have had the same influence that Charlie had, but his voice still mattered. He still shared the gospel to millions of people, and so many are now remembering Vody, including, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Shapiro. What a loss for all of us. He was an amazing person. May his memory be a blessing. Ben actually interviewed Vody. He also interviewed John MacArthur, and he's paid tribute to both John MacArthur and Vody. And it makes me sad, but I know that our time here on earth is limited. And so it's a good reminder for all of us to live our life in the service of what's greater. And what's greater, my friends, is not us, it's not stuff, it's the message that Vody proclaimed on a regular basis. It's the gospel of Jesus Christ. Here is one of the most powerful moments you will ever see from Vody. Have a watch.
Our problem is this, our problem is that. We say, no. Our problem is that God created the world. And God created man, and he put man in the garden to keep the garden. And he gave the man a command. And he held that man to perfect, perpetual obedience to that command. And he promised him life if he kept it, and death if he didn't. And he didn't keep it. He ate. And because he ate, because of that one man, sin entered the world, and death through sin. And everyone born from that man through ordinary generation inherited that man's sin nature. And because of that sin nature, sins proceed from it. And our world is broken because of that sin. And we stand guilty before a holy and righteous God. And we know that he's holy, and we know that he's righteous, and we crave justice. But the problem is that if God gives us justice, we all die. And so that God, in his goodness and in his mercy, sent forth his son, who was not born of ordinary generation, but was born of a virgin. Yes, the virgin birth matters. Why? Because if he's born of ordinary generation, he's born in sin. But because he's not born of ordinary generation, he's not born in sin. He's clean of sin. His record is clean. And he keeps his record clean. And he obeys God's law. And because he's fully God and fully man, he obeys the law of God on our behalf in his active obedience. And then in his passive obedience, God made him who knew no sin to be sin for us. All we like sheep had gone astray. Each of us had turned to his own way, but God laid upon him the iniquity of us all. And Christ died for sin once for all, the just for the unjust. And God imputes our sinfulness to him. And he nails our sinfulness to the tree. And Christ dies and raises again on the third day for our justification. And there's another imputation. The righteousness of Christ is actually imputed to us so that God can be both just and the justifier of the one who places faith in Jesus Christ, so that all those who come to Christ may enter in, so that all those who place faith in Christ might be saved, but not only saved, but sanctified, because he's the firstborn of many brethren. We're justified and we're adopted into the family of God. And we're sanctified. And as his children, we begin to bear the family resemblance. And we're further sanctified throughout this life by the very same gospel that saves us. until one day when it's all said and done, we're not just saved from the penalty of sin. We're not just saved from the power of sin, but one day we're glorified and saved from the very presence of sin. That's the gospel that we preach. That's the gospel that we need. And that's the gospel that's more than enough.
You know, doing this show encounters a great deal of loss. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that, but you know, there's also a great deal of gain. And I cannot imagine myself doing anything more in this life than being able to share the gospel of Jesus Christ with so many people. I never thought for 1 second that I'd be doing this, let alone sharing it to thousands of you on a regular basis. Yes, it is hard. Yes, the loss is great, but I don't care because I've chosen to be sold out for Christ. I've chosen to be courageous. It's not easy doing this. There is a cost, but I know that cost is for Christ. See, regardless of me doing all of the calling out and trying to keep people accountable that should know better, I think it's far more important for me to share the greatest message ever. And some people may go, well, Jay, I'm done. I'm no longer going to follow you, and that's your choice. But if I can follow in the footsteps of these great men that spoke the message with such clarity and such conviction, then my goodness me, am I doing my part? If I can be as courageous as these men were when they were on this earth, that left an incredible example, if I can be just a little bit like them, then I'm going to be happy. If I can live this life a little bit like Christ every single day, if I can share the gospel of Jesus Christ every single day, if my legacy that I wrote about in my book, if my legacy can be anywhere close to what this man's was, that's enough for me. And so I'll continue to work hard. I'll continue to share because that's what's important. That's what's needful. We need more men and women that are courageously sold out for Jesus Christ, that will say, I love God more than I love this world, more than I love stuff. And I'm going to follow in the footsteps of these great men that chose the message, that they chose to be the messenger of a great message, the message of Jesus Christ. That is the most powerful message ever preached. The gift that none of us deserved. See, we all missed the mark. That's sin. We all were doomed for hell. Instead, God, in his goodness and his grace, as you heard Vody talk about during one of his sermons, and his sermons were always impacting. They always hit you like a ton of bricks. They always left you thinking. God in his goodness and his grace said, you know, for those that choose my son, I will save them from an eternity of damnation and of hell. And some people may choose to reject God's son for whatever reason. They think, oh, no, there's too much evil in the world, so therefore I can't choose Christ. Why would I possibly want to do that? There's too much evil in this world. You know, the thing is, with evil being in the world, if people can see that there is evil in this world and sick and twisted things, then perhaps they can see that there is also good. Because if evil exists, then good also has to exist. And you know what good does? Good conquers evil. Good conquers the bad. Good has won already. So it comes down to a choice at the end of the day. Like Vody had a choice, all of us have that same choice. if we are presented with the gospel, if we are presented with this opportunity, this wonderful opportunity to accept Christ and then to go, you know what? I'm not just going to be a stale Christian. I'm going to be a doer of the word, not just a hearer only. I'm going to be sold out for Christ. I never thought that I would be here. Now I am. Through hard work, through a lot of prayer. And I'm grateful every single day that I have this platform and I can give it back to God and say, God, you bless it. Because that's what really matters. The truth. Like Vody, the truth matters. Rest in peace, Vody. You'll be missed. But I'm glad that you're now with God. Out of pain. I'll see you soon. God bless.
Yo, 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 ¿qué tal Argentina? Vamos Argentina! Actually, I know I have a lot of Argentinian viewers, so shout out to mis amigos en Argentina. Te amo mucho. I am tall, your favorite sweet Zionist prince. Read the merch and weep. This merch is coming out real soon. Today we're looking at a clip of Javier Milei at the UN, the president or prime minister, I don't remember how it works in Argentina, of Argentina in the UN, giving a speech about a bunch of topics, but also about Israel. Again, I'm your sweet Zionist prince. This merch is coming out real soon on thetravelingcloud.com. Let's take a look at this clip.
At some point, and as often happens with most of the bureaucratic structures that we humans create, this organization stopped upholding the principles outlined in its founding declaration and began to mutate. An organization that had been conceived essentially as a shield to protect the realm of men transformed into a multi-tentacled leviathan that seeks to decide not only what each nation-state should do, but also how all the citizens of the world should live. This is how we went from an organization that pursued peace to an organization that imposes an ideological agenda on its members regarding a myriad of issues that pertain to human life in society. The model of the United Nations that had been successful, whose origins we can trace back to the ideas of President Wilson, who spoke of a society of peace without victory, and was based on the cooperation of nation-states, has been abandoned. It has been replaced by a model of supranational governance by international bureaucrats who intend to impose a certain way of life on the citizens of the world. What is being discussed this week here in New York at the Summit for the Future is nothing other than the deepening of that tragic course that this institution has adopted from a model that, in the words of the United Nations Secretary himself, demands the definition of a new social contract on a global scale, doubling down on the commitments of the 2030 Agenda. I want to be clear about the position of the Argentine agenda. The 2030 Agenda, although well-intentioned in its goals, is nothing more than a supranational socialist government program that aims to solve the problems of modernity with solutions that undermine the sovereignty of nation-states and violate the right to life, liberty, and property of individuals. It is an agenda that aims to solve poverty, inequality, and discrimination with legislation that only deepens these issues, because the history of the world shows that the only way to guarantee prosperity is by limiting the power of the monarch, ensuring equality before...
Oh, we got a little internet outage.
Solve poverty, inequality, and discrimination with legislation that only deepens these issues. The history of the world shows that the only way to guarantee prosperity is by limiting the power of the monarch, ensuring equality before the law, and defending the right to life, liberty, and property of individuals. It has been precisely the adoption of this agenda which responds to privileged interests, and the abandonment of the principles outlined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations that has distorted the role of this institution and set it on the wrong path. Thus we have seen how an organization that was born to defend human rights has been one of the main drivers of the systematic violation of freedom, such as the global quarantines during the year 2020, which should be considered a crime against humanity. In this very house that claims to defend human rights, They have allowed the entry of bloody dictatorships like those of Cuba and Venezuela without the slightest reproach. In this very house that claims to defend the rights of women, it allows countries that punish their women for showing skin to enter the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women.
Good. Call him out.
In this very house, there has been a systematic voting against the State of Israel, which is the only country in the Middle East that defends liberal democracy, while simultaneously demonstrating a total inability to respond to the scourge of terrorism. In the economic sphere, collectivist policies have been promoted that undermine economic growth, violate property rights, and hinder the natural economic process, preventing the most disadvantaged countries in the world from freely enjoying their own resources to move forward. Regulations and prohibitions driven precisely by the countries that developed by doing the same things they now condemn. A toxic relationship has also been promoted between global governance policies and international credit organizations, demanding that the most marginalized countries commit resources they do not have to programs they do not need, turning them into perpetual debtors to promote the agenda of global elites. The oversight of the World Economic Forum has also not helped, where ridiculous policies with Malthusian blinders are promoted, such as zero-mission policies, which primarily harm poor countries, and policies related to sexual and reproductive rights, when the birth rate in Western countries is collapsing, signaling a bleak future for all. The organization has also not satisfactorily fulfilled its mission to defend the territorial sovereignty of its members, as we Argentinians know firsthand in relation to the Malvinas Islands. And we have even reached a situation where the Security Council, which is the most important body of this House, has become distorted because the veto of its permanent members has begun to be used in defense of the particular interests of some. This is where we stand today, with an organization powerless to provide solutions to the real global conflicts, such as the aberration and abhorrent Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has already cost the lives of more than 300,000 people, leaving over 1 million injured in the process. An organization that, instead of addressing these conflicts, invests time and effort in imposing on poor countries how and what they should produce, who they should associate with, what they should eat, and what they should believe, how it should dictate the present pact of the future. This long list of errors and contradictions has not been without consequence, as it has led to a loss of credibility for the United Nations among the citizens of the free world and has distorted its functions. That is why I want to issue a warning. We are facing an end of a cycle. Collectivism and the moral posturing of the UOC agenda have collided with reality and no longer have credible solutions to offer for the real problems of the world. In fact, they never did. If the 2030 agenda has failed, as its own promoters acknowledge, the response should be to ask ourselves if it was not a poorly conceived program from the start, accept that reality, and change course. One cannot insist on persisting in error, doubling down on an agenda that has always failed. The same happens with ideas that come from the left. They design a model according to what they believe humans should do. When individuals freely act otherwise, they have no better solution than to restrict, repress, and curtail their freedom. We in Argentina have already seen with our own eyes what lies at the end of this path of envy and passions. Poverty, ignorance, anarchy, and a fatal absence of freedom. We still have time to steer away from that course. I want to be clear about something to avoid any misunderstandings. Argentina is currently undergoing a profound process of change. It has decided to embrace the ideas of freedom, those ideas that state that all citizens are born free and equal before the law, that we have inalienable rights granted by the Creator, among which are the rights to life, liberty, and property. Those principles that govern the process of change we are undertaking in Argentina are also the principles that will guide our international conduct from now on. We believe in the defense of the life of all. We believe in the defense of the property of all. We believe in freedom of expression for all. We believe in freedom of worship for all. We believe in freedom of trade for all. And we believe in limited governments for all. And as what happens in one country quickly impacts others, we believe that all peoples must live free from tyranny and oppression, whether it takes the form of political oppression, economic slavery, or religious fanaticism. That fundamental idea must not remain
Islam.
mere words. It must be supported by actions, diplomatically, economically, and materially. Through the joint strength of all the countries that defend freedom, this doctrine of the new Argentina is nothing more and nothing less than the true essence of the United Nations. That is, the cooperation of the United Nations in defense of freedom. If the United Nations decides to return to the principles that gave it life and readapt the role for which it was conceived,
I like this guy.
unwavering support of Argentina in the fight for freedom. Know also that Argentina will not support any policy that involves the restriction of individual freedoms, trade, or the violation of the natural rights of individuals, regardless of who promotes it or how much consensus that institution has. For this reason, we want to officially express our dissent regarding the Pact of the Future signed on Sunday and invite all the nations of the free world to join us not only in dissenting this pact, but also in creating a new agenda for this noble institution, the agenda of freedom. From this day forward, know that the Republic of Argentina will abandon the historical position of neutrality that has characterized us and will be at the forefront of the fight in defense of freedom. For as Thomas Paine said, those who wish to reap the blessings of freedom must, as men, endure the fatigue of defending it. May God bless the Argentinians and all the citizens of the world, and may the forces of heaven be with us. Long live freedom, damn it. Thank you very much.
Powerful. I can't hear you, Tal.
Oh, there we go. I was muted. I couldn't tell if this was Javier's actual voice. Somebody could tell me if that was AI
It looked like
in the
it.
comments down below that just dubbed over his voice. If it is, it's fucking insane how good it was. This is exactly what has been needed. And I think the whole time while I was listening to his speech, I'm thinking in the back of my head, I think what we're seeing right now is the fall of the UN. The UN, if you guys haven't watched my Trump UN speech video, please go watch it because I give a personal story about my personal gripe with the UN and the way I've interacted with the UN in the past. I have another story that I want to tell now about the UN because I've encountered the UN in real life multiple times actually. I have quite a few stories from the UN. But Javier points out to this, I think we're at this tipping point where the world is changing. And we're
Very
looking at
much
the
so.
potential collapse of global unity the way that we once knew it after World War II. And I think generation like me today has no belief in the UN anymore. And whether you're on the political left, political right, or a moderate, there's no reason for you to believe in this institution. It hasn't done anything good for you if you're on the left, hasn't done anything good for you on the right, and it's definitely not done anything good for you if you're in the middle. Nobody benefits from the UN other than completely corrupt individuals. In any way, which way you look at it, it's bad. So I think the world is splintering into different factions right now. And we may see a withdrawal from the UN by multiple nations in the near future. I think it's also going to be one of those things that has that residual precipitation effect. It's like one country will exit and then a bunch, but it's going to take a while for that one country to exit. But once that first country says deuces, we're out, it's going to start
Hopefully
that
it's
snowball
US
effect where a bunch of
first.
countries will just leave. And I think that's where we're at. I really do believe that we're at this point where just people have had enough, and countries who want to be a part of this quote-unquote free world, countries like Argentina, countries like Israel, countries like the United States of America, we're not seeing any benefit in being a part of the United Nations. It is not helping anybody. It's actually making things worse. And eventually there's going to be a point where you hit this wall and you have to say, I'm out. I'm gone. No more. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. When a couple years ago, I met a girl who I don't want to say romantically involved with, but there was something starting. She worked for the UN. She may be watching this video. I don't think she is, but in case she's watching this video, you know who you are. Amazing woman. When it came to conversations about the inept corruption of the UN, when it came to conversations about how much the UN has failed the world, I saw firsthand the deep brain rot and brain washing that just being an employee, and I would say she was a moderately low-level employee for the United Nations, just at that level, how much brainwashing and brain rot was done upon her by the United Nations. I remember having conversations with her about these claims of genocide and then confronting her with the idea that the UN was involved in attacks on October 7th. and talking to her about the story that I mentioned in the Trump video about how the UN wronged me personally in the island I was living on in the Philippines. And there was always a defense for it. There was always a reason why. Instead of acknowledging that the UN is corrupt, instead of acknowledging the UN has been infiltrated by sources. I remember talking to her as a woman from, she was from a developing country, talking about the fact that there were multiple countries like the IRGC of Iran and Afghanistan who were sitting on the women's rights councils at the UN and confronting her about this idea and how could that be justified in any way, shape, or form, and hearing these bullshit justifications and gaslighting towards me, why this is right. It made me think, is like, if she's just one product of this, and again, no shade there, she's an amazing person, but she's just one product, one low level, like moderately low level employee at the UN. What could that look like going up to the top? What could that look like at a high level? What could a person at the UN, right? The person at the UN should be the first person able to conduct conversations, deep conversations about very, very divisive and difficult to talk topics, specifically
they can't.
Israel versus Palestine. She was completely
They
incapable.
cannot.
And I found that most people I know that are affiliated with the UN, either heavily supportive of the UN or otherwise, incapable of having these tough conversations. And she was just one example of somebody who works there. Okay? And I know a couple. Yeah, I know a few people who are involved in the UN. Completely incapable of having conversations about these topics. I think Javier Milei is correct. I think it's an institution that's been invaded by leftist ideology and now is going to impose that ideology on the rest of the world. And you know what, baby? There's a large portion of the world who wants to say, fuck that. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in being a part of your worldview. I'm not an anarchist. I don't want destruction. I don't want pilug, separation. I like elements of a globalist agenda where we all come together. But there needs to be limits. There needs to be limitations. There needs to be borders
the power
where we
that
say,
you're
this
trying
is
to do.
mine, this is yours. I act this way, you act that way. Do not impose on me. And I do believe that there's some sort of global moral right, moral left, moral right and moral wrong.
Just
and I don't
left.
think the UN is standing on the moral right anymore.
No, they're standing on the left.
In any way, shape, or form.
As left as they can
See you
go.
guys in the next one. I love you long time. This merch is coming out very, very soon. It's got a super cool design on the back, too.
I like it.
Travelingclad.com. It's going to be coming out soon. All the designs on travelingclad.com are pretty much going to change. So anything on there that you haven't gotten yet, if you want it, the design's probably going away pretty soon. And prices are going to go slightly up. So last opportunity to get some stuff. See you guys in the next one. Love you long time. Goodbye, Clads. If you believe in my content.
Go to his site, get his gear. It's awesome. Awesome what he does.
Get that those question. What's wrong with you, Mom? Mommy, why are you so scared? Yes, I don't know no guys, but I do know no things so that you guys know no things so that I don't know no things sometimes so then you guys will know no things some things and we're going to all do things and we're all going to get along and we're all going to know no things. So why are you so scared? Well, hi Georgie. Hi Candy. So serious. What's going on? Have a watch of this.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
Why those care? Gee, I don't know. Doesn't that like symbol a poster child for the insane asylum? Like showing every single one of us just how mentally of a dingbat you really are and how much help you actually need. So I was doing an impersonation of the dingbat, ladies and gentlemen, which I could do for quite some time, not just about Candace, and I can do lots of other different impersonations. Maybe I'll do them later on. I haven't actually done impersonations in quite some time. I did like David Attenborough for a while. My favorite is Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Smithers, I'm dying. Release the hounds, Smithers. One of my favorite ones to do, actually. And even Dobby. Master has given Dobby a sock. Master has given Dobby clothes. Dobby is free. It's one of my favorite ones. But yeah, I can do heaps. I can even do Bane, believe it or not. But yeah, anyway, I can get sidetracked doing impersonations for you. It's just one of my like little talents. Maybe some of you guys turned off by it. I certainly love doing them. When I used to watch movies and seeing movie characters and doing their voices, I like used to be able to do it like Venom. We are Venom. You always take me to the best places. Something like that. I love having fun. I miss having fun on this show because most of the time I'm talking about the crazy dingbat Candy Owens. But speaking of the devil, or the demon, I should say, we have a lot to talk about today because, like I mentioned yesterday, Candace Owens's or Candy Owens's fans are now starting to accuse Erica Kirk of killing her husband, Charlie Kirk. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, there is this crazy theory going around at the moment. Even some of my mates have been sending me videos about it, and I've been seeing it a lot over on X, which is just another reason why I continue doing these things, because like we live in a day and age where, yes, we have freedom of speech, but the consequences need to be severe with people that are spreading really egregious defamatory lies. And TPV Sean, who's over on X, and I'm pretty sure I can do his accent as well, but he was trying to do like the most, let's call it, the most provocative voice you can hear on the internet, like dramatic as well. In other news, we have leaked files revealing Charlie Kirk's wife, but he was doing it in a much more serious tone, right? So he's saying that we've got these leaked files. Won't present any of these files at all, but apparently they've been leaked somewhere from someone.
Yeah, to him apparently.
And keeping in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know things, but I do know things because I have said that I know things. So keep in mind, we're going to follow that trend as we continue in this video. Leaked files reveal Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, is a child trafficking Mossad agent. Boom. The title obviously is going to hook people in, right? What is this video about? Goes for about 17 minutes. And this guy, TPV Sean, which I hope he gets sued into oblivion, goes through absolutely nothing. Just hearsay, his own opinion, trying to act like, you know, a provocateur, so to speak. Kind of like what Candace Owens does. I'm going to say the most dramatic thing in the most dramatic way possible, so you guys are going to believe it, and I'm going to get clicks. This post alone got, I think at the time that I screenshotted this, I think about 3.5 million views on X alone. And by the way, people were sending this to Candy Owens because now Candy Owens is starting to blame, or she's attacking Turning Point USA, and she's blaming Erica Kirk for not really going too much into the investigation of Charlie Kirk's murder. My goodness me, this woman has just had to bury her husband. And not 2 weeks after he's been buried, this courageous woman is being accused of killing her own husband. That is a new theory that is going around, and it needs to stop. Anyone that is pushing this really horrible, egregious, evil lie needs to be put in their place quick smart. See, when people make these accusations that are baseless and have no credibility whatsoever, it's defamatory. And as such, you should take them down. So therefore, they learn their lesson.
That's not
See,
burnt. That's
nowadays, we have all these people that seem to spout a bunch of nonsense and they get away with it. They don't tell the truth. They're just provocateurs. They're shock jocks. They know that drama gets them clicks. So as a result of them putting up a title, and granted, title works. As a result of that title, it doesn't mean that any of the content that they're talking about in the video has any credibility whatsoever. Like Candace, you can completely and utterly dismantle any of her so-called arguments in like 5 seconds. It's not
Uh-huh.
hard. She lies.
Candace Owens is
all
very
the time.
easily
And the same
dismantled
thing with
because
people
it's
like
all
this, trying to have their
she
moments
knows
of fame.
knows.
But what's really wrong
Might
with
not
you?
know, but I
Why
know
are you
no.
doing this?
She
You're
has a
trying
feeling.
to smear a woman that has just lost her husband, Charlie. So, guys, these supposed leaked files, where were they prior to Charlie's death? So, don't you think that he should have known that his wife was supposedly a child trafficking Mossad agent? Don't you think that Charlie should have been privy to that kind of information of these supposed leaked files? But oh, no, no, no. They have to come out 2 weeks after Charlie's been killed. And we're going to frame the wife. We're going to say that she's banned from Romania because her evangelical group was accused of trafficking children. No credible claims whatsoever.
Yeah,
All
no.
of these supposed claims
Candace
have been
Owens,
disproven.
maybe because she's buddy
like,
buddy
so
with
quickly. You can just do a quick Google
what's
search,
his
my
name?
friends, and find out that it is so
Bald guy.
horrible what they're trying to do. Trying to blame,
Sleazy guy.
trying to say that Turning Point USA,
Tate,
like she
Andrew
was
Tate.
a plant. She was planted in Turning Point USA because she tried to get a job at the very beginning. Charlie couldn't even hire her because he wanted to marry her. So you're saying that she wants to take over, so she arranged for her husband to be killed, are you?
Ridiculous.
They're saying that
Absolutely
she
ridiculous.
had crocodile tears. Like, she wasn't
No,
really
that's
wiping
evil.
away tears. The things that I
People
was
are
seeing
evil.
and hearing on X especially, and a lot of them were coming from Candace Owens' side, believe it or not, her fans.
Yeah.
Out in this nonsense, saying that
course.
Charlie is still alive. There is no evidence that he's dead.
And there's plenty of evidence that he's dead.
Yeah. There's a side of the internet. There's too many conspiracy theories, my friends, and too many people that have access to a microphone to amplify the crazy
Yeah,
voices.
way too
You
many.
know what? They get attention. They know they're going to get attention. So the more provocative things that you say, the more attention you're going to get.
Into the Twilight Zone,
So
Candace
Candace-
Owens.
On her show today, decided to
I didn't get to watch that clip. I'm done watching Candace Owens, actually.
and she
She's like, I'm not going to give Jimmy Fallon clicks to check out what he
released the footage of Charlie being shot.
he says.
And she equates
He's-
it to an example of
He's just a loser and she's crazy.
her getting robbed. Have a watch of this.
She's just getting so many views for how crazy she is.
Okay? I don't understand it. Every excuse that I have been handed for why they won't release it makes no sense to me. If you are under pressure, if people are starting to look at you funny as an organization, if they're thinking that whether rightfully or wrongfully, if they are suspecting because they
They don't
see
have
footage
to
of
release
someone
any
with the
evidence
blue
to you
SD
anymore.
cards,
They need
that
to save
you
it
guys
all.
had something to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
And you
jeez.
quite literally have footage that in theory should vindicate yourself. Why wouldn't you release it? Think about that. It's just in your own capacity. If somebody is saying
ridiculous.
you are guilty of anything, if they're like, Candace, you are absolutely guilty of breaking into my car. And I'm
No,
like,
you're guilty
I have
of
a
being
camera right here
insane.
that shows that I did not break into your car. Would it make sense if I was like, but I'm not going to release that? I'm not going to release that. Because it's not right. It's not right.
It's
for me
not
to release.
theirs
What?
to release.
It makes no sense. I don't
is
understand
now
why they
evidence.
would not release this. The idea that it's because, well, the feds are saying the feds cannot arrest you. Last I checked, the feds cannot bring
is
charges
evidence.
against you for releasing footage that you own. And since when do we trust the feds? Certainly Charlie didn't. He didn't believe we were getting the truth about the Epstein files and things of that nature. So I don't accept that.
So apparently, Turning Point USA needs to release footage that they're not a part
No.
of killing Charlie Kirk. They've got to release the footage because some guy went into the camera, took the SD card, which is rightfully theirs. But apparently, it's not good enough for Candace Owens because you're guilty
He
for taking
handed
the
it
SD
over
card that you actually own.
to the
You're not allowed to do
FBI.
that. You got to reveal the footage prior. You got to show everyone.
Gave the footage
example
to
that
the
you gave
FBI for
of,
the
hey,
investigation.
Your car's being robbed, and I got footage of it, so I'm going to show everyone. It's a lot different to someone being assassinated. Very different, in fact. You got someone's life that has been taken, which is very personal. So why should they release the footage publicly to everyone so that everyone has to see it? To her, it doesn't make any sense, but to me, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
To me, it's like, well, I'm going to go to the authorities and I'm going to talk to the authorities. I'm going to show the footage to the authorities. And if the authorities seem to think, well, you guys can't show this, then why show it?
Exactly.
So it's one theory after the other. It's also
Yeah, that's all
Charlie
she's
was
got is
killed from
theories.
some
No evidence, no text messages, one-sided
crazy
messages.
death cult that's involving beehives. I mean, even Steve
Yeah,
Crowder had a go at Candace today. I mean, it's the reason why no one trusts Candace now.
Yeah, she's zero
Her
trustworthy.
delusional dingbat
They just tune in for the
cult-like
delusion.
following of her own that's just created. They're relentless, aren't they?
Yeah.
Vehemently relentless. They would follow Candace Owens to the end. They really would. Even if she's wrong, even if she's proven wrong, which she has been proven wrong many, many times, she's still got a cult-like loyal
Just like
following.
the Macron and his wife thing. She's gonna lose horribly.
They're
I can't
also
wait.
sending her tips about false things. Candace will run with it because the mummy sleuths of the internet are far more powerful than the feds. We don't trust the feds. Apparently, Charlie didn't because of Jeffrey Epstein. He trusted the feds. He questioned some of their motives for sure with Epstein. Didn't mean that he didn't trust them. So you're putting words in his mouth, are you? Oh, okay. Here we
That's
go.
what she's been doing.
Yeah, sure. Trust Candy Owens, guys.
She's been putting words in his mouth since the moment that bullet struck his neck.
Nah. It's not going to happen. Anyway, that's enough from me, but you guys take care. Be blessed.
Yeah,
I'll see you
Candace is
all
annoying.
in the next video.
No, thank you. No, it's because Candace wanted to be in Erica's place. Candace wanted to marry Charlie. It's a 52-minute documentary.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your sweet Zionist prince. Read the shirt and weep. Merch coming out very soon. New Traveling Clat merch. The Traveling Clat Tall.
I need to get some things designed when I get money.
Officer Brandon
Emotes and stuff.
Tatum, if you don't know him.
Maybe even
Amazing,
t-shirts.
Advocate for Western values, the Western world, Israel. Incredible guy. And, well, he was on Piers Morgan, and it's pretty awesome. Let's take a look.
Officer Tatum, do you think, Officer Tatum, that Palestinians should have the same rights, human rights, as Israelis?
Those Arabs that have the same right.
No, it's a yes or no.
I will get to it.
No, you can't equivocate. You either believe that or you don't.
Dave Smith's smug, ugly face.
Let me start with your. Let me answer your question first.
It's so central.
Let me answer your question first.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Answer is yes.
Good.
But let me articulate that there was a war fought, and Israel won the war, so they don't have to do anything for anybody.
Wait, what war are you talking about?
1948. Was that not a war that was fought? They got attacked on all sides.
There's been many wars
after they rejected the two-state solution. After they rejected the two-state solution, a war was fought. They won. Every war that has been fought, Israel has won. They've been victorious. They don't owe Palestinians anything, but they're peaceful people enough
which war gave them? Which war gave them the right?
They don't owe them. They don't owe Palestinians anything.
Right. Yeah. No. Actually, I mean, they only owe them what we all owe each other, I suppose. But what?
I mean,
war
you can make
Israel,
that. You can make that argument, but that's not a real argument.
Yeah, it is. What war?
No, it's not.
Win that
1948.
Right to occupy the Palestinians in perpetuity for all of history.
Let's bring into. But first of all, I don't know why you think it's an occupation. Jews have lived in Israel since the beginning of time, never ceasing to exist in Israel. They were the majority, became the minority.
Yes,
they
those
never
two
ceased to
things
exist
are not
in Israel.
related at all.
Let me finish.
Yes,
Let me finish.
Wow,
What I'm
Dave, you're a
saying
piece of shit, man.
He is.
Because it's a military occupation.
Jews, what I'm saying is that Jews have entitlement to the land. Palestinians don't have exclusive entitlement. So when a war is fought, the Jews can make the decision what they do with Palestinians or not.
Correct.
Just like in America, we can say what we want to do with the Native Americans or not. Let me finish. Let me finish my point, and I'll answer your question.
Sure.
Just real quick. It'll be a couple seconds. But because we have humanity and dignity, we allow for Native Americans in America to have reservations, and we support them in all of the above. Because Israel and Jews have dignity, they allow them to have swaths of the West Bank, and they allow them to have Gaza, where they elected their own government system. Now, do Israel have control? I see why. Can't you see? If they had absolutely no control, they had no idea what was coming in through the southern border, through the sea, how much more of a terrorist attack would we see in Israel? It would be even more massive. So I understand that. But when they were offered a two-state solution, why did they reject it?
Yeah.
Guys, he's one of a kind. You know, and I gotta be honest with you guys, I get a little bit emotional watching him nowadays because I used to watch him as a kid when I was young. He's one of the people I looked up to for a while. And he actually comments, Officer Tatum comments on my stuff now. Actually, I tweeted at him the other day, and I'm going to explain to you how incredible of an advocate he is and how good of a man he is. You guys know, no surprise to any of you who have been watching, I've been talking ad nauseum about the fact that Piers Morgan refuses to bring on Mizrahi Jews onto his show, who are 70% of Israel. 70%. He's brought in on Hen Mazig one time, I believe. And Hen Mazig, I'm sorry, with all due respect, does not represent Mizrahi Jews at all. Not in his politics, not in his dogma, not in the way that he speaks. It's just not representative of the majority of Mizrahi Jews in Israel. He just doesn't represent us well, I would say. He represents one facet of like lefty Mizrahi Jews that do exist, but mostly in Tel Aviv, but definitely not the majority of Mizrahi Jews. No problem with that, just not really representation. And he's brought on Gad Saad once. And Gad Saad is amazing, but he has no talk or anything, like pretty much does not represent Mizrahi Jews at all in any way, shape, or form, especially not the Mizrahi Jewish experience in Israel. Not to discount from him. He's incredible. He's an incredible person, incredible voice. I'm proud to have him on Piers Morgan. But that's it. Every other person he's ever brought in has mostly been an Ashkenazi Jew from America or an Ashkenazi Jew from the government in Israel. He does not bring in people like me. And I tweeted about this the other day. I said, why the hell is Officer Tatum coming in to speak for me? And again, all due respect to Officer Tatum, he's incredible. He owned the ever-living shit out of Dave Smith's retarded ass on this show. He owned him completely. I watched more clips than just this one. He owned him. He left nothing but dust. And I'm going to point out how gross Dave Smith is as a person. So, only respect. But why the fuck is Officer Tatum representing me? Why the hell? Well, how does that make any sense? Please explain it to me. Dave Smith has never lived in Israel. Officer Tatum doesn't live in Israel. What the hell is going on? You have me, Abraham Hamra, official SAR TV. There's more than enough, and we have massive fucking platforms.
He's pretty awesome, too.
We have huge platforms. This channel alone has brought in 20 million views this month. SAR's channel, I'm assuming, is around the same or more. Or more. Combined, we're bringing in like 50 million views a month on all our social media. Why are we not being given the platform? He refuses to bring on Mizrahi Jews with the story that trumps the entire pro-Palestine era. He refuses, and I know he knows who I am. I made sure of this. I know he knows. So now it's just ignorant. So first,
I hope you're talking about
all due respect to Officer Tatum, I think he actually owned Dave Smith, and I want to show you guys this is what I hate about Dave Smith, and I hate these kinds of people. When he starts talking down as if he knows
because Tal's a cute guy.
Officer Tatum, Brandon Tatum, has obviously done his work, okay, to educate himself on the topic. Look how Dave Smith responds in this clip. When Officer Tatum brings up a very valid point that Jews have had a continuous presence in this land, have never left it for over 3,000 years, even at points in time where they were a minority living as dhimmis in their own land, in the land that they're from, by colonizers who still exist here today. And look how Dave Smith responds with this condescending tone in his voice and this condescending attitude.
Jews have lived in Israel since the beginning of time, never ceasing to exist in Israel.
They can be free where Palestine exists. Back in Jordan.
I hate that shit. Oh no, these two things are not related at all. Now, Dave, fuck you, man. Seriously. You can tell that he doesn't even have a good response for that. So he's thinking as he's talking. He's thinking of some sarcastic, stupid. The condescendingness. How is that not the most valid point in the world? How is that the most valid point in the world? This is a group of natives who took back their shit from colonizers. Who took back their shit. I am more Palestinian in my skin, in my DNA, in my faith than any walking Palestinian today. Come at me. Debate me on that shit. I am more Palestinian in every fucking facet of Palestinian society than any Palestinian ever. Me. How do I know? I've DNA tested myself. I got my fucking tuudot. I got my certificate, motherfucker. Come at me. There's no ethnic cleansing. There's no fucking genocide. If I'm an Arab Jew, which you guys choose to call me an Arab Jew when it's convenient for you, I can go and uproot somebody from Gaza and nothing fucking changed. If I'm an Arab, he's an Arab, and that's it. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to have it both ways. You got to come to terms that your movement is a bunch of horse shit, and people like Brandon Tatum are going to own your ass, and you got to accept that shit and not come out from a condescending manner. You got to come and you got to take the L over and over again. If you want to stand for Palestine, that's your shtick. God bless you. Go stand for Palestine.
Yep, go for it.
L. When somebody like Brandon Tatum, when somebody like Officer Tatum comes up to you and tells you the truth, the facts as they are, you take the fucking L. You sit down like a good bitch boy, which you are, Dave Smith, a walking fucking idiot, and you take it.
Big time.
That's it. You don't have another option out. You take it. You've been proven wrong. Take it. That's it. To say that the presence, the continuous presence of Jews in the land is irrelevant is the most, it is the most asinine thing you could possibly say. It is maybe the most relevant thing. Because when a population has been invaded, just like you always say
you
about
can
the
keep typing it. You don't have an argument.
Population has been invaded, and we've been colonized, and we've been abused. We reserve the right to resist, motherfucker. I am the product of that. I'm the resistance. I am the resistance. That's what you get.
Go for it.
My
I don't
grandparents were
care.
thrown out of Iraq with no fucking reason. Don't believe me? Okay. Here
You're
is my
entitled to your
goddamn
opinion.
grandfather's passport from Iraq.
Doesn't mean
You
you're
know what it
right.
says in Arabic all
Doesn't
over this
mean I'm
passport?
right either.
Deported, never allowed to come back to Iraq. Why? Because he was a fucking Jew. Arabs don't get to just behave how they want to all the ethnic minorities in this region with zero repercussions. If you buy into being an Arab, which Palestinians do, you bear
And
responsibility.
they can be as free as they want. They just have to get those hostages returned.
A million Jews. I'm the descendants of that. Now you have to decide, what are you doing with me? What are you doing with Tal? Are you sending me back to Iraq? Great. Give me land, give me house, give me money. No, I refuse. Give me house, give me land, give me money, give me protection. I'll go back to Iraq, no problem. Let's see you do it. Give it all to me and give it to the hundreds of
Yeah,
thousands of
Iraq
Israelis
would
who are
kill
there
him
now,
instantly,
who
though.
exist here now,
'Cause he's a
who want
Jew.
to go back to Iraq. Give us the land, give us the house, give us the money, give us protection. Going back tomorrow. Let's see you do it. Let's see you do it, big guy. Till then, I resist. I'm staying here, and if needed, I'm protecting myself violently against you and your retarded rhetoric. You see
Nope.
why? This is all the proof I need. Deported. Not allowed to come back. This is all the proof I need. Go fuck yourself, Dave Smith. And God bless you, Officer Tatum. See you guys in the next one. Love you a long time. Goodbye, class.
Love
If
Tal.
you believe in my content and want to support me, just know your help is needed.
Tal is great. I didn't get to watch this interview yet with Officer Tate or Tatum. Yeah, anyway, London's basically Palestine at this point anyway. Might as well send everybody up that way. No, they didn't. Be hilarious if they threw her off, though, I think. Ah, you got a Muslim saying Jerusalem was never Muslim land. Well, this is the war where Israel defeated the 3 Arab nations that came against it.
All right, welcome to the show, Dr. Godside. I think I'm saying it right. If I get it wrong, I think you could correct me on it. You have an incredible resume and reputation. People have seen you on Joe Rogan show. We'll put your credentials in the description section, but I don't want to belabor too much on that. I mean, obviously you're qualified, man. People will know your qualifications by, you know, some of the things that you explain. They can make the decision from there. But I really wanted to bring you on because I feel like you have a really good, thorough perspective on what's going on with Islam around the world, the influence of Islam. I know that a lot of people believe, and I don't know if it's right or not, to be quite honest, I don't believe that Judaism or Jews have such a negative influence in America and around the world as the Islamic state, or whatever you can call it, radical Islam. I don't know if it's radical or not, but
No, radical Islam is radical.
Because and I want the
The
audience
book
to know,
they teach is
I've
radical.
never talked to you before. Right now, you were suggested as a guest. I thought you were incredible on Joe Rogan. Didn't watch the whole show. I just watched a couple clips. And so I'm not telling you what to say, but I want you to give me a fair assessment of what you think about the influence of Judaism and Jews, quote unquote, and their influence in America and around the world in comparison to Islam and their influence around the world.
Sounds great. First, thank you so much for having me on. A pleasure to finally meet you, at least meet you. Look, religions are not interchangeable. There are over 10,000 documented religions in the world. They include a lot of
A heck of a lot.
similarities, but they include grossly obvious differences. So, for example, in Islam and in Judaism, you're not supposed to eat pork, whereas in Christianity, it's perfectly reasonable to have a nice prosciutto sandwich. So, meaning that the content of religions matter. They're not interchangeable, right? Badminton is a sport, so is MMA fighting, but one of them is much more likely to cause you brain damage.
Yeah,
than
you're
the
not
other,
going to have a
even though
badminton
both are called
player
sports,
being
right? So
able
let's
to win
take,
in
for
the
example,
UFC.
Jainism, which is a religion, a very much of a pacifist religion. The Jains are so keen on not ever harming anything that when they walk on the sidewalk, they actually first sweep the sidewalk, lest they might inadvertently step on an ant. Therefore, if you have a lot of Jains that are coming into your country, you're likely to have a lot more peace because it is codified in their religion that you have to be peaceful, never mind to human beings, but to ants. All right, so now let's talk about Judaism and Islam. Judaism, by definition, is a non proselytizing religion, meaning that it is forbidden to go out and try to convert people
yeah.
to your religion. Therefore, this is why today around the world, we
Right,
only
Momo
have
lovers have
15
doubt.
million Jews. Around the time of the Holocaust in World War II, there were about 16 million Jews. So Judaism has not increased for obvious reasons. And that is that
It's
we're not
only in the
supposed to
size of
try
the
to
family that
convince others
increases.
to join our
But that's also the
faith.
same
As
thing
a
with
matter of
Islam.
fact,
That's how the rate of
try to
growth is
dissuade
happening so much in
who
Islam.
want to convert to your religion.
Not necessarily conversions.
Place of,
They're having deconversions as much as they're converting people.
and so on.
The growth is from
Islam, on
reproduction.
the other hand, is the granddaddy of proselytizing religions. It
Yep.
says that the world will be united under one unifying flag of Allah. Allah is the Arabic word for God, their God. Okay. So therefore, that begins to show you that the reason why there is a small Jewish state that is the size of New Jersey, surrounded by 400 million people, each of which those countries at one point was non-Islamic, right? Islam has existed for 1400 years. Each of the countries that today is majority, if not exclusively Islamic, was once fully non-Islamic. So how did it happen? Was it by magic? Was it by love? Was it by kindness that it was spread? Is
No,
there
it
a
was by the
reason why
sword.
there is a thing called the sword of Islam? Is the sword meant to serve as a back scratch, or is it because we put the sword to your neck and say you've got three choices? You either convert, or you die, or you live as a dhimmi. Dhimmi means sort of third-class citizen under Islamic
Slave.
rule. So therefore, there are an infinite number of differences between Judaism and Islam. Yes, they both are monotheistic religions in that, just like Christianity, they believe that there is a singular God, but the details are astoundingly different.
And this is knowing that, and in part I've heard that online, I've seen videos, and I see how hostile some people are, even in America. I mean, they are advocating for Sharia law. I think in Texas, Governor Abbott
Never
banned
will
Sharia
happen.
law, any
Not
element
in
of Sharia law
America.
in the state of Texas. And you see some of them being very hostile, like even in the West Bank. And I'm not saying all of the West Bank, but I
Dearborn.
know that there used to be in Bethlehem 80% Christian population in Bethlehem. And then when the Palestinians took over and Israel kind of withdrew from that area, now it's only 17%. Around the world, some of the most
Yeah,
hostile
it's decreasing
terrorist
slow
organizations
quickly.
seem to come from that extreme religious
I just saw a
perspective.
video
What I
of
want to ask you, Doctor, is it
some
an
Hamas
extremist
soldiers.
perspective for Islam to be in its most violent form, or is that the baseline and others are more so extreme by being more peaceful? Meaning that, which one is the baseline? Is the peace the baseline, or is the violence the baseline, and the others are acting outside of what the Quran says?
Got it. Look, about 90%
See a mouse.
of
I gotta get the
Islam
mouse.
is political Islam.
I can't chase him,
Meaning
but I
it
can
is
get him.
a manual for how to conquer the world so that only the one true faith exists, and that is Islam.
Wish the doggo
Only
would get the
about
mouse,
10%
but she's
of
not
Islam
awake.
is the spiritual part. So it's not as though every single word of the holy books of Islam are all about violence. But if you were to do a content analysis
At least half
of
of
the
it is.
contents of the religion, it is very much concerned with how to
Some of it's
conquer
beating
the
your
world, because
wife,
there's this one unique supremacist faith.
all kinds of things in that nasty
therefore,
book.
As Erdogan, the president of Turkey, said, there is no radical Islam, there is no political Islam, there is only Islam. And countless other Islamic clerics have said the exact same thing. To them, it is offensive when you try to come up with all sorts of qualifiers. It's militant Islam, it's radical Islam, it's extremist Islam. No, there's only Islam. There is no book called militant Islam. There is no book called radical extremist Islam. Now,
It's
what there
just
is
Islam.
what I call cafeteria Muslims, right? When you go to a cafeteria, you get to pick and choose which dishes you want to eat, right? So, for example, I'm
That's
Jewish.
true. That's a lot of
It's not allowed in my
a lot of
religion
Islam.
to eat pork or shrimp. I choose, using cafeteria logic, to ignore those parts and eat the pork and eat the shrimp. I'm not practicing soft Judaism. I'm simply ignoring the parts of Judaism that I don't feel like abiding by. It's the exact same principle with Muslims. Most Muslims wake up and they don't say they want to kill all infidels. They just want to go about their daily lives. They're perfectly nice and reasonable. But they're perfectly nice and reasonable not because they went into their book and got that from their book. It's because they're choosing to ignore the endless exhortations to kill and subjugate the infidels. So there's only Islam. There is no Islam.
Until Islam
That's
becomes
very interesting.
dominant.
You know, what do you think? What is the allure
Then you see that in Dearborn,
that
with
America
it being dominant, and then
Europe
everything
has
becomes
to,
radicalized almost.
I guess, allow tons of people from this religious perspective to come into their countries, and in some cases they're taken over. I mean, people in Europe, and I have never been to Europe and experienced this. I've been to Europe, but I haven't experienced this. So I'm not giving firsthand knowledge on this thing, but I'm just saying it appears that people are complaining about the influence of Islam in Europe. We see in Michigan and other places that it seems to be a takeover. I mean, they're in the middle of the street. They want to build mosques all over. What is the allure? Have we been tricked, or is it that we believe in the peaceful Islam? Are they gonna do you think that one day they're gonna turn? I mean, like, what should we be
Probably.
afraid? I mean, these are questions that I have about it, because it's kind of weird that out of any religion, one of the most hostile religions in their rhetoric and also in their doctrine is the most accepted and allowed and protected religion in the West.
Yep, you can't say anything bad about Islam.
Asked is exactly what I seek to offer a solution in this book, the yellow one, The Parasitic Mind, and in my forthcoming book, Suicidal Empathy. So let me give you a 30,000 foot view of the answer, and then we can drill down into the details. In The Parasitic Mind, I argue that in the same way that human beings and other animals could be parasitized by actual brain worms. Okay, and let me just hang in with me as I try to explain this. So, for example, a wood cricket, an actual cricket, when it is infected with a particular brain parasite called a hairworm, it loses its disdain for water, the wood cricket, and then it merely jumps into water, committing suicide, because the hairworm that has zombified its brain needs it to jump into water, commit suicide in order for it to complete its reproductive cycle. So I take this principle and I argue that human beings can not only be parasitized by actual physical brain worms, they could be parasitized by ideological brain worms. And so now I'm going to come in a second to your question. One such brain worm is called cultural relativism. Cultural relativism is an idea that was first spawned on university campuses. Just like all the other idiotic ideas, it takes professors to come up with some of the dumbest garbage. So cultural relativism says it is imperialistic of you to judge how other cultures organize their societies. If another culture wants to cut off the clitorises of 5-year-old girls, who are you, racist, to judge them? Be quiet and accept the fact that they can do what they want. So in The Parasitic Mind, I explain what happens to our cognitive system, our thought processes, when they are zombified by all this nonsense. In my forthcoming book, which I was working on immediately prior to coming for this chat, it's called Suicidal Empathy. There, what I argue is that for me to completely zombify your brain, I need to do two things. I need to zombify your thinking system, but I also need to zombify your emotional system, right? So empathy is a beautiful thing. It's a noble virtue. For you and I to have a meaningful conversation, we need to have theory of mind. I need to put myself in your mind. You need to put yourself in mine. So empathy is a beautiful thing as long as it occurs in the right amount, in the right place, to the right targets. Regrettably, the West has decided that the best way for us to make up for being a racist, Islamophobic, transphobic society, right? You need to do a lot of self-flagellation because of the existential guilt of whatever someone did 300 years ago. The best way to demonstrate that we are not racist and transphobe and Islamophobe is to be suicidally empathetic. Therefore, we become
You
the wood
deny
cricket
yourselves completely.
that jumps into the water, merrily commits suicide, because thank God at least it shows that I'm not Islamophobic. So empathy is good, suicidal empathy
Yeah, I don't
is
care
bad.
about that.
And so that explains why
I've been called
when
all
we
kinds of
then
names that
see
don't matter.
Islam coming for
They're
us,
just
we have
names
two choices.
at this
Either
point.
say your ideology is inconsistent with our values, but that would make me a mean bigot. So it is much better to be suicidally empathetic, because that way you could decapitate me, but at least I knew that I wasn't bigoted.
I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying this already. You're making me. I gotta read these books, because what you're saying is articulating what I think is happening, but I can't explain what it is.
Definitely prefer
It
people to
seems like
investigate
it's
on their own. People have to
see
come
it
to their own
happening to
conclusions.
Right? I mean, it happens on this
And be
Islamic
willing
front.
to
It
investigate
happens
it.
on the race front here in America, where people are willing to turn a blind eye, get assaulted by a person, then have
That
sympathy
mouse
for
is
the person
going.
who assaulted
I'm gonna
them,
get it
because
tonight.
it makes them feel virtuous. They're manipulating, abusing, and mutilating children, and you look them in the eye and say, "This is wrong," and they're like, "You're mean." I'm a meme for trying to protect children for irreversible surgeries is insane.
Well,
And doctor, I want to talk about this because this is another, and like, I don't know where you stand on this, but I respect your opinion enough to, even if you disagree with me on this, I respect it because it will probably make sense. I see that there's a slight brain rotting in wormage that's going on in the minds of people as it relates to Israel for some reason.
What are you doing, Barbara?
I think that it's okay to criticize Israel and war in Gaza. And if people don't like the tactics or whatever, it makes sense to me to have a conversation and critique. But to flat out call it a genocide, to flat out say that the campaign is to murder babies, it seems almost as if it's explaining kind of what you were talking about, is that suicidal empathy to really to no end. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think that it's related to the Israeli conflict, or do you think I'm completely missing it?
No, definitely, orgiastic Jew hatred is a form of parasitic thinking, right? Because it's completely illogical, right? So, and I know that you know this already, but I'm going to put it in the framework of my wood cricket, framework. If I am a queer person, more power to me. That's great. But then if I'm a queer person, would it make more sense for me to support Tel Aviv, which is one of the most queer-friendly cities in the world, right? Short of New York, short of Montreal, short of San Francisco, Tel Aviv probably ranks in the top 5 most socially liberal places for queer people. Or does it make sense if I'm queer to do hashtag Queers for Palestine, where, by the way, they've come up with a really 100% effective conversion therapy. It's a gravity-based conversion therapy. We throw you off the building with your head first, and as your brain splatters on the pavement, you're cured of your queerness. Well, if I am a wood cricket, then I go Queers for Palestine. Let's suppose I'm a feminist. I'm a woman who supports sexual liberation. Should I be for Israeli society where the women are fully sexually emancipated? Or should I be for Gaza society where if one hair sticks out of my hijab or niqab, I might be stoned to death? Well, of course, I am, hashtag for women's of Gaza. And so that's exactly
I saw some
why I use
Hamas executions
the paradigm of
from this week
neuroparasitology, because the only thing
earlier
that
on
explains
X,
such departures
killing
from
a couple of
reason
people that they believe were working with
mind
Israel,
has literally been zombified by these
literally
ideological
executing
brainwashes.
them
Nothing
and shooting
else could
them,
explain this, right?
even while
Look,
they're dead.
Jews, if you just look at
Hamas
the
has
number of
no
Nobel
love
Prizes,
for life.
Jews make up an astounding minuscule number of people on Earth, yet roughly 25% of Nobel Prizes have been granted to Jews, right? So to your first question, when you asked about Islam versus Judaism, you named the medical
Einstein was a
advancement,
Jew.
the academic advancement, the philosophical advancement, and there's probably some Jew that's behind it, which, by the way, paradoxically, to your point, is precisely why people hate the Jews so much. Thomas Sowell, whom I presume you know who he is, he's one of my, intellectual idols. When he was asked, what would it take for people to stop hating Jews? He paused and said, they'd have to fail, right? Because there's nothing that upsets me more than to see those obnoxious Jews always succeeding in life, right? And as we know from psychology, there's something called the self-serving bias. The self-serving bias is the following. I attribute successes internally and I attribute failures externally. So if I did well on the exam, well, that's because I'm smart and I studied hard. But if I did poorly on the exam, that's because Dr. Saad is an asshole who's mean, right? So therefore, it's an ego defensive strategy. It allows me to navigate through the world, always attributing my successes to me and failures to the outside world. Well, imagine if now I've got the ultimate explanation for all my failures. You know who it is? It's the Jew. Your wife cheated on you? Well, who controls pornography? It's the Jews. She probably watched porn, and that's what put the idea of her to sleep with the gorgeous Greek gardener. It's raining outside. Who controls the weather? It's the Jew. Your business didn't work out. Who controls banking? It's the Jew. So it becomes a beautiful and elegant way for me to
Put down.
explain all of the failures, both individually and collectively. So I'll give you an example from the Middle East. You probably didn't know this. Did you know that when outside of
I heard the
there's a place in
Reuters aren't
Egypt called
happy
Sharm
with
el-Sheikh,
Fuentes.
which is in the Red Sea. It's a beautiful tourist area.
Gave Jews too much
A few
credit.
years ago, there was an attack of sharks in that area, which ended up really affecting tourism in that area. Do you know what the Egyptians concluded from all that? It was Zionist sharks. It turns out, by the way, you can just Google this, right? I mean, you don't have to believe what I'm saying. So I'm Jewish, but I didn't know that we are so diabolical that we're able to train sharks to uniquely attack tourists in Egypt so that we could destroy their
That's
tourism.
ridiculous.
But when you are parasitized by Jew hatred, you get
Yeah.
Zionist sharks.
Yeah, you get
Now I know, because
Zionist
you explaining, and I'm glad we
psychosis almost.
It's rare to find people that understand this clearly. I don't understand why the hatred. You said it's jealousy. People literally think that Jews run America. They literally have every ailment in America is because of the Jews. They did 9/11.
Yep.
They did World War II and World War I. I heard somebody say
Gee.
that they're committing the genocide. And
They got a lot of power.
I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Because I don't like when somebody say the Jews committed 9/11, which they're just adding to the fact that the Jews are just the most diabolical people to ever exist.
Yeah.
That little country is probably the size of my finger. And Netanyahu came on TV the other day. He was doing a press conference and he showed. I went to Israel and I never realized how small Israel is. He showed a map.
Yeah, it is
and
very
you're talking about
small.
Syria and Jordan and Egypt and all these big major countries.
Then
And
you
then
have this little
Israel is a
thumbnail.
slither. It's almost like a canal in between these countries, and the fact that they cannot defeat Israel, the fact that they act as if Israel is literally running the world, is bizarre to me.
So
But maybe you know more than I do about this 9/11 thing. What is the truth behind some of this stuff? Is there any there, or is people just coming up with old tropes?
Yes,
Old
well, they're
tropes.
coming up with old tropes. Look, we were part of the last, we meaning my family, we were part of the last remaining group of Lebanese Jews in Lebanon. So I was born in Lebanon. I grew up in Lebanon. I experienced the Lebanese Civil War. Arabic is my mother tongue. That's why it becomes very difficult to delegitimize me, right? Because I can quote all the stuff for you in Arabic, right? If you say what I say, well, you're just some bigot from the United States. But if I say it, it's going to be harder for you to delegitimize me if Arabic is my mother tongue and I grew up there. So let me reiterate for all your viewers and listeners. Islam is a supremacist religion.
Yep.
It says that the world must be fully and wholly Islamic. Islam is also binary. Let me explain what that means. In Arabic, I'm going to say them in Arabic and then I'm going to translate. There are two camps in the world. There is Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb. Dar al-Islam means the house of Islam. Dar al-Harb means the house of war. Why am I saying this? Any land that is currently not under Islamic rule is under the dominion of House of War. So the United States is under the House of War. Any country. So right now, for example, the OIC,
Except for
the
Dearborn
Organization
and
of
soon to
Islamic
be New York
Cooperation,
City.
is a collection of 56 Islamic countries. Each of those 56 countries, once upon a time, had zero Islam. But after 1,400 years, we have 56 countries that are Islamic. Now, another important point. Any country, any territory that has ever been under Islamic rule, but then is lost, must be reconquered. You follow? So, for example, when jihadists say, we must reconquer Al-Andalusia. Al-Andalusia is an area in today's Spain.
Yeah, I was about to say
In
Spain.
the olden days, that area was ruled by the Moors, an Islamic conquering people. Well, then Spain, Christian Spain, regained it. But according to Islamic logic, once something becomes Islamic, it could
It's
never
always
revert
Islamic.
to not being Islamic. So that little land that Netanyahu showed you, that little sliver, that little canal, to the extent that once upon a time it was under Islamic rule, it is an existential affront for those asshole Jews to now be dominating that land. It is against our theological teaching that it should be Jewish. This is why Egypt used to be completely Coptic Christians
Mhm.
many hundreds of years ago. Today, it's only 10% Coptic. What happened to the Copts? Iraq used to have
They left or got
huge
beheaded,
Christian
one or the other.
community. Now they're no longer there. What happened to Iraqi Christians? What happened to Syrian Christians? Iran used to be non-Islamic. It used to be Zoroastrian and Baha'i. Now it is an Islamic country. So Islam conquers places. The quicker the United States and the West realizes this, the better off we'll all be.
It's crazy to me.
Yep.
Because I don't know how we fix the PR or change the way we think of it
You
theologically.
can't.
But it
People will
is
just continue to
existential-
scourge
it's
it
an
as much as they
existential threat
can.
to America to scapegoat Israel instead of focusing on what the real issue could be. I don't think Israel, and there's no indication or sign that Israel or Jewish people are trying to conquer anything. They only have one country. And in America, it doesn't appear that there's a coalition of Jewish people that are saying, we're going to run the government. Openly saying
No.
this. We're going to run the government. We want
Unless
Judaism
Donald
to be,
Trump is
Judaism
Jewish
to
from any
be
means.
the law of the
Not
land.
that I know.
I have never seen any such thing happening in America or anywhere in the world. But with Islam, we see it happening all the time. It was a young lady that's very intelligent. She literally had the most views out of any person I interviewed, named Elika. And Elika was talking about the scapegoating theology of how these countries are these people are scapegoating Israel, and therefore people are overlooking the connection between the far right, the far left, and how they're joining together to scapegoat Israel and hate Israel when they should be focusing on, like, for instance, and I don't like to bring up people's names, but there's Tucker Carlson that came on and he did an interview. I don't know, has he ever interviewed you?
He has, yes, both on his TV show and in his long form podcast. But he seems to have taken a slight turn these days.
But back when he interviewed you, he agreed with you, or at least he.
I mean, we didn't specifically talk about, Israel and the Jews then. It was a lot more about my scientific work in evolutionary psychology and so on. We talked about, the Canadian wokeness because I'm Canadian. But I would have never predicted that he would have some of the animus that he is exhibiting these days towards Israel.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because I saw him go on a show the other day. He was interviewing someone, and he had made mention that he's okay with giving condolences to the families of Osama bin Laden, and he had also mentioned that he don't think
Crazy.
pretty much saying that he don't think that Hamas is a militant group or a terrorist group. He think that they're a political group or something. He said, and
they're
I
radicalized
don't
Islamist
know
group.
what is happening, and is there a PR movement to change the thinking? Because I get killed online. Like, people are going to be mad at me for doing this interview, which whatever. but I just don't see the reason for the hatred against Jews. And I don't necessarily think people should hate every single person that's Muslim.
I
But
disagree.
I do think people should be aware of what's happening and what they're saying out of their own mouths and their deliberate takeover all over the world. Essentially, that's what the goal is.
Well, so let me put it this way. Look, you know who Malcolm Gladwell is? Malcolm Gladwell is a best-selling author, who writes these kind of slurpy kind of books, but fine. He came out when the transgender craze was going crazy, very much on the side of it's ridiculous to say something is male or female. It's ridiculous that transgender women can't compete with biological women,
languages
and
have
so on, right? And then
gender
just a few
roles
days
for
ago,
or
he
gender
suddenly came out
identifiers
and
like
said,
German.
"Yeah, I guess I was
There's gender
cowed by all my
identifiers for
progressive
items.
friends, you know, mea
I
culpa and so
never
on."
fully
Well, of course,
grasped
he
it,
said
but
that now
I
because
remember it.
he realizes that the winds are changing, that it is no longer as cool to call a 6'4" guy who yesterday played for the Baltimore Ravens, but now calls himself Linda to share the bathroom with your daughter. But
Yeah.
these parasitic ideas are so alluring that we can actually have debates in the 21st century about what constitutes male
This is
or
male
female,
or
right? So
female.
until 15 minutes
Ridiculous.
ago,
Ridiculous
the
that we're even having
117
conversations like that.
billion people who've ever existed on Earth seem to be able to completely navigate the conundrum of what constitutes male or female. But once I took women's studies courses at Oberlin College, I learned that I had been transphobic and that some women have 9-inch penises. Well, that exact same logic is what causes people to have Osama bin Laden on tape saying that we are so proud of what we did on 9/11,
Mhm.
and you've got 19 guys called Muhammad Ahmad Muhammad Hussein Muhammad Mahmoud Muhammad, and the conclusion to all that, it's that those guys are
Be right back. I go to the bathroom and get my last half gallon of tea, some green tea for the night. Stop moving my camera. Off of my blanket chair. Need my blanket. Hmm. Now is this finished watching Total Recall today. That was actually a good movie. Kind of trippy, but good.
Really, Mossad agents, they're Jewish. That's why I wrote The Parasitic Mind. That's why I'm writing Suicidal Empathy, because it is a cancer to the human soul, right? What makes us human? It's that we have the capacity to use our prefrontal cortex to think in navigating through reality. But once you are zombified, suddenly I become the biggest threat, whereas Hamas are your freedom fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Can we de-zombify people if that's an actual term? Because
Yeah,
I feel
it's called denazification.
and it's discouraging at times, and I'm being honest. And I've
That's
been
what they
doing
had to
this
do to
for,
Nazi Germany.
online stuff for like 7 years now.
To reprogram their
And,
brains.
millions of followers, and we get so many tens of thousands of comments. I think we have 1 billion views on YouTube. So I've been doing it a while, but I am perplexed, and I don't if we can de-zombify people, because I tried to interview Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know if you saw that interview. I'm not a big interviewing person. You say you didn't?
I did not. I'd like to watch it. Yes.
Yeah, you should check it out, because I'm not a big interviewing person. You're one of the few people that I've ever interviewed. I want to start interviewing more to have these conversations, because I learn a lot, and I think the audience will learn a lot. But I had an opportunity through my girl Jordan, who obviously set this interview up. She got it. She know how to do this. So they said, look, he'll take the interview. And I'm like, I can't turn down an interview with the prime minister. So I went online and I asked my audience, the naysayers and the people who support what I'm saying, what should I ask Benjamin Netanyahu? Now, of course, I'm pro-Israeli. I love Israel. I love Jews. All of my Jewish friends, I love them to death. I'm a normal human being, right? I understand the connection between Israel and America. I understand the partnership. I understand everything. I understand the benefit of us working together. I understand the historical context, the religious context. So I said, let me be fair and ask him these questions. I don't disagree with the war in Gaza that Israel is waging. So I'm not going to chastise him over something I agree with him on. But I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak on behalf of his country and what they're doing or not doing, and let people be the judge. He comes on, I do a 37-minute interview. They told me 30 minutes, and they gave me 7 extra minutes. So, and they literally, they had bombed, Lebanon had launched bombs into Israel, and they had to go into shelter before the interview. So they had to delay my interview for an hour. Benjamin Netanyahu still came on to do the interview, even as it was getting bombed. So I do the interview. People, when you see the interview, look at the comment section. When you go on my Instagram,
I can imagine.
It is the craziest stuff I've ever heard in my life. No one shared a single clip of anything he said. And I asked him about the genocide accusation, his own criminal accusation. They said he's going to prison or whatever. He's a war criminal. The famine, the bombing of the hospital, the bombing of the Christian church in Gaza. I asked him about everything people want to know. I think he gave a reasonable answer to all of them. I couldn't really push back on it because I don't really have any evidence to dispute what he's saying. Can people, because even with the interview, people lost their minds. Do you think people can be recovered, or we will forever have a state where people are completely
You'll have some people that'll be completely
there's no
crazy.
Antibiotic we can give them that can get rid of the parasite?
Rooting for terrorists.
Phenomenal question. Thank you. And I'm really looking forward to watching your chat with Netanyahu. There is good news and bad news. Okay, let me start with the bad news. The bad news is that the capacity for human minds to be parasitized is regrettably an inherent part of the architecture of the human mind. Meaning that 300 years ago, we thought, if we were living in Salem, Massachusetts, that it
Which
was
is where
perfectly
real
reasonable
thing.
if we thought that our neighbor was a potential witch to throw her into water. And if she actually swam, that proved that she was a witch, and therefore we must burn her at the stake. But if she drowned, oops,
She
I
wasn't
guess
a
she
witch.
wasn't a witch. So she died, but at least she died having saved her honor that she's not a witch. And people organize their lives around that parasitic thought. So the weakness and frailties of the human minds are such that there will
Imagine the
always
people
be a
from
new
Salem
brain
seeing
worm that
some of
comes
these people
along
online
that leads us
today.
down the abyss.
Oh
being
my
the one
God,
cricket who
they
jumps
would
into the
lose it.
water and commits suicide. Now, here's the good news. There is a vaccine against each new generation of parasitic thoughts. The problem is that oftentimes people don't want to come to the vaccine station to receive their mind vaccine, right? So they go, la, 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 I don't want to hear it. So let me give you an example. I shared, have you heard of the Muslim grooming gangs in Britain? Are you familiar with that
Yep,
story?
I know about them.
So, of course, Tommy Robinson has been at the forefront of that. I've been
Mhm.
warning about this for decades. I'm glad that now more people are hearing about it, largely because Elon Musk suddenly became aware of it, and he's got the biggest platform in the world. And
Mhm.
so at one point, I put up the names of 20 perpetrators in one city. It's a small city called Huddersfield. So they're called the Huddersfield 20. Okay. So let me give you a sense of what their names sound like. You ready? Muhammad Ahmad, Ahmad Hussein, Ali Muhammad Mahmoud, Mahmoud Akbar Jihad Muhammad. So I put up those 20 names, and in my usual inimitable sarcasm, I said, I'm not smart enough to be able to identify what is the unifying theme across these 20 names. Could somebody help me out? Well, just like the comments that you received after interviewing Netanyahu, do you want to know what many people, many people wrote to me? What was the unifying theme? It wasn't that they were Muslim. Do you know what it was? You know what was the cause? It was the Jews. You know why? Do you know why? Can you take a guess as to why?
I can't even imagine how they.
Oh,
led
get
to
ready. Get ready. Fasten your seatbelt. Okay. This is going to get good because it turns out that Britain's immigration policy is actually run behind the scene by Jews, even though that's demonstrably false. But it doesn't, facts don't matter when I'm a Jew hater. And therefore, when 3 Muhammads gang raped your daughter, the real culprit is Moses. You see the mathematical equation? 3 Muhammad equals Moses. Now, I come on shows like yours precisely because I hold out hope that we could change people's minds. But here's the problem. In addition to most people not willing to listen, la, 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 I don't want to hear it. Here's the second problem, is that most of the silent majority who agrees with you and I are silent. And so what ends up happening, the loud voices, the big monster that's coming is not stopped, because here's what happens. Most people, I receive
voices like mine are quiet.
Thousands of fan emails. Let me tell you what the structure of the email is. You ready? Dear Professor Saad, 4 paragraphs of beautiful compliments. And here's the last sentence. You ready? If you decide to read this letter on your show, please don't mention my name. So I write back to them and I say, dear so-and-so, thank you very much for the nice words, but I couldn't help but notice your last sentence. Do you think that we are in the current problem precisely because of your last sentence? So to answer your question in a very long-winded way, but hopefully interesting way,
We need to be louder than them.
defeat these parasitic ideas as long as it is only a few people that carry the burden of fighting against the tsunami of evidence against everybody else, while all the cowards sit in the background sending me compliments but never willing to share in the risk, right?
Yep.
I had to take a 2-year leave of absence from my home university in Montreal because it was too threatening, dangerous for me to enter campus, right? I had to have security. In the 21st century, a Canadian professor cannot enter his university. Well, why is that happening? Because most of the people who send me lovely words say, please don't mention that I support you. So if I can't get you to be courageous enough, never mind for you to utter the words,
Don't
but
worry,
to
God.
just
I
stand
support you.
next to me,
And
and I
Officer
will
Tatum.
utter the words, then we're doomed, my good man.
Oh man, that is the the truest thing I've ever heard, and I think it just continues to happen in history, on and on and on. You know,
100%.
I see people do me like that all the time. You know, on all topics. You know, there's a couple celebrities that send me an inbox and they're like, "Oh, I love everything you do," and I'm like, "Dude, your platform is 10 times the size of mine. Like, if you just shared one post that I did, people will kind of get that it is cool to believe this." And the same thing happens with the Israel thing. Like, there's so many people that inbox me and they write me little comments, but man, I feel like I'm the only one. And I know people who are Zionists, who are whatever they call it, they support Israel or whatever. I know them. They talk to me. They agree with me. They like the post. They will never say any of the things on any of their platforms. They won't say a thing, and it bothers
Sad.
me. I try not to be upset about it because I know people are afraid of backlash, and some people have more to lose than I do because I own my own company. So the only person that can fire me is if I fire myself. And some other people work for other people and they may get fired. So I get that part. But at the end of the day, it's like, dude, don't leave me out to dry. Like, can some of y'all at least say something? Can some of y'all stand up for Israel? Because and people think I get paid by the Israeli government, and I'm going to start sending like big influencers that say it. I'm gonna send them a cease and desist, and I'm gonna tell them to have to take their video down. I'm gonna sue them because it's a flat out lie and a defamatory thing to say I'm getting paid to have an opinion. And doctor, the only reason that I have an opinion, or at least because when I went to Israel, I fell in love with Israel. It was a
I
wonderful
would love to
place.
go to Israel.
It was. Wait till you see the interview too, because I'm gonna tell you this one part that happened in the interview that went viral, and nothing went viral but this part, and I'm gonna tell you in a second. But I went to Israel. I got pictures and videos and stuff, and I was looking at them last night, and I might post a couple of them because people claim that Christians are not welcome in Israel, and you know people hate them, and we're literally worshiping God in Israel. We're talking about Jesus in Israel on the Sea of Galilee, the Mount of Beatitudes. We had a whole sermon there. We would talk about Jesus everywhere in Israel. I literally got Jesus is Lord in Hebrew tattooed on my arm in Jerusalem. So I could never do this in Arabic in Gaza or anywhere in the Middle East. That arm would be they'd probably chop that arm off. But this is what went viral out of my whole interview with that Benjamin Netanyahu. I asked him a question about what is the treatment of Christians? From the perspective of the prime minister, how do you feel about Christians? Are they treated properly? Whatever. He goes on to say what he says, that obviously they're not just tolerated, they're celebrated, and Christians are very welcome. They can serve in the Knesset, and they can serve I think they can serve in the Knesset, but they can serve in the military. You know, his church is there. I mean, I was there. So, and then I said, but there was only one incident that happened when I came on a tour, and there was a little kid. He was 3. He had to be 3 or 4. He was barely walking. He was scooting on a little unicorn that his mama was dragging along. Orthodox family. It was just the mama and him. We were letting them pass through a corridor. We would let them walk first, and then we walk through. So, but the kid, he's about 50 feet away from us. He gets off the cart, the little thing, and he go, and he spit. And I laughed at him because I didn't know what he was doing, to be honest. I'm like, he just spit at us. That's funny to me. It was funny. Like, this kid is crazy. And so he gets closer to us because we let them pass. He passed me, and he went over to the pastor. And when he passed by the pastor, he went and spit on the pastor's pant leg. And I told Benjamin Netanyahu in the interview, I said, we were there, and the only thing that happened was this thing. And immediately, when that kid did that, an adult came and rebuked the kid and said, that's not the way we do this. That's not acceptable. We love you guys. You're always welcome. Like, there's some weirdos that live here, but for the most part, we love you guys. I want you guys to know that. Don't get dissuaded by these idiots. And I made mention, and Netanyahu laughed about it or whatever, but the internet blew up. If you find any document from my interview, it's that. And people are like, oh, you just got spit on once. Oh, you get spit on and it's okay. This is why Christians aren't accepted. And I almost regret telling the truth about what happened because people have ran with it as if it's literally indicative of the hatred of Christians. And
yeah. Well, so let me. Well, first, I'm sorry that
The
you
small
faced this
suck.
even at the hands of a child. It's certainly not a normalized behavior. Look, I navigate through both the Jewish world and the Arabic world. Now, today, more people recognize me, obviously, than say 25 years ago. So a lot of the Muslims who would have been more open with me in the past will now bite their tongues, right? But in the past, before people knew me the way that they do today, when I would speak in Arabic to Muslims, it would usually take one step before we converge on let's kill the Jews, right? So I say, hi, Ahmad. And then the rebuttal is, let's kill the Jews, right? So it doesn't take much, okay? Sometimes I don't have to say, hi, Ahmad. The salutation is, let's kill the Jews, okay? So it is enshrined within the tapestry of Islamic societies to hate all non-Muslims. Now, I've navigated, I'm 60 years old today, so I've hung around with a lot of Jews. My family's Jewish. I have never once, never, not one time, we come from the Middle East, never heard, and we went through some very, very harsh realities. My parents were kidnapped by Fatah and tortured. We escaped execution in Lebanon. We've never, ever said things like, I wish we can get rid of Muslims. I wish we can get rid of Arabs. It's not part of our makeup. Now, does that mean that there aren't, forgive the term, asshole Jews who are racist and bigots?
Probably.
Of course not. There are nice Muslims and mean Muslims, nice Christians, mean Christians, and so on for Jews. But is it something that is codified in daily life?
Same everywhere. Everywhere has a problem with people that
absolutely not. I've never
are different than them or believe different than them.
You can't find
It's not the majority, it's the minority, and well, it's majority in Islam, but
many human beings have dark hearts. But let's not compare the hatred that Islam will have towards Christians versus whatever reality they faced on that day.
Right. And it was, and I say it in the interview, and people play the full context. I say, you know, that was just one, and the little kid, he was a 3-year-old. It was inconsequential to me, to be honest. Every other person had been so excellent. So you had so much of a fun time everywhere we went in Israel. I mean, we were in Tiberias, we went to Netanya, we went, you know, to Jerusalem. We stayed there for a couple of days. We went down to the Dead Sea. I mean, we were all over. I can't remember all the places, you know, as I only went, the 2 weeks was just the first time I ever went. And I don't remember a lot of places. I got the pictures of them, but we went everywhere and everybody was nice at the hotel, at the restaurants, at the markets. It was so good that I fell in love. I was like, I want to go back every year to Israel and just stay here for a while and experience some of the holy sites, but then also enjoy the food. And, you know, we didn't even go to Tel Aviv, and I'm not really a secular type person. I don't enjoy the weirdness of New York. I like wouldn't go to a party or nothing, but I didn't experience Tel Aviv, which probably a more modern area than some of the holy sites, and it's probably more popping and a lot more friendly, and people are there, and it's everybody having a good time like you do in New York. Probably a bunch of restaurants and just a little bit more fun. And I loved it, man. And people took that one incident where the little kid did the little spat thing on the pastor with us one time, and that pastor had gone there over 50 times. He had taken a tour of his church 20 times, and he told me he had never been spit on or nothing like that. This is the first time he experienced somebody doing that. And I can see how, you know, because there's thousands of Christians there. It was 200 people with just our tour. There was thousands of other people doing tours, and Orthodox and people from different religions, and you're not going to see that in Gaza. You just wouldn't. They wouldn't even let us go to Gaza. It was too dangerous. Like, you know, we were touring. They were like, no, we can't go to Gaza Strip. Like, it's too dangerous. Like, something could happen while you guys are here, and you wouldn't want that.
Well, just for you to know, I'm sure that you probably know these stats. 20% of Israel is non-Jewish, right? Earlier you mentioned the Knesset. Well, Muslim Israelis can serve in the Knesset. Name such a reality. You know, can I serve as a Jew in Oman or in Saudi Arabia or in Pakistan or in Somalia?
No.
Could I go to Mogadishu with a big Star of David? No, of course not. Could I do it in Algeria? Of course I couldn't. So again, it's a complete inversion of reality. It's exactly what Freud called Freudian projection, right? So I project onto you exactly what I do, right? And so I hate the Christians. I'm speaking now if I were a Muslim, but then I will say, look, it's the Jew who really hates. It's the Jews who killed Christ, right? But the reality is, by the way, in the Middle East, what often ends up happening is that all of the religious minorities end up ganging up on the Jews because the other religious minorities want to show that they are just as committed to hating on the Jews. So oftentimes I've been asked, for example, would the Lebanese Christians show any hatred towards the Jews? And the answer that they're expecting is no, no, no. The Christians love the Jews.
They
Now,
would.
some did, but many were actually as anti-Semitic as the Muslims, because they also realized that if they don't show their hatred to the Jews, then Ahmad over there is going to say, hey, what's up with you, Joseph? How come you're not hating the Jew as much as I am? And so
Mhm.
that's part of the psychology, by the way. In the Middle East, it's called a dhimmi. A dhimmi is an Arabic word. When you write it in English, it's dhimmi, dhimmi. It's a Quranic term that refers to the Christians and Jews who live under Islamic dominion, right? So the Muslims pat you on the head, they tolerate you as long as you keep quiet. So we will maybe tolerate you, Jew, but don't wear a big Star of David, because if you wear that big Star of David, then you are you're inciting me, you're upsetting me. So if I kill you, you really deserved it because you were too proud in your
Yeah.
Judaism. How many people did you see when you were in Israel wearing the full hijab and so on? Did you see any Jews going around and harassing the Muslim women? No. So Judaism is not a supremacist religion. By the way, when people say the chosen ones, that the Jews are the chosen ones, I actually asked once a rabbi, a very learned rabbi, I said, what is the concept of the chosen one? It does seem kind of a bit arrogant. He said, no. What chosen one means is that God has asked you to live as pious a life as possible, so that if other people look at you, they are, emboldened by your piety. In that sense, you're chosen. But there is nothing in Judaism that says, I am better than you because
Yeah.
I'm Jewish and you're not. Try to read the Quran and see what they say about the Jews in there.
Yeah, and then we have
Lower than
to
dirt.
add this conversation because people will push back and say the Talmud. And now I've never read the Talmud. I studied a little bit of it online. Just trying to get a 30,000 viewpoint of what the Talmud is, and of course there's inferences or places
Yeah,
where
7 years to study
there's a
that.
critique of Jesus, right? And I learned a little bit that some of the Catholic Church influence kind of curtailed some of the verbiage in the Talmud to remove the name of Jesus and put the man or something like that. So there's references that maybe Jesus, or at least the thought process of the rabbis during a certain dispensation of time, believe that Jesus is in hell, or there's other things that are there. And when I was reading, I realized there's context to it. There's reasons for the discussions to be had at a time in which it was had, which
There's
I don't
some
think that
argument
even
between
today
two
the discussions
rabbis,
will be even the same as it
or
was in
many
some places in
rabbis.
the Talmud. But we have to, next time we come on an interview, because I know you're a busy man and I got to do my live show. But next time we come on an interview, I want to talk about some of those things, because I feel like that you're very versed in all of these aspects. You've been alive long enough, twice as long as me almost. So you've had a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom, and I want to pick your brain on a couple of these other things in a very fair way, because people think I'm just out here doing stuff. I want to learn. Like, I don't know much about the Talmud as much, except for what I had mentioned with a basic research. I've never read it. But eventually I think we could talk about that in the next.
That'd be great. I'd love to.
iteration, because I really enjoyed this. I mean, we could talk for 5 hours, to be quite honest.
Thank you. That was great.
And so I can imagine that the Joe Rogan thing was like a breeze. But where can people find you, follow you, support you, and also get the book? I need to get both of the books that you had mentioned, because I feel like I gain a lot of wisdom by just reading them.
Thank you, sir. So I have a website called Gadsaad, GADSAAD.com. You could follow me on X at Gadsaad. The books are available everywhere. Suicidal Empathy is not out yet. I'm currently working on it. I'm trying to speed up the timeline because it's really, the concept has gone viral. I could literally do a search online and it's covered in maybe 60 languages, and the book is not even out yet. And so I'm hoping that Suicidal Empathy will be out probably in spring 2026, so maybe in about 6 months, God willing. And connect with me, send me emails. I can't promise to answer everybody, but what I can promise is I try to read every single email. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your support. Thank you for what you do. And hopefully we can continue it another time.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. God bless you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Cheers.
All right, I think I'm gonna call it here for the night. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. We'll see how I'm doing after another doctor's appointment. That's always fun, you know. So, all right, everybody have a good night, and God bless.